Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Rock's Xebec Successor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Okay. You two ready to go, you little sheets? Luffy exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement as she looked over her shoulder at the duo standing on the sandy beach. Don't call us little sheets. Ace protested, his wavy black hair sticking out from under his orange cowboy hat as he stomped his foot into the sand. Sabo, with his curly bleach blonde hair, chuckled quietly, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he watched Ace's reaction to Luffy's nicknames. Yeah, whatever. Luffy says noncommittally, waving her hand in their direction as she checks over their supplies again. Are you two ready or not? Ace rolls his eyes, but can't help the smile that tugs at the corners of his mouth. He adjusts the brim of his hat and nods, his freckles standing out more prominently on his cheeks. We're ready, Luffy. You've checked everything like 50 times already. Luffy grins back, her jet black hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Just want to make sure we don't leave anything behind, chickadee. We're gonna need all this junk for our grand pirate adventure. Ace groaned dramatically as Sabo grabbed his wrist, pulling him onto the tiny, for a pirate ship with him. We better get a bigger ship soon. Ace grumbled as he stepped onto the ship with Sabo. The ship was small, for a pirate ship, probably around 27 feet in length with a cabin taking up at least half of it, leaving the rest open to the elements. Luffy huffed, turning on her heels to face Ace and Sabo, her hand coming up to pinch Ace's nose, and pull slightly. Yeah. We'll get a bigger ship? Remember, Syrup Village has a small shipyard on it. So, you're going to have to wait until we get to Syrup Village, but yes, we'll get a bigger ship. Ace squirmed out of Luffy's grasp, rubbing his nose. I'm not a little kid anymore, Luffy. Sabo smirked, yeah, but you still act like one sometimes, Acey boy. Luffy laughs, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Don't worry, we'll find you a ship that makes you feel like the big, strong pirate you are. Now, let's get moving before the tide changes. With a final check of the ropes and sails, Luffy leaps onto the ship, landing lightly on the wooden deck. She grabs the wheel with a firm grip and calls out to her brothers, all aboard, my chickadees. Time to set sail for adventure. Aye, Captain. Sabo yelled at the same time Ace yelled. Don't call us chickadees. With a chuckle, Luffy turned the helm and felt the ship begin to move beneath her as the waves started to rock the small vessel. The sails billowed out, catching the wind and filling with power. The ship sliced through the calm blue waters of the East Blue, heading towards the horizon and the promise of adventure. Okay, Bubas, come here. Luffy called out, plopping down on the deck beside the helm after they got into the wide open ocean, far away from Dawn Island and Fusha Village. Pulling out a dark box with patterns, designs, and images that were clearly hand-drawn into it from her satchel she had slung across her. Mama spent a sheet ton of money on these. We promised to send her a picture in the news coup, so let's do it quick, alright? Ace and Sabo both rolled their eyes in unison but couldn't help but smile as they approached their big sister. Inside the box were multiple pairs of the most exquisite Hanafuda earrings they'd ever seen. Each set had a sunrise and sunset theme, intricately crafted from gold, obsidian, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, amber, and tiger's eye, all set into the deepest darkest wood. They looked like they could tell 1,000 tales of adventure and treasure. So, who's going first? Luffy asked, waving the piercing needle at them. Ace swallowed hard, his hand reaching up to clutch his hat as if it could protect his ears. Luffy, are you sure you know how to do this? Sabo's grin grew wider as he sat down in front of Luffy. I trust you, sis. He tapped his ear lobes, ready for the piercing. You're such a brave soul, Sabo, Luffy said, her eyes narrowing in concentration as she held the needle. Just stay still. With a swift and surprisingly gentle motion, she pierced the piercing needle through the lobe of his right ear and slid in one of the gold earrings, the one that looks like the sun setting over a sandy desert. Looks like you're ready to conquer the Grand Line, she said with a proud smirk, moving to the next ear, repeating the task and piercing it, sliding in the other gold earring, the one that looks like the sunrise over a sandy desert. Sabo barely flinched, his dark brown eyes never leaving Luffy's. Thanks, sis. Ace took a deep breath and sat down next to Sabo, trying to look just as brave. Okay, let's get this over with. You know I've got the steadiest hands in the sea, Ace, Luffy said, her confidence unshaken. She took the needle again and pierced his left ear, inserting the gold sunset earring, moving to the next ear, repeating the task and piercing it, sliding in the other gold earring, the sunrise earring with the same gentle precision she had used on Sabo. Despite his tough exterior, Ace couldn't help but squeeze his eyes shut and grit his teeth. Once both boys were adorned with their new earrings, Luffy didn't even hesitate to do her own ears, the act becoming a symbolic rite of passage for their soon-to-be famous pirate crew. The pain was fleeting, replaced by the thrill of what was to come. The three of them looked at each other, their smiles wide and their spirits soaring. They were officially marked as the Straw Hat Pirates, ready to conquer the Grand Line. Luffy stood at the helm of her ship, steering it towards an island. Looking over her shoulder to her brothers, and how they look like they are about to pass out as they play cards together. She chuckles softly, turning her attention back to the horizon as she pulls the ship closer to the uninhabited island. The island grew larger and larger, and soon they could see the lush greenery of the jungle that covered it. "Looks like we're in for some fun, you two," Luffy called out to Ace and Sabo, who looked about ready to drop their cards from exhaustion. "Why don't we go hunting for dinner, huh? Maybe this island has some alligators, or maybe tigers we can hunt and cook up." Ace's eyes lit up at the mention of food, forgetting his weariness for a moment. "All right, Luffy. Let's go kick some butt." Sabo groaned, leaning back against the cabin wall. "Do we have to? I'm tired." "Ah, don't be such a baby," Luffy teased, her dark eyes gleaming with excitement. "Besides, think of the stories we'll have to tell. And the meat, oh the sweet, sweet meat." Ace sprang to his feet, the prospect of food and adventure too tempting to resist. All right, let's do this." Luffy chuckled again, stepping away from the helm, grabbing the anchor and tossing it overboard with a splash. "All right, let's go then, my little hellions. Adventure awaits. And something good to eat." The trio disembarked the ship, their feet sinking into the soft sand as they made their way into the dense jungle. The sounds of the island came alive around them, the chirps of exotic birds, the rustling of leaves, and the distant roar of unknown beasts. Luffy's eyes darted around, taking in their new surroundings with an eagerness that seemed to recharge her energy. Ace and Sabo followed close behind, their excitement building despite Sabo's earlier protests. Roronoa Zoro, pirate hunter and creator and master of three-sword style, is FING hungry. How long had he been on this island tracking Alvida the mace? A week? 2 weeks? He doesn't even know anymore. With one hand resting on the hilts of his swords, he scans the pale sands of the beach. God, how big is this DMN island? No sign of Alvida or her crew. But right now he's been following the smell of mouth-wateringly good-smelling barbecue. Maybe it's not them, but if there's food, it's worth a shot. He wandered down the beach, following the scent of the barbecue, his stomach growling louder with each step he took. His eyes narrowed as he saw a large campfire set up in a clearing. A trio of figures were huddled around it. 2 of them looked young, but the third, a slightly older girl with jet black hair, had a certain presence about her that caught his eye. And well, the fact she's covered in blood and dismembering and cooking a tiger and alligator didn't escape his notice. "Sissy, when will dinner be ready?" The black-haired boy waved his hands dramatically in the air. "I'm starving to death." The black-haired girl shot him a glare. "It'll be ready when it's ready, you little gremlin. Go help gather more firewood or something, will ya?" The blonde boy sitting beside the fire looked up from his notebook and snickered. "Leave her be, Ace. You know she's got this under control." Zoro watched from a distance, intrigued by the scene. The smell of the barbecue grew stronger, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He decided to approach the trio, his stomach leading the way. As he got closer, he could see the older girl toss the last piece of tiger meat onto the makeshift grill. She looked up, her dark eyes spotting him instantly. "Hello," she called out without a care in the world, waving a bloody hand at him. Stepping out behind the giant tiger and crocodile carcasses, giving him a grin that was both welcoming and a bit wild. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy." She chirps the words, her grin unwavering as she points at the 2 boys. "And those are my younger brothers Ace and Sabo." Zoro's gaze shifted from the sizzling barbecue to the blood-splattered Luffy, who looked at him with an enthusiasm that was both alarming and endearing, and who was definitely not dressed to be on an uninhabited island, which she's dressed in a completely unbuttoned red button-up long-sleeve shirt, with nothing but a red bikini top underneath it, ripped jeans short shorts with frayed edges, a straw hat with a red hatband, and sandals. She's more dressed for a beach day than a survival trip. The 2 boys, Ace and Sabo, aren't dressed too much more practically than she is, Ace in a completely unbuttoned orange, green, and pink floral aloha shirt, baggy cargo shorts, an orange cowboy hat, and steel-toed boots. Sabo was dressed pretty much the same, except his shirt was buttoned and he didn't have a cowboy hat. Zoro took in their attire, raising an eyebrow before his gaze returned to the barbecue. "Roronoa Zoro, it's a pleasure to meet you 3. He greeted them, eyeing the food. "I don't suppose you'd share some of that?" he asked, his voice gruff but hopeful. Luffy looked over her shoulder at the grill, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sure, as long as you don't mind helping me skin these bad boys after, then you got a deal, handsome. She said, gesturing to the carcasses of the tiger and alligator, before tossing the last piece of tiger meat onto the grill with a flourish, sending a spray of juice sizzling into the fire. Zoro couldn't help but chuckle at her bravado. It's a deal, Miss Luffy, he said, approaching the campfire and taking a seat on a nearby log, his stomach rumbling louder than the waves crashing onto the shore. Luffy handed him a stick with a chunk of alligator meat skewered on it. Here you go, hope you like it spicy, she said with a wink, as she tossed a handful of hot peppers onto the grill. Zoro took the stick and bit into the meat, the flavors exploding in his mouth. He had to admit, it was one of the best meals he's ever had. The four of them ate in companionable silence, the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of the ocean their only background noise. As they finished their meal, Luffy leaned back, patting her stomach with satisfaction. Ah, that was perfect, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight as she fell back on the sandy ground. Ace nodded in agreement, his cheeks stuffed with food. Luffy, you're the best cook in the 7 seas. Sabo smirked at Ace's enthusiasm, flipping through his notebook. You say that about every meal she makes. Luffy chuckled, her eyes closing for a moment as she enjoyed the feeling of fullness. Well, I've had some good teachers. She sat up, her gaze turning serious as she looked at Zoro. All right, now it's your turn to hold up the end of the deal, Mr. Roronoa Zoro. It's bad luck to waste anything of an animal you hunt. Everything about them can be used, from their meat, to their bones, to their hides, and everything in between. Zoro nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. Understood, he said, wiping the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand. Where do you want me to start? Luffy gestured to the tiger carcass. How about you take on the big guy over there, and we'll handle the alligator? Zoro nodded and set to work, his swords flashing in the firelight as he began to skin the tiger with surprising skill and efficiency. Luffy couldn't help but watch him with a mix of amusement and curiosity. You're pretty good at that, she commented casually, tossing a piece of the alligator's tail aside. What brings you to this island, Zoro? Zoro glanced up from his work, his eyes meeting hers. I'm a bounty hunter, he said, his voice low and serious. I'm tracking a pirate named Alvida the Mace. Luffy's expression shifts instantly from cheerful and carefree to the nastiest, meanest, most hateful sneer you could think of. That motherfucking beach owes my family FING money. Zoro's eyebrow shot up. Your family? Don't worry about it. Sabo sing-songed, not bothering to look up from his task of skinning the alligator with Luffy and Ace. Zoro nodded, continuing to work on the tiger, his swords flashing through the air as he stripped the fur away. Well, if she's causing trouble for your family, then we're on the same side for now. Luffy hummed, her demeanor instantly shifting again from that nasty sneer back to cheerful and carefree as she wrapped a piece of the alligator's hide around her waist. What do you think? Would this make a better skirt or top? She asked, spinning around and looking over her shoulder to see how her butt would look in an alligator skin skirt. Zoro couldn't help but stare, the way the firelight danced on her skin and the blood still drying on her body, she looked like a goddess of the jungle. I think it'd look better as a skirt, but I'm not much of a fashion critic, he said, focusing back on his task at hand. Hey! Ace suddenly spoke up, a scandalized look on his face as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zoro. I saw that. I saw the way you looked at our sister. Sabo snickered. Oh, come on Ace, she's going to be the pirate queen one day, everyone's going to be looking at her. But she's our sister, you moron. Ace retorted, his cheeks turning a bright shade of red as he threw a piece of firewood at Sabo, before clinging to him dramatically and shaking him. It's our job to protect her from dirty old men with wandering eyes. Hey! You little sheet, I'm not a dirty old man with wandering eyes. Zoro barks, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and irritation. Luffy laughs, slapping Ace on the back. Chill out, Ace. Zoro's got good taste, obviously. Her words only seemed to inflame Ace's indignation. Luffy. That's not the point. Sabo's chuckles grew louder, his cheeks flushing a bit from the fire's heat as he tried to break the two apart. Come on, you guys. Let's not start a fight over nothing. Zoro, his sword still in hand, couldn't help but smirk at the sibling squabble. So, you're looking for Alvida too? Luffy's expression shifted again, but this time it was more of a glower than the bone-chilling sneer from earlier. We're not, technically. But if we run into her, me and my brothers will collect what's rightfully ours. Zoro nodded, understanding the unspoken threat in her words. He knew the type, the kind who'd go through hell and high water to get what they want, especially when it came to family. Fair enough, he said, tossing the last piece of fur aside. But if you don't? SHHH. Both Ace and Sabo shushed him in unison, their heads turning in sync towards the jungle, big unblinking eyes staring into the darkness beyond the fire. The sensation of being watched washing over the four of them on the beach. Zoro tenses and JRKs his attention to the rustling bushes in the tree line. He notes how Luffy reacts similarly, her smile taking on an almost predatory edge. Luffy and Zoro exchange a quick look. The person yelps when they dart forward in unison, failing to react quickly enough to escape. Zoro grabs the kid by the back of his shirt and pulls him out of the foliage. He's younger than them, probably around 16 years old, with bubblegum pink hair and thick purple bottle glasses, frighteningly light in Zoro's grasp. "It's just a kid," Luffy said, sounding all but disappointed she doesn't get to kick anyone's butt. She pats the kid's head, messing up his pink hair even more. "What's a kid doing spying on us?" Zoro snorts, "Only other people on this island are Alvida the Mace and her crew." Luffy looks unconvinced, taking another look at the boy. "You sure? He doesn't look much like a pirate," she said, going into full-on mama bear mode and squatting down, pulling a handful of band-aids out of her satchel and putting them over the kid's scraped and bleeding knees, from where he is still dangling in Zoro's grasp. The boy swallows hard, finally finding his voice. I'm not, well, I guess maybe, could be, I want," he falters under the two older teens' scrutinizing gazes and hangs his head in resignation. "Koby the cabin boy." Luffy snatches the boy out of Zoro's grip, her grip firm but gentle. "Don't be scared, Koby. We're not going to eat ya." She laughs, standing up and ruffling his hair, which only makes him squirm more. Koby's face flushes a deep crimson, and he stammers, I know that, I just didn't know if you guys were friend or foe." He glances up at Luffy, then Zoro, his eyes widen as he stares at Zoro. "Hey, hold on." Green hair, his eyes fall to the black bandana tied around Zoro's bicep and then to the Haramaki sash around his middle. Koby's eyes brighten, excited, "Are you Pirate Hunter Zoro?" Zoro raises an eyebrow, "I am," he says, his voice calm, but his grip tightens slightly on the sword in his hand. "You're here to capture Alvida, aren't you?" Koby wiggles out of Luffy's grasp, his eyes flicking over to Ace and Sabo as they walk closer and closer before flicking his eyes back to Luffy and Zoro, brushes off his threadbare clothes, firming his mouth. "Good." Luffy's eyebrow arches at his sudden change in demeanor. "You're not her biggest fan, I take it?" Koby nods firmly. "Alvida's forced me to be her cabin boy for the past 2 years, ever since I boarded her ship accidentally." He frowns, offended when Luffy starts laughing. "That's pretty dumb. If you don't want to be her cabin boy, just leave." Luffy offers and Koby hates how simple she makes it sound. But she wasn't wrong, was she? All he had to do was leave. Luffy spun around in a full circle on her heels before bending at the waist to get face to face with Koby, her eyes boring into his. "But if she's here, on this island, take us to her will ya, pretty boy?" Koby splutters, his face turning a dark shade of red at Luffy calling him a pretty boy, but before he could get any coherent words out, Zoro nods, "I already planned on capturing Alvida. I'll help you leave if you want." Luffy rocks back onto her heels, bouncing a little, grinning brightly, oh, that beach is giving me my FING money." Koby is overwhelmed with gratitude and kind of scared of Luffy's intensity, but can't help but feel hope when she gives him an encouraging smile. "What's your name?" "Monkey D. Luffy." "Nice to meet you." Luffy beams, "And my brother Ace and Sabo." She places a hand on each of the boys' shoulders as they stop beside her, the two boys eyeing Koby. Zoro catches Koby's attention while the boy turns bright red under the beam of Luffy's smile. "Where's Alvida's ship anchored? I've been searching for days and haven't seen it." Zoro grumbles, hand against his chin. "It must be well hidden." Koby has to do a triple take before giving him an incredulous look. "On the other beach." Koby points straight behind himself. "Straight east." Zoro blinks, trying to process the information before he gapes, his grip tightening white-knuckled on the handle of his Wado Ikemanji. "Other beach? There's a bunch of beaches, though, aren't there?" Luffy smirks, her eyes sparkling with amusement as Ace and Sabo snicker, while Koby, astounded, tells Zoro. No. Just 2. The West Beach," he gestures at the white beach behind Zoro and Luffy, and then back over his shoulder to where he'd been pointing before, "and the East Beach." Luffy starts laughing, her arms draping over Ace and Sabo's shoulders, pulling them into her sides. "Man, your sense of direction SCKS. Ace snorts, while Sabo just buries his face in Luffy's shoulder, trying to not outright laugh. Zoro glares dangerously at the three of them, but they don't seem to care, cackling away. "It's not funny, you know. I've been all over this DMN island." Luffy waves a hand at him nonchalantly. Yeah, whatever," she says, grabbing his wrist and pulling him towards the jungle. Now come on, I can't have you getting lost before I get my money. The island is only a few kilometers wide, and it takes them less than an hour to cross it, Koby leading a still giggling Luffy, a quietly cursing Zoro through the dense foliage, and a snickering and mocking Ace and Sabo. When they get close enough to hear the tide, Koby gulps, glancing back at the two. We're getting close. You guys have a plan? Get my FING money. And of course, win. Luffy shrugs, letting go of Zoro's wrist, and Zoro nods his agreement. Pretty much it. He says, unsheathing Wado Ikemanji. Koby meeps, half-heartedly reaching out to stop them as they leave the tree line. Ace and Sabo saddling up next to Koby. Ace's hands behind his head as he cocks one hip to the side, watching Zoro and Luffy while Sabo finds himself a seat on a low branch of a tree. I guess we're just going to wait here and let them do all the work, then? He quips, and Koby nods, his eyes wide as saucers as he watches Luffy and Zoro walk straight into Alvida's camp like they own the place. Alvida's crew doesn't react for a moment, their eyes not leaving the two teens drawing closer. What's this? Zoro the pirate hunter? Come to collect my bounty? The crew jumps apart when that spiked club smashes into the railing of the ship, and the hulking form of Iron Mace Alvida appears behind her men. You think you can take me? Who's the fairest throughout all the seas? Luffy raises an eyebrow at Zoro when her crew shouts, You are Lady Alvida. Zoro snorts, teeth gripping the familiar grooves of Wado Ikemanji's handle, his hands gripping onto his other two katanas. They wait for Alvida to descend the gangplank of her ship. Alvida went to open her mouth to say something else, to spew some other bullshit, when Luffy brought her hands up to her lips and let out an ear-piercing, ear-ringing, sharp, sonic boom loud whistle that had even Zoro cringing. Alvida. Where's my family's money? You've been avoiding the sandstorms for way too long. It's time to pay up beach. Luffy yelled, her voice echoing across the beach. Alvida's smug smile faints completely, and she screeches bloody murder in fear as she stumbles back, nearly tripping over her own feet. She'd heard of the infamous Sandstorm pirates and their merciless leader, of course she had. She owes the Sandstorm family about 50 million berries. Why, you're with the Sandstorms? She stammers out. You bet you're sweet, but I am. Luffy yells back, her stance wide and her grin one of a predator that's about to devour its prey as she glares at Alvida. Take care of her crew, Zoro, I'll deal with the boss beach herself. Zoro nods, a smirk playing on his lips as he grip on all three of his swords tightened, the crew of the Alvida pirates rushing forward with weapons drawn, their fear of Luffy's lineage overridden by their loyalty to their captain. Luffy pulls back her fist, her arm extends like a shot, and the earth shakes when Alvida's strong body hits the ground. Zoro turns his head enough to confirm that it was Alvida who hit the ground. Your turn, Zoro. His eyes shadowed beneath the edge of his bandana, Zoro grins. He moves quickly, and Luffy can see why people call him a demon. A downward slash with his right hand and a crossing slice with his left. He moves through the pirates like a whirlwind, and they drop like flies after he passes. The last pirate falls, clutching his bleeding throat, and Zoro flicks his blades to remove any clinging blood. I've never seen someone use 3 swords before, Luffy calls out from where she'd perched herself on Alvida. The lady was out cold, and Koby had crept closer when he was sure of it. Santoryu. I developed it. Zoro grunts, pulling Wado Ikemanji from between his teeth, and sliding all 3 blades back into their scabbards. He looks at Koby, nudging the bottom of Alvida's shoe with his foot. Where's the nearest marine base to here? Koby jumps, Zoro's question pulling him out of his frozen state, Shell's Town. He squeaks. Ace and Sabo practically appear out of thin air, both of them jumping on Koby's back. Hell, yeah. We don't have to wait until Syrup Village to get a bigger ship? Ace exclaims, his hands on Koby's shoulders, bouncing up and down. Is it shaped like a heart? Sabo rolls his eyes, but there's a hint of excitement in his voice too. If it is, we're pawning it over. We were already going to pawn it off. Alvida owes our family about 50 million berries. Luffy says, not bothering to move from her seat on top of the unconscious Alvida. 50 million berries. Both Zoro and Koby exclaim in shock, their eyes widening. Zoro turns to Luffy, you're kidding? Wait. Hold up. Did you say you were a sandstorm? Koby's eyes are like saucers, his heart racing faster than the tide. But you guys don't look like mafia. Sabo smirks, and what does a sandstorm look like to you? Koby splutters, trying to form words, but Zoro cuts in. Before he could reply. Mafia. He repeats, looking between Luffy and her brothers. Ace laughs, yeah, that's right, we're part of the Sandstorm Mafia pirate family. He says, his voice filled with pride and a hint of mischief. Yeah, whatever. We're Mafia. Luffy cuts in very loudly. Shell's Town, you said you wanted to cash in her bounty, right Zoro? Then we gotta head to Shell's Town. But what about Alvida's ship? Koby stammers, his eyes darting between them. It's not exactly inconspicuous. Luffy waved her hand nonchalantly in the air, I've got it. I've got it. Don't worry about it. Ace, Sabo, cut through the jungle as fast as you can and bring our boat around so I can tie it to Alvida's ship. While you do that I'm going to count up how much money she has on the ship. Ace nodded, on it. He and Sabo dashed off, leaving Luffy to deal with Alvida. Zoro, for all that he is worth, did not know what to do as he watched Luffy tie Alvida to the figurehead of her own ship. Before demanding, Koby to take her to where Alvida kept her treasure and money. Mafia? Zoro thought to himself, watching as Koby led Luffy into Alvida's ship. He knew of the Sandstorm pirates, everyone in the FING world knows about the Sandstorm family. The most feared and powerful pirates and mob family in the world, but he had never thought to see one of them in the flesh. He sighs and turns his gaze to the horizon, waiting for Ace and Sabo to bring their boat around. Inside the ship, Koby leads Luffy to the treasure room. She whistles lowly as gold and jewels shine under the dim light. What's Alvida's bounty? Luffy asks, her eyes scanning the room, her hands itching to touch everything she saw. Only 5 million berries, she got all this money and treasures by going after a lot of beginner pirates. Koby says, shifting from foot to foot as he watches Luffy plop down in front of the biggest pile of treasure, her eyes sparkling. That's a ton of gold. Luffy laughs, her eyes dancing with excitement. She starts to count out each gold coin, each stack of money, each crumble bill with rising speed, stuffing every jewel and gem she comes across into her satchel like she's done it 1 billion times over. Koby watches her, his eyes wide. What re you going to do with all of that? He stammers. Well, the 50 million she owes my family is gonna go to the big boss, my mom, and then the 5 of us get to keep the rest. Luffy says casually, not looking up from her task of counting. And did she never spend anything cause this is like, what? 20 million? In cash that I'm holding in my hand. She said, waving the stack of cash at Koby, who nodded his head dumbly. Zoro, who had finished dealing with the remaining pirates and had made sure they were all secured below deck, saunters in, his hands in his pockets. Are you done playing treasure hunter? He asks, raising an eyebrow at her. Luffy rolled her eyes, yeah. Just let me finish getting all of this counted, it won't take me too long and when Ace and Sabo get back it will go by even faster. Zoro nodded and leaned against the door frame, watching as Luffy's nimble fingers flew over the treasure. He was about to say something when Luffy spoke up. You two should join my crew. She said suddenly, her eyes glinting with excitement as she looked up at them. Koby sputters, and fidgets and goes long enough without answering that Luffy looks back at him, head tilting curiously. He squirms under her gaze, saying nervously, I've always dreamed of becoming a Marine. He glances at Zoro, as if for confirmation that he's not going to be skewered for saying that. But, I doubt I'll be able to join up with them after being forced to work for Alvida for so long. He swallowed hard, his voice wavering. Pfft. You shouldn't let that stop you. Luffy falls backwards onto the floor of the ship, smacking the handful of cash she just got done counting down onto the floor. I know plenty of both Marines and pirates alike that have switched sides, not just Marines and pirates. I know a few assassins, some bounty hunters that have switched sides and either joined the Marines or pirates. I know even a couple of high-ranking Navy soldiers that turned pirate. She crosses her legs and grabs another handful of cash to count. Probably shouldn't lie about your past, but not sure why it would make a difference. Koby nods, considering her advice, shifting from foot to foot nervously. But, what about you guys? I thought pirates and Marines were like cats and dogs. Bullshit. Luffy snorts, springing back up into a sitting position, continuing to count the money. Not giving any other context to her very loudly said, bullshit. I have a question. Koby jumps at Zoro's voice, and Luffy turns to face the swordsman, who was staring directly at Luffy. You stretched? When you punched Alvida, why? Oh. Because I'm a rubber woman. Luffy says proudly, grabbing one of her cheeks and stretching the skin out. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi when I was 7. She grins, letting her cheek snap back. Knives can hurt me, but things like bullets, cannonballs, and blunt weapons don't have much effect. They hit, and I just sorta bounce back. Zoro nods, digesting the information. Koby splutters, where on earth did you find a devil fruit? My stepdad. Luffy says casually, not bothering to clarify what the hell she meant. Your stepdad? He's a pirate too. Koby asks, his eyes widening even more than they already are. He's quite the pirate. She says, not offering any more information than that. Koby nods, still in shock from everything he's learned in the last hour. But, why are you looking for a crew if you're part of the SANDSTORM pirates? He questions, his curiosity piqued. Luffy takes in a big huff of air and blows a raspberry. The SANDSTORM pirates isn't just one pirate crew, it's like the Whitebeard pirates where there's multiple different pirate crews under one flag, but they're all still their own crew. It's like a family. Zoro nods, understanding that she's essentially the captain of her own crew, which is part of a larger organization. And what's the goal of your crew, Luffy? He asks, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze sharp. To become the freest people in the world. Luffy exclaims, her eyes lighting up like the treasure she's surrounded by. I want to be the pirate queen. And that's the freest title in the world. So, if someone in my crew wants to find the all blue, we are going to find the all blue. If someone in my crew wants to become the world's greatest swordsman, we are going to get them to that title. If someone in my crew wants to make a map of the entire world, you better be ready for one hell of a FING adventure because we're gonna get them that map. Zoro and Koby share a look, both equally bewildered by her enthusiasm. And what do you want, Zoro? She asks, turning to him with a smile that could rival the sun. Zoro ponders for a moment, before answering her question. To become the world's strongest swordsman. Luffy's smile widens. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? So, you're going to have to surpass Dracula Mihawk, huh? She says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I like that. It's a big dream. Zoro nods, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. It's not just a dream, it's a promise to an old friend. And I will do it. I don't care what it takes, I will become the world's strongest swordsman. Luffy's smile grew wider as she stuffed stacks of cash into her satchel before standing up. Well, my lovely future marine, and future strongest swordsman. After I mail this off. She said, shaking her satchel where she just stuffed a sheet ton of money in. The rest of this treasure is ours. She threw her arm out towards the rest of the cash and treasure. But, before we go gallivanting around, we need to get to Shell's Town so you can cash in Alvida, Zoro, and since there's a marine base on Shell's Town, Koby, you can do all that jolly junk of signing up for the marines there. Koby nodded, still in a bit of shock at everything that just happened. But, what will I do? If I can't join them because of my past? Luffy just chuckled, walking past him and ruffling his hair. Don't worry about it, chickadee, you'll be fine, I promise. She said as she walked out on the deck of Alvida's ship. So, Zoro, you gonna join my crew? Well, you wouldn't just be joining my crew. You'd be joining a family and becoming a SANDSTORM. Zoro studied her for a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'm not one to shy away from a good fight, and it seems like you're looking for strong members for your crew. But I need to think about it, I can't just throw in my lot with any pirate that crosses my path. Fair enough, Luffy chirps at the same time Ace, Sabo, and the ship appear from around the island, the wave splashing up against the ship as Ace and Sabo wave at them from the deck of their ship. Looks like we're ready to go. Luffy says, as she runs to the back of Alvida's ship, tying a rope around the railing of the back of the ship and tossing it towards Ace and Sabo when they got close enough. Tie that up to the mast of the Stormy Night. Her brothers do as they're told without question, their excitement palpable as they secure the rope and Luffy starts to unanchor Alvida's ship, steering it away from the island and pulling the Stormy Night behind them. Luffy's grin is wide, her eyes glittering with excitement. They had a new ship, treasure, and possibly a new member. Luffy! Sabo yells as he and Ace manage to get from the Stormy Night to Alvida's ship. What's the plan? Well, we're heading to Shell's Town so Zoro can cash in Alvida's bounty, and so Koby can sign up for the Marines. Luffy said, as the two boys skidded to a halt beside her. And after that? Ace asked, his eyes shimmering with the same excitement that was evident in Luffy's voice. Then we'll head to Syrup Village to get your bigger ship, Ace. Luffy says, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she rolls her eyes. Using Alvida's ship just feels weird, so, we are gonna sell it and I'll order a special order with Morgans to send Stormy Night back home. Special order? Sabo questions, tilting his head to the side, his curiosity piqued. It means I'm gonna pay him to use one of his weird flying ships to take Stormy Night home. Luffy says, turning her head to look at them. That's a special order, he's literally just going to fly our ship home with one of his as we sail around. Ace's eyes light up. Can we ride in the flying ship? No, Ace, that's not how it works, Luffy laughs, swiping at his hat. It's just to mail stuff around. Ace deflated, his shoulders slumping as Sabo snickered beside him. Aw, you're no fun, Luffy. He complained, but the twinkle in his eyes said he was enjoying their banter. Luffy rolled her eyes. Yeah, she said dramatically, stepping away from the helm of the ship. Big sissy is no fun. She waved her hand dramatically in the air before walking away from them. You two steer the ship for a little while as I go find a bathroom to take a bath, 'cause if you haven't noticed, I'm still covered in dried blood. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to smell like a walking meat factory for the next 5 weeks. Talking about meat, did the two of you pack up our leftovers and the hides and bones from the tiger and alligator? Sabo nodded. Yeah, we got it all stored in the kitchen. And the hides and bones are sorted in some barrels. Good, good. Luffy clapped her hands together as she disappeared into the captain's quarters of Alvida's ship. The journey to Shell's town was mostly quiet, besides the sounds of the ocean and the constant struggling sounds coming from Alvida once she woke up. And Luffy, well, before they got off of Alvida's ship, Luffy had stacked herself to the nines with almost all the jewelry she could find on Alvida's ship. From stacks on, stacks of gold and jeweled jewelry, rings, bracelets, necklaces, belly jewelry, hair jewelry, leg chain, armlets, ankle bracelets, and toe rings. She looked like a treasure trove had upchucked on her. Shell's town is a dull and silent port, towered over by the marine base. There were no children playing nor laughing. There was hardly anyone out and about, and if they were, they looked skittish and resigned. They dragged Alvida through the streets towards the base, the old lady grumbling and growling, wiggling in her ropes, stilling whenever Zoro or Luffy glanced at her. Luffy didn't like how quiet the town was. It was eerie. She had expected a bustling port filled with the smell of fresh seafood and the sound of bartering. But instead, the silence was almost deafening. Luffy stretched and pretended to fiddle with her jewelry, but was actually signing to her little brothers. Go get me info, I want to know why it's so quiet. She signed, her eyes glancing around the town. Ace nodded almost imperceptibly, and took off with Sabo in tow. We're gonna go find a food stall to eat at, Ace said, easily. Lying as if it was as natural as breathing. His and Sabo's Hanafuda earrings bounced, swaying, and shimmering with each step they took. The two of them moved swiftly through the streets, their eyes peeled for any sign of life or information. They found a small, rundown stall, manned by a tired-looking old man. His eyes lit up slightly as they approached, the first happy-looking and not worn-down customers he had seen in days. They must be travelers. The old man, Camel, thought to himself, watching the unfamiliar duo approach his stall. His eyes looked them up and down, looking for signs of trouble or despair, but instead he found two eager boys running and jumping around each other like young pups. Oh, they gotta be travelers with those earrings. Camel thought to himself again, the glint from the earrings catching his eyes as the two boys stopped in front of his stall, eagerly looking over the menu as if they hadn't eaten in weeks. Camel watched as one of the boys, Ace, tucked his hair behind his ear, giving Camel a full view of one of the, if he's being quite honest, quite large and extremely expensive-looking Hanafuda earrings. Camel's curiosity piqued at the sight of the unique earrings, and he couldn't help but ask, "Where'd you get those fancy earrings, lads?" Ace and Sabo looked up, smiles that could rival the sun on their faces. "They're gifts from our mom," they said in unison, tilting their heads slightly to show off the earrings. Camel's eyes widened in shock. "Your mom? That's some expensive taste she has, lads." He chuckled, leaning against the counter. "What brings you to Shell's town? It's not exactly the liveliest place these days." Ace leaned against the food stall counter, which the counter went up to his armpits so it kinda looked funny. "We are here with our big sister and her new friends. They're cashing in on a bounty of some pirate named Alvida." The old man, Camel, nodded solemnly, recognizing the name. "Ah, Alvida. She's been a real thorn. I've heard her tyranny has been unbearable. I don't know much else about her. But I swear the marine here are just as bad as Alvida from the stories I hear about her. We can't even breathe without them knowing it. They're as bad as her, if not worse. They're always looking for a reason to throw us in the brig, and Captain Morgan takes a cut of everything we make. It's a sad state of affairs for sure." Both Ace and Sabo frowned, an expression they've practiced a billion times and had perfected to make them look as sweet, innocent, curious, and concerned little boys as possible. They looked at Camel with big, wide, dark brown eyes that could make you want to spill your deepest, darkest secrets to them. "What do you mean by that?" Ace asked, his voice a perfect blend of innocence and curiosity. Camel sighs, looking around nervously. He hadn't meant to say so much, but something about these two made him want to trust them. "The Marines here, they're corrupt. They tax us to death and then some. They're always looking for trouble, and if they can't find it, they make it. And Captain Morgan, he's the worst of the lot. He's got a vendetta against the pirates, but he's just as bad as any of them, if not worse. He's got the whole town under his thumb, and he's got a son, that little sheet Helmeppo, who's just as bad, if not worse than him. They're all about power and gold, not justice like the Marines are supposed to be." Ace and Sabo share a look, still playing up the sweet and innocent act. "That's really sad to hear, mister," Ace says, his voice genuinely filled with concern. We can't do much to help, but we can give you some extra cash for some food. Sabo nods in agreement, rummaging through his pockets before handing over some of their stolen loot. The old man, Camel, looks at the money with astonishment, his eyes watering up a bit. You two are too kind. Thank you, he says, taking the money. They nodded and picked out a couple of dishes that looked delicious, paid him, and screwed away. Finding Luffy, Ace, and Koby slowly dragging Alvida towards the marine base. Sabo ran up to Luffy, he and Ace still playing up the act but not as sweet and innocent as they did with the old man. He took a bite of the meat skewers he and Sabo had bought. He leans closer to Luffy, his hand reaching out as if to pick a piece of fuzz out of her hair, and he whispers. Corrupt Marine Captain, Axe Hand Morgan, overtaxing, killing, and torturing the townsfolk. He has a son. A son named Helmeppo. He is just as bad as his dad. I think it's about time we use those hunting skills Mama and Daz taught us, huh? Luffy's expression didn't change, and she just nodded slightly. Sounds like a fun job to me, she murmured back, looking back at Alvida as she continued to struggle. The smell of roasting meat from the skewers filled the air around them, making Alvida's stomach growl despite her predicament. The gate of the marine base is in sight, and a marine is posted outside. He was young, a year or two older than Zoro, with long blonde hair, and a cocky and arrogant look about him. He was dressed in a god-awful looking purple suit and he had what Luffy was guessing was his pet, a wolf, sitting beside him. He was about the same height as Luffy, and Luffy was also guessing this was Helmeppo. Helmeppo watches them drag Alvida closer, his smug grin widening. Looks like you've brought a prize, you five, he calls out, his wolf snarling at the end of its leash. Luffy put on the act of charmer, taking the lead and stepping in front of everyone, extending her hand with her other hand behind her back and giving the most charming, sweetest, brightest, most dazzling smile she had. Yeah, we are here to collect Iron Mace Alvida's bounty. She looked over her shoulder to Zoro, who was already holding up Iron Mace Alvida's bounty poster. Before she turned her attention back to Helmeppo, her smile grew even brighter, even more sunnier, even more charming, even more dazzling, even more sweeter than anything the world could create. The jewelry she was wearing was swimming to shine with how bright her smile was, her hand still extended towards Helmeppo. My name's Luffy. Those are my two friends Zoro and Koby, and my little brothers Ace and Sabo. If you don't mind me asking, who might you be, sweetheart? Luffy asked, her voice sweeter than the sweetest Sakuran in the world. She looked down to the wolf before her eyes flicked back up to Helmeppo's, her head tilting slightly, her Hanafuda earrings following the motion. And who might your friend be? Helmeppo looked Luffy up and down, his eyes lingering on the jewelry she had stolen from Alvida. I'm Helmeppo, son of Captain Axehand Morgan, and this here is my pet Zoro. And it looks like you've been busy plucking jewels from the bottom of the ocean floor. He smirked, taking her hand and kissing the back of it lightly. His grip was firm, almost too firm, but Luffy didn't flinch, instead she just giggled, playing up the act of a dumb blonde, even though she had black hair. And why would you want to go and do something like that? A pretty thing like you should be enjoying the finer things in life, not playing pirate with a bunch of no-good scallywags. Oh, they're not so bad. Luffy giggled, playing the part of the clueless young woman at the same time Zoro scowled for being called a no-good scallywag. And Koby looked like he was ready to bail, his eyes flicking between Luffy and Helmeppo, unsure what was happening. But could you pretty please help us, Helmeppo? You see, Alvida was being a no-good very bad pirate back on my home island and it was a miracle we got her and her crew to stop. The only reason we were able to catch her was because of my daddy. My daddy is a big old man that did fighting as a living and was the one to get her. But he got all hurt so he asked us to deliver her to the nearest marine base to collect her bounty to fix everything she and her crew broke. So, will you pretty please help us with all the collecting bounty stuff? She batted her eyelashes innocently at Helmeppo, her hand still in his. Ace and Sabo exchanged a quick glance, both thinking the same thing. She was laying it on thick, and if it wasn't for their mission, they would have burst out laughing. Zoro looked absolutely befuddled at Luffy's sudden change in personality, and the blatant lie, but something told him to play along, so he did. He gave Helmeppo a curt nod. We'd be much obliged if you could help us with the procedures, he added, trying to keep his voice steady and his eyes off the wolf that was eyeing them warily. Koby, on the other hand, was torn. He knew this wasn't right, but he also knew he had to keep his cover. He gulped and nodded in agreement with Luffy, his eyes flickering towards the marine base behind Helmeppo. Of course, Miss Luffy, Helmeppo said, his smirk not fading. It'd be my pleasure to help you, your brothers, and your friends. Sabo coughed slightly, almost choking on his skewer. Ace glared at him, silently willing him to keep playing along. On the other hand, Alvida looked absolutely floored, confused, and utterly humiliated. She couldn't believe this had happened, and what was happening right now. She knew the Sandstorms were good at lying. Hell, every goddamn pirate, marine, bounty hunter, and everything in between that knew the name knew that the Sandstorms were good but FING liars, good enough to convince the devil himself to give them a hand with the gates of hell, but she had never expected to be the victim of one of their lies. And DMN, the blonde kid, Helmeppo was eating it up from the palm of Luffy's hand like a starving dog. She knew that Luffy was playing him like she was a maestro and he was her fiddle. And she couldn't do shit about it, she was tied up tighter than a Christmas present under a tree. "Alright, Miss Luffy," Helmeppo began, finally letting go of Luffy's hand, and stepping towards the marine base, leading them in. "Let's get her to the stockade and into some irons." Luffy happily walked beside him, her grin never fading. "Thank you, sweetheart," she chirped, throwing her arms around him for a brief moment before dropping back to her normal stride. The wolf, Zoro, kept a cautious eye on the siblings, and Zoro and Koby, its fur bristling slightly. "Okay, that's freaky as hell," Zoro murmured to Ace and Sabo, his voice barely loud enough for just the two of them to hear as they followed Luffy and Helmeppo into the marine base. Ace smirked, nudging Zoro playfully. "You get used to it. She's got more faces than a chameleon," he whispered back, his voice just as quiet as Zoro's. Sabo nodded, matching Zoro and Ace whispered murmur, "Yeah, we called this one, Caddy, da." The trio followed Helmeppo into the marine base, which was a stark contrast to the desolate town outside. It was clean, organized, and filled with the buzz of marines going about their business. Helmeppo opens the gate to the stockade, pulling a pair of irons off the rack on the wall next to the door. And with Zoro's help they managed to get the irons on Alvida with minimal struggle. Once Alvida was secure in a cell, Helmeppo crosses the stockade and pounds on the door into the base. Another marine opens the door, a slightly older man than Helmeppo. The marine had a shaved head with bright green eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. "Zozu, get this pretty young lady the bounty she earned for bringing us Iron Mace Alvida," Helmeppo ordered, gesturing to Luffy. The marine nodded and shut the door again. Luffy looked around the stockade, her eyes flicking over every detail, taking in the layout, the number of marines, and the state of their weapons. This place was a fortress, but it was clear the corruption had made it more of a playground for the captain's son. The marine, Zozu, returned with a large bag filled with the glorious 5 million berries. Luffy's eyes gleamed at the sight of it. "Oh, aren't all of you just a bunch of peaches, so sweet?" Luffy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she accepted the bag of berries. She gave Helmeppo another charming smile. Before it slipped away like water down a waterfall. "Go wild," she barked out, and Ace and Sabo jumped into action, like a bunch of toddlers being released into a candy store. They both jumped into action, jumping on marines and punching them like a bunch of feral cats fighting over a piece of meat. And it was a pretty good tactic, locking their legs around their neck or their shoulders as they punched the marines on their heads, faces, really anywhere they could read extremely hard over and over and over again until they were unconscious. "Sheet!" Zoro yelled, actually sounding surprised as he had to dodge a flailing and screeching marine, the marine, who also had Sabo clinging to him like a koala and Sabo jabbing his thumbs into the marine's eye sockets. "What the hell are you doing?" Helmeppo yelled, his smugness gone, replaced with shock and anger as he watched his men go down like bowling pins. "Sorry, sweetheart," Luffy said, reeling her fist back and slamming it into Helmeppo's gut, sending him flying into a wall. "But you see, we can't have you running to daddy just yet." She grinned, the sound of the marine base alarms going off piercing the air. Koby, for his part, was not touching this fight with a 5-foot pole, and he was currently standing beside the cell Alvida was in, his eyes wide as dinner plates, watching the chaos unfold. He had no idea what to do as he watched Ace jump like a spider monkey onto a marine and bit the marine's nose off. His eyes darted to Alvida, who looked absolutely horrified at the sight. Alvida's horror grew as she watched Luffy, Ace, and Sabo tear through the marines like a tornado through a trailer park. Her thoughts raced, trying to understand what was happening. These kids were supposed to be the heroes that brought her to justice, not this. The sound of bones cracking and marines screaming filled the stockade, making the hair on the back of Alvida's neck stand on end. "What in the 7 seas?" she murmured, unable to believe her eyes. Ace cackled like a madman, his arms thrown out wide as he dodged the marine's clumsy swipes with ease, his feet moving as if he were dancing on a tightrope. His fists flew in a blur, each punch landing with a sickening crunch against the marines' faces. They were outmatched and outsmarted, and Luffy thrived in their shock and fear. Zoro took a slight step back, standing beside Koby. "And they call me a FING demon," he murmured, watching in a mix of amazement and horror as Luffy, Ace, and Sabo fought with a ferocity that seemed almost inhuman. Helmeppo groaned as he picked himself up from the ground, clutching his stomach. You little beach, he spat at Luffy, his eyes alight with rage. You're going to regret the day you ever stepped foot in Shell's town. He yelled, pushing himself up from the ground and starting to charge towards her, reaching for his gun. Luffy waited for him to get close before dropping to the ground, flat on her stomach before kicking her feet up and over her head, landing firmly on the ground in front of her head before sliding seamlessly on the ground, folding herself in literal half, the back of her head touching her back as she seamlessly slid in between Helmeppo's legs before pulling herself up in one swift movement, kicking herself up and holding herself up with one hand in a handstand as she roundhouse kicked Helmeppo in the side of the head with both her feet, sending him flying across the room once again. Holy F dash. Zoro couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with shock and a newfound respect for the siblings. Koby just nodded, his mind racing as he watched Luffy flip through the air like a circus acrobat, her movements eerily graceful despite the chaos around her. Alvida watched the scene unfold, her mind racing. This wasn't the heroic tale she had imagined, but rather a display of raw power and cunning that she hadn't seen before. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were a whirlwind of destruction, their movements so fluid they looked like they were dancing through the battlefield. Each blow they landed was calculated, precise, and devastating. Hey, Luffy! Sabo suddenly called out, pointing out a window with a bloody finger. I can see Morgan. He and the rest of his crew are in the marine base courtyard. Luffy's head snapped over to Sabo so fast it was a surprise her neck didn't pop off. She grinned, her teeth showing. All right, let's go say hi to Daddy, she said cheerfully, and she jumped out the window without a second of hesitation, grabbing her ankles and pulling her feet up to where the backs of her feet touched her back, angling her knees to slam right into the nape of Morgan's neck. Zoro and Koby scrambled to the window just in time to see Luffy's knees connect with the nape of Morgan's neck with a sickening crack. The towering figure crumpled like a ragdoll, and the courtyard went silent for a brief moment before erupting in chaos. Ace and Sabo followed suit, their movements a blur as they leaped from the stockade window into the fray below. Holy F dash, these people are FING crazy, Zoro murmured, his eyes wide as he watched Luffy take down Morgan in a move that would make even the most seasoned wrestler envious. How do you even make a move like that? He laughed, clapping Koby on the back as the young future Marine stared, equally amazed. That's some shit they come up in comic books, Zoro exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of awe and bewilderment. Koby couldn't agree more, his eyes glued to the scene below, his heart pounding in his chest. Alvida, for better or for worse, also had a window in the cell she was sitting in that overlooked the courtyard, so she also had the pleasure, or unpleasure of witnessing Luffy jump out of the third-story window and slam her knees into the nape of Morgan's neck with a sickening crack that echoed through the courtyard just a few seconds ago. Alvida's eyes were wide as saucers as she watched the towering figure of Morgan fall like a tree in a storm. The courtyard below was now a battleground as the siblings continued their assault. The Marines were caught off guard, their training and DSPLN no match for the unorthodox fighting style of the three young pirates. Alvida slumped on the cell bed, watching the scene unfold outside. She knew what the SANDSTORM pirates were capable of, hell, she had so many pirates, Marines, and everything in between warn her to never ever associate with them. But she didn't listen, and she racked up a hefty debt with Luffy's mother. And now here she was, in a marine base cell, watching the chaos that just 3 sandstorms could bring to a supposedly impenetrable fortress. The fight was over faster than it started. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo stood in the middle of the marine base courtyard, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of the Marines they had just defeated. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and fear, a stark contrast to the playful banter they had shared just moments before. Luffy looked over the mess her, Ace, and Sabo made, before turning and looking up at the window they jumped through. Hey, Koby, Zoro. Will one of you find a den mushi in there with you and toss it down to me please? Zoro nodded, disappearing from the window frame before reappearing with a den mushi in hand. He threw it to Luffy, who caught it with ease. She petted it gently as she plopped down on the ground, setting the snail down in front of her before she grabbed the snail's receiver, dialing a number and putting the receiver to her ear. The snail purred once, twice, thrice. Until someone picked the den mushi call up. Captain Axehand Morgan, you better have a good explanation for calling me. The unmistakable voice of Monkey Death Garp, the strongest marine in the world, bellowed through the receiver. Not Morgan, and do you always answer the snail like that when other marines call you? That's quite rude. Luffy chuckled into the receiver, her voice echoing through the courtyard. Garp's gruff voice grew quiet on the other end. Luffy? Is that you? The disbelief in his voice was palpable. What the hell? What are you doing with Morgan Snail? Better question, why are you at Shell's Town with Morgan? he said with a mix of confusion and concern. Well, I stopped by Shell's town because I made a new friend and he wants to be a Marine, and I made another new friend who wanted to cash in a bounty for Iron Mace Alvida. So, we came to the island with the nearest Marine base and me, Ace, and Sabo beat up Morgan and his entire crew for overtaxing, killing, and torturing the townsfolk. Luffy looked up, noticing a literal gold statue of Morgan. And apparently he's using the overtax to make gold statues of himself. Garp's silence was deafening on the other end of the line, and Luffy couldn't help but smirk. She knew her grandpa was trying to process what she just said. It wasn't every day you heard your granddaughter had started a small-scale rebellion against a corrupt Marine. I love you, Gramps, come and get him, will you, and the rest of his boys pretty please with a bunch of cherries on top? Luffy's voice was light, almost teasing. Oh, and me, Ace and Sabo jumped out of a third-story window, and I slammed my knees into the nape of Morgan's neck so, he'll be out for a while. On the other end of the line, Garp's sigh was audible. You never do anything the easy way, do you? He muttered before his voice grew firm. All right, I'm sending backup. Don't do anything stupid until I get there. He hung up, leaving Luffy to chuckle as she tapped the snail on its shell. Okay. Let's tie everyone up so they can't get away. Luffy said cheerfully, hopping to her feet. After the whole ordeal, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's Gramps actually showed up extremely quickly. They knew he was in the East Blue, but they would have thought it would have taken him a couple hours to get to Shell's town, not half an hour. Hi Gramps. Ace yelled, grinning at him, his face, teeth, shoulders, neck, chest, and everything really else still drenched in half-dried blood that was not his own. Garp's face was a mix of pride and exasperation as he looked at his 3 grandkids standing over the unconscious forms of Captain Morgan and his men. Despite the chaos around him, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ace's enthusiasm. Well, if it isn't the little hellions. What in the name of the sea have you done? He said, though the affection in his voice was clear as day. I bit a guy's nose off. Ace said, pointing like a child would be pointing out a duck and saying very obviously that it's a duck. The Marines that had come to the island with Garp froze and tensed up at Ace's very bluntly and calmly said declaration as he pointed out a guy with no nose. Garp sighed, rubbing his face with his hand. I see you've all been busy. Did you really have to break into a Marine base and cause this much havoc? He looked at them sternly, though his eyes couldn't hide the glint of amusement. We didn't break in. Sabo chimed in, looking equally as crimson-soaked as Ace. Luffy flirted with Morgan's son and he didn't question anything, just let us into the base. Garp's eyebrow shot up at that revelation. Flirted? I didn't flirt with him. I played the role of a clueless bimbo. Luffy shot back. It worked like a charm, though. He didn't suspect a thing. Garp's laugh boomed through the courtyard, echoing off the walls of the Marine base. The other Marines looked on with a mix of shock and confusion. Only you, Luffy, Garp said, shaking his head. One of the Marines that came with Garp finally spoke up tentatively. Vice Admiral Garp. They're confessing that they broke the law and caused this mess, sir. Should we not be placing them under arrest? Garp waved his hand nonchalantly in the air. No. My grandbabies did no wrong, it's about time Morgan had his butt handed to him. Besides, they're not pirates yet, are they? He winked at Luffy, who grinned back at him. Grandbabies. Another Marine squeaked, his eyes bulging out of his skull. But, sir. They just admitted to assaulting a high-ranking Marine and his men. Yeah, and? Garp asked, looking over his shoulder at the Marine with a raised eyebrow. Morgan was either going to get his sheet rocked by someone or me. And I don't think anyone wants me to be on the receiving end of one of my hits, no matter who it is. The young Marine gulped, visibly cowed by Garp's presence and his casual attitude towards his grandkids' actions. Gramps. Luffy suddenly yelled, a lot closer than last time Garp was facing her. She was literally a breath away from him, her hands on the shoulders of some pink-haired boy that came from somewhere. This is Koby. He wants to be a Marine. Koby, the poor soul, was trembling in fear. Why yes sir. It's an honor to meet you, Vice Admiral G. Garp. He stuttered out. Garp's gaze softened as he looked at the young boy. You've got spirit, Koby. And I see you're with these 3 troublemakers. You've got good taste in friends, I'll give you that much. But tell me, what's your story? He ruffled Koby's hair, which was sticking out in every direction from God knows how much stress Luffy, Ace, and Sabo had given him. Koby swallowed hard, his face not knowing either to pale or flush crimson. I want to join the Marines. But I don't know if I'll be allowed to. I was forced into being Alvida's cabin boy for 2 years. He stuttered, but I never did any piracy or anything, I was a cabin boy and that was it. All I did was clean and occasionally patch up the ship. Luffy wrapped her arms around Koby's shoulders, squeezing him tightly and resting her head on his shoulder. You gotta take good care of him, Gramps. Make him into a real good Marine like you did Kazan. Garp chuckled, looking down at the young boy with a fond expression. Don't you worry, Koby. If you've got the heart and the will to be a Marine, I'll make sure you get a fair shot. You've got potential, I can see it in your eyes. Just remember, the Marines are about justice, not bullying the weak. You understand? Koby nodded vigorously, his eyes lighting up with hope. Yes, sir. Garp clapped his hands together, the sound reverberating around the courtyard. All right, let's clean up this mess. He bellowed, already moving towards Morgan's unconscious form. The Marines who had arrived with him snapped into action, moving to secure the area and the defeated men. Once Garp and his crew started cleaning up the mess, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo scurried away. Luffy grabs Zoro by the arm and pulls him along with her, Ace and Sabo following close behind. They all looked at each other with a mix of excitement and trepidation, knowing that this was just the start of their journey together. You three are batshit fing crazy, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as they made their way back to the ship. His swords were sheathed, and he looked more like a tired tourist than the fierce swordsman who had just witnessed a coup. You're going to have to explain your family to me. First you tell me your mom's the big boss of the SANDSTORM, and now your grandpa is the strongest man in the world? Luffy just laughs, pulling him along as they scurry down the streets, her Ace and Sabo still covered in now dried blood but looking just as cheerful as she does. Well, Zoro, if you stick around long enough, you'll meet the rest of us, she says, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Eventually, everyone got cleaned up and the four of them made their way to an out-of-the-way restaurant near the port. The soft buzz of the customers, the clattering of dishes and utensils against the plain ceramic echoed through the air and Luffy's mouth waters at the savory aroma of roasting meat. And sometime later Koby found them in the restaurant, the table they were sitting at straining beneath the mountains of food Luffy, Ace, and Sabo had ordered, much to the horror of the waitress and Zoro's astonishment. Zoro would have thought it wasteful, except apparently Luffy, Ace, and Sabo are determined to eat every morsel of food. They were digging in like well-mannered cavemen, smearing sauces across their faces as they laughed and talked over one another. Zoro can't pull his eyes off the sight. And to his chagrin he kind of found it hot the way Luffy didn't have a care in the world about how people thought about her, nor did she care about the mess she was making. She was like a tornado of joy and chaos and he had the strange urge to be swept up in it. He sighs, picking up his own chopsticks and digging into his food, watching as the siblings bantered and ate like their lives depended on it. Zoro did look up when Koby stopped next to their table, dressed in his Marine uniform. Well, look at you, Zoro smirks, Mr. Marine. He says, teasing the young boy as he pulls an empty chair out from the table and dropping down to sit in it. Luffy swallows, grinning at the younger boy. She wipes her mouth on the back of her arm. You look so handsome, Koby. She leans her elbow on the table, resting her chin on her hand. You're gonna be a great Marine. Just remember, if anyone messes with you, you got us, okay? Koby ducks his head, embarrassed, his cheeks flushing a dark crimson. You guys are leaving soon? When the three powerhouses get done stuffing their faces, Zoro said, his own mouth full of food. Both Sabo and Ace hum in agreement, shoveling spoonfuls of food into their mouths. Koby nods, hesitating for a second before he places his hands in his lap, messing with the fabric of his Marine uniform. Are we friends? He asks tentatively. Yes. Luffy answered without a second hesitation. Why wouldn't we be? Koby's eyes widened. But you're pirates and I'm a Marine. So, I'm also Mafia royalty, a pirate, and I've got the strongest man in the world as a grandpa. Luffy says, chewing on a piece of meat. My family is not exactly the judging type, Koby. Besides, I don't care what you wear on your back, just as long as you're a good person inside. That's what matters to me and my crew. And if you're with us in any way, shape or form, you're family. Koby's eyes watered at the thought. His whole life he had been an outcast. Yet here he was, being accepted by the very people he was taught to fear. He nodded. Okay, Luffy. Thank you, I'll be the best Marine I can be. I'll hold you to that, Koby. Luffy exclaimed, smacking the table with her open palm, making the plates and glasses jump. She leaned back in her chair with a satisfied sigh, watching Koby as he took in her words. Koby breathes a quiet laugh, beaming. Here, my little Marine. Luffy said once the five of them left the restaurant. She spun on her heels to face Koby, walking backwards. She rummages around in her satchel before pulling out her box that holds the Straw Hat Pirate's Hanafuda earrings. You've earned a pair of these. You might not be a part of my crew. Hell, you're gonna be a Marine, but you're part of my family now, and that's all that counts. She smiles, opening the box and tilting it slightly so he could see the multiple pairs of Hanafuda earrings in the box. She plucked a pair out, snapping the box shut and putting it back in her bag. Now I don't know if you can wear earrings if you're a marine, but I know you can have necklaces, she said, unclasping and pulling off one of the various necklaces she had stolen from Alvida, before sliding the set of Hanafuda earrings onto the chain. Here you go, Koby. Wear them proudly. It's not every day you get a gift from the future pirate queen, right? She grinned, holding out the necklace. Koby stared at the necklace, his eyes glossy with unshed tears. He took it with trembling hands, fingering the earrings on the chain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you so much. So, have you decided if you're going to join my crew or not, Zoro? Luffy suddenly asked. The four of them had parted with Koby a couple hours ago, and Sabo and Ace had nearly fallen asleep instantly after they got back onto Alvida's stolen ship. Their ships were just currently drifting very slowly towards the next island, and Zoro and Luffy were currently just sitting against the helm of the ship, looking up at the stars. Zoro snorted, taking a swig from his sake bottle. You don't even know where we're going, how do you expect me to decide? I know exactly where we're going, Luffy said, flopping down on the dock and rolling over to lay beside Zoro. She shimmied upward, resting her head on his knee and grabbed his hand, flattening out one of his hands and pushing his fingers together, besides the thumb, which was straightened out. She lined Zoro's hand up with the North Star, watching the star move away from Zoro's hand as the boat moved. We are heading west. Zoro stared at her, utterly confused by her randomness. What the F does that mean? Look at the stars. Look at the way they're moving away from your hand. Luffy pointed out, her hand letting go of his wrist to slide up his hand, her own hand making the same gesture as him, underneath his. Everything is moving, Zoro. The world, the seas, the wind, everything is moving all the time. Zoro looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. What's your point, Luffy? He asked, taking another swig from his bottle. Luffy huffed, not bothering to move as she let go of Zoro's hand, crossing her arms over her chest. You asked me how I knew we were moving west, so I told you. I'm using the stars to guide us. Just because I don't have a map doesn't mean I don't know where we're going. Zoro stared at her, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. Why west? Why not? Luffy shrugged, her eyes still fixated on the stars. It's a big world out there, Zoro. And west is as good a direction as any. Zoro took a moment to digest that. It was true. The world was vast and filled with endless possibilities. With the wind in their hair and the ocean beneath them, they could go anywhere. He took another swig of his sake, the warmth spreading through his body. So, you're saying we're going on a wild goose chase? Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Luffy grinned up at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But you'll only have to go on this wild goose chase with me if you want to join my crew. And if you don't want to, me and my chickadees can always drop you off at whatever island you want. Zoro considered it for a moment, his gaze lingering on the horizon. He had always been a man of the sea, and the idea of sailing alongside this chaotic bundle of energy was strangely appealing. He took another sip from his bottle, the stars above blurring slightly as he swallowed the fiery liquid. I've got no better place to be. I'll follow you, Luffy. But remember, I'm only along for the adventure, not to be a babysitter to you and your little brothers. Luffy huffed, looking slightly offended as she rolled onto her stomach, propping herself up with her elbows. You think I need a babysitter? You jumped out of a third-story window and slammed your knees into the back of some guy's neck without hesitation. I'd say you're more of a loose cannon than a pirate queen, but you're definitely going places, Luffy. Zoro said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement as he took another sip of his sake. Luffy punched his leg playfully. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I've got the two best chickadees in the world watching my back. And now, I've got a swordsman extraordinaire joining the party. Zoro smirked, swiping his hand over his mouth to catch the dribble of sake. Fine, fine. But I'm only in for the adventure. Don't expect me to start singing sea shanties and playing mother hen to you lot. Yeah, whatever. Luffy said, pushing herself up to sit upright. Her eyes glinted with excitement and amusement. But, hey, you already accepted your spot on the crew, so you get your very own pair of these bad boys. She flicked her Hanafuda earrings, her eyes never leaving Zoro's. Zoro looked at her skeptically, taking a moment to process her words. What? Why do I get earrings? It's tradition, Zoro. Each member of the Straw Hat Pirates gets a pair of these babies. They're not just for looks, they're a symbol of unity and loyalty. And now that you're with us, you're part of the family. Luffy said dramatically, leaning forward, their faces really close together. Luffy reached out to flick the 3 golden dangling earrings on Zoro's left ear. And they'll match the 3 you already have. Zoro leaned back slightly, his cheeks flushing under the moonlight. He didn't know what to say to that, but he found himself smiling anyway. Luffy's enthusiasm was infectious, even when it was directed at something as trivial as matching earrings. He took a deep breath, the smell of the salty sea air mixing with the sweet scent of the sake. Alright, fine. But if I get teased for wearing these, I'm holding you responsible, Luffy. Oh, you won't get teased. No. You might get flirted with, but you won't get teased. Luffy said, her smile growing even wider as she scooted closer to Zoro, practically sitting in between his legs. You're very pretty, Zoro, people would be fools to tease you about some earrings. And anyway, it's not like you're not already a head-turner with those piercings you already got going on. Zoro's face grew even redder, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'm not pretty. And I don't turn heads unless it's because I'm about to cut them off. He said, his voice gruff. Yeah, okay. Luffy said, scooting even closer as she rummaged through her satchel, and pulled out the same box as she did earlier that day. Like it or not, you're very handsome, Zoro. She said, flicking the latch and opening the box. The box was filled with the same pairs of earrings she had given to Ace and Sabo. They glinted in the moonlight, the gold gleaming and the jewels sparkling like stars. Zoro stared at them, his face contorted into an expression of disbelief. You expect me to wear these? What? Do you not like them? Luffy asked, tilting her head to the side, her own earrings swaying with the motion. I think they're pretty. She continued, grabbing a pair and lifting them out of the box, giving Zoro a perfect view of the designs. The earrings look exquisite? Zoro doesn't know if that is the right word or not, but it just sounds and feels right. The set of earrings had a different pattern on each earring. One earring a sunrise over a sandy desert, and the other a sunset over a sandy desert. The Hanafuda earrings were intricately crafted from gold, obsidian, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, amber, and tiger's eye, all set into the deepest darkest wood. They looked like they could tell 1,000 tales of adventure and treasure. Zoro looked at them for a moment longer before reaching up and plucking them from Luffy's hand. He studied them, turning them over in his calloused fingers. They felt surprisingly good. Warm and familiar, like they had been made just for him. He could feel the weight of them, the promise of a future filled with adventure and camaraderie. He looked up at Luffy, her eyes still sparkling with mischief and excitement. All right, I'll wear them. But only because they look like they could be worth a fortune if we ever need to sell them off in a pinch. What? No. No selling. Luffy exclaimed, snatching the earrings from him, slapping Zoro's hands playfully. These are a symbol of our crew, Zoro. You can't just sell family. Zoro rolled his eyes, his mouth twitching into a smile despite himself. Fine. I won't sell them. But only because I don't break promises to pretty ladies. He said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Oh, you think I'm pretty? Luffy asked, leaning even closer to Zoro and batting her eyelashes at him. Zoro coughed awkwardly, his cheeks flaming. It's just an expression, Luffy. Don't get any ideas. He tried to sound firm, but the corners of his mouth twitched upward. I'm just teasing, geez. Luffy sighed, scooting even closer to him and grabbing her marker to put little dots on Zoro's ears where they're going to be pierced. Zoro tilted his head to the side, watching her with a bemused expression. You're something else, Luffy. You know that? He said, his voice a mix of annoyance and fondness. Well, what can I say? Luffy murmured, grabbing Zoro's face with her free hand and tilting his head slightly as she leaned even closer as she tried to figure out where the dots should go since Zoro already has 3 piercings only in his left earlobe. Zoro's heart thundered in his chest, his cheeks burning hotter than the sun. Don't touch me so much, Luffy. He protested, trying to swat her hand away, his voice sounding weaker than he would have liked. Oh, stay still. Luffy scolded, her grip on his face tightening slightly. Zoro squirmed, his eyes locked onto hers, his heart racing for reasons he couldn't quite comprehend. The warmth of her touch sent a shiver down his spine, and he found himself unable to look away from her. Luffy paused as he continued to squirm, her eyes snapping up to meet him. Sit still. She murmured, her voice a gentle command that seemed to cut through the air. And for once, Zoro obeyed, his body going rigid as she leaned closer, her breath warm on his neck. Luffy tilted his head the other way, placing the dots before leaning slightly back. She looked at him head on just for a second before tilting his head side to side, making sure the dots were even and in the right place. Okay, you're good to go, she said, her voice light and airy. Zoro stared at her for a moment, the tension between them palpable. He didn't know why he felt like this, but he couldn't deny that Luffy's touch was different from anyone else's. It was comforting and reassuring. He swallowed thickly, trying to push the strange feeling aside as she leaned back in, this time with a piercing needle from the box and one of the earrings. Sit still, okay? No squirming this time. Luffy's voice was soothing. Zoro took a deep breath, nodded, and braced himself for the pain. Luffy's gentle touch was surprisingly firm as she pushed the needle through his earlobe, the metal gliding through the flesh as if it were butter. He barely felt it, his eyes never leaving her face. When the first earring was in place, she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Good job, Zoro. Just one more to go, she said, her voice filled with excitement. Zoro nodded, his eyes still locked on her face. He could feel the warmth of her body against his, the way her breathing was even. He didn't know why, but he felt safe with her so close. He watched as she picked up the second earring, the gold glinting in the moonlight. She placed the needle against his other ear, her hand steady as a rock. Ready? She asked, her eyes searching his for any sign of fear or hesitation. Zoro nodded once, his jaw clenched tightly. He watched as she took a deep breath, then pushed the needle through the second earlobe with the same gentle but firm touch. The pain was quick, but the feeling of the cold metal sliding into place was oddly satisfying. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief when she was done. Luffy leaned back, her eyes gleaming with pride. Look at you, all fancy and piratey now, she exclaimed, holding up a small mirror for him to see. Zoro took the mirror with a sigh, looking at his reflection. The gold earrings looked surprisingly good on him, the jewels glinting in the moonlight. They were large as well, they weren't particularly wide, they were still wider than normal Hanafuda earrings, almost as wide as 3 of his fingers, and were long, nearly touching his collarbones. They looked like they were worth a fortune. He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Here he was, the infamous bounty hunter people called a demon, now wearing earrings that looked like they were meant for a king. What's so funny? Luffy asked, a grin tugging at her lips as she watched him. How much did these really cost? Zoro asked instead of answering her question, his eyes still fixed on the earrings. Luffy watched him for a second, thinking about it. 6,749 berries each. Zoro's eyes shot wide open. What? He nearly dropped the mirror, his hand shooting up to his new earrings. Luffy just waved her hand in the air, her other one going to gently pull Zoro's hand away from his ear. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But that's a lot of money. Zoro protested, still in shock. Luffy chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Yeah, I know Zoro. You didn't think they were made out of fake gold and jewels, did you? Zoro scowled, feeling a bit foolish. Well, I didn't think they were that expensive. I mean, they're just earrings. Luffy laughed, falling backwards to lay onto the deck of the ship, still practically sitting in between Zoro's legs. It's okay, I promise. But I can't just take something so valuable from you. Zoro insisted, his grip tightening around the mirror. Well, that. Luffy began, sitting back up, her own earrings swaying and bouncing with the movement. Think of them as a gift. A gift from me to you, a welcome home gift. She leaned in, smiling that smile that could outshine all the suns and stars in the universe. Zoro looked at her for a long moment before sighing, his eyes dropping to the earrings again. Fine, I'll keep them. But only because it's from you, Luffy. He handed the mirror back to her, his face still a mix of shock and disbelief. Good boy, Luffy said cheerfully, slapping him lightly on the cheek. Zoro's scowl deepened, but there was a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Don't call me that, he complained, but his voice lacked its usual bite. Luffy just shrugged, taking the mirror and placing it back into the box. She stood up, stretching and brushing herself off, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, now that that's done, let's get to the real fun part. The first thing Ace and Sabo both thought when they first woke up in the morning was, Luffy's cooking breakfast. And they all but shot out of the hammock they found in one of the sleeping quarters on the ship, stumbling out of the room into a hallway that led to the deck of the ship. The smell of breakfast food filled the air, making their stomachs grumble. They found Luffy in the kitchen, a place she had somehow managed to turn into a complete mess despite only cooking a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon. And the second thing they thought was, oh, Zoro joined the crew. When they saw the earrings he was wearing, the same exact earrings that they had. The dirty old man with wandering eyes joined the crew. Ace exclaimed, pointing a finger at Zoro. I'm not a dirty old man with wandering eyes. Zoro bellowed, his cheeks red with embarrassment as he swiped the plate of food from Luffy's hand. And why are you still on about that? You looked at my sister's butt. Don't think I forgot just because I barely slept for 2 days. Ace shouted, pointing his finger accusingly at Zoro. Sabo chuckled quietly to himself, watching the two bicker. So, Zoro, how does it feel to be officially part of the SANDSTORM family? he asked, walking over to the table and taking a seat, his eyes glancing over at the food hungrily. Zoro sighed heavily, taking his plate from Luffy with a nod of thanks. It feels strange, but not unwelcome, I suppose, he said, his voice low as he avoided eye contact with both siblings. Luffy winked at him before turning back to the stove to flip the last of the bacon slices. Don't worry, Zoro. You'll get used to us. We're a loud bunch, but we're family now. Ace stuck his tongue out at Luffy before grabbing his plate and plopping down beside Zoro. Yeah, whether you like it or not, you're stuck with us now. Sabo just chuckled, taking his plate and sitting opposite of Zoro, his eyes on his food as he listened to his brother and Zoro argue. Luffy brought the plate of bacon to the table, setting it down with a clank. Eat up, everyone. We've got a big day ahead of us. She clapped her hands together, her own plate piled high with food. We got about an hour until we dock at Syrup Village. The boys dug into their food, the sound of sizzling bacon and clinking dishes the only conversation needed. The siblings had become adept at reading each other's moods and knew that a full belly was the best way to start any day. Nami was said, she was FING mad. And she could do absolutely FING nothing about it because currently she's just kind of drifting on the ocean in a dinghy she managed to snatch from that DMN pirate she was trying to steal loot from. That failed miserably, and she had been adrift for days with nothing but a tiny bag of stale bread and a flask of water. She had hoped that she would drift to a deserted island or at least a merchant ship, but no, she had to end up here. In front of a ship that was flying a Jolly Roger, she could only hope it wasn't another group of pirates looking to add to their collection. Nami glared at the pink monstrosity in front of her, her stomach growling with hunger. She hadn't seen a ship in days, and the thought of encountering more pirates had her nerves on edge. You good out there, sweetheart? A feminine, carefree voice called out from the ship, and a young woman, probably a year younger than Nami herself, with short nap-length curly hair, tan skin, and dark brown eyes, they were almost black, peered over the railing of the obnoxiously pink ship. Nami was pretty sure the ship was shaped like a heart. You need a ride somewhere? The young woman asked, leaning over the edge of the railing, her hand on top of her head to keep the straw hat she was wearing from blowing away in the breeze. Nami narrowed her eyes, trying to gauge if this was a trap or a genuine offer. She had learned the hard way that pirates didn't just offer help without expecting something in return. But she was desperate, and the promise of food and shelter was too tempting to pass up. She nodded curtly. Yeah, I do. But I'm not joining your crew or anything. I'm just passing through. The young woman just waved off her words. Yeah, okay, my name's Luffy by the way, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy said, looking over her shoulder and calling out to Sabo, Ace, grab a rope and come help me tie this girl's dinghy to the Stormy Night. If we tie it to this ship, the Stormy Night and her dinghy will hit each other, and no one wants that. On it. Two younger voices responded in unison, and before Nami could blink, two boys, one with wavy black hair and the other with curly bleached blonde hair, rushed to the edge of the ship, rope in hand, and without hesitation, jumped off the ship, one of them landing in her dinghy beside her, and the other one purposefully landing in the water, only to start swimming towards the much smaller boat being pulled along by the pink ship. The boy with the black hair looked at her with a cheeky grin. Hi there, I'm Ace. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, temporary ship. And that's my younger brother, Sabo. He jerked his thumb towards the boy in the water, the curly blonde-haired boy, who with surprising speed was already at the boat being pulled along behind the pink one. Climbing up in it like a goddamn spider monkey. Nami's eyebrow raised. The Straw Hat Pirates? She murmured to herself, she had never heard of them before. Toss me the rope, Ace. Throw it like you're trying to wrangle a bull, not serenade it. The blonde-haired boy, Sabo, called out as he pushed himself over the railing of the Stormy Night. Ace rolled his eyes, but complied, tossing the rope with surprising precision to his brother. The rope snaked through the air, and Sabo caught it mid-flight with ease. He secured it to the smaller boat with a few swift knots that spoke of years of practice. Nami eyed the two siblings warily as they worked together, their movements so synchronized it was almost eerie. She looked them up and down. Ace and Sabo weren't dressed in, well, a piratey way. Ace in a completely unbuttoned orange, green, and pink floral aloha shirt, baggy cargo shorts, an orange cowboy hat, and steel-toed boots. Sabo was dressed pretty much the same, except his shirt was buttoned and he didn't have a cowboy hat. But what caught Nami's eye was the earrings both of the boys were wearing. They looked like they could pay off the entire village of Kokoyashi with just one of them. She had never seen anything so extravagant on a pirate before, and she had to fight the urge to reach out and touch them to make sure they were real. Once the rope was secured, Luffy leaned over the railing again, her teeth flashing in a wide grin. All right, come on up. Don't worry, we won't bite. She called out to Nami, her laughter echoing across the water as she threw a rope ladder off the side of the ship, the ladder smacking against the side of the pink ship as it swayed slightly. Nami hesitated for a moment, but the thought of food was too tempting. She took a deep breath and climbed out of the dinghy, her legs wobbly from days of inactivity. The rope ladder was surprisingly sturdy, and she managed to pull herself up onto the ship with a bit of effort. Ace, who had literally just scaled the side of the ship to get on, offered her a hand, which she took reluctantly. "Thanks," she mumbled, taking in her surroundings. The ship was definitely not what she had been expecting. It was pink, and it looked more like a floating Valentine's Day gift than a ship of bloodthirsty pirates. Nami looked around, her eyes landing on that Luffy girl, and a tall beefcake of a man with green hair and sea-green eyes. Both of them also had on a pair of those earrings. "What is with these earrings?" She couldn't help but ask, her curiosity getting the better of her. "They're gifts from mine, Luffy, and Ace's mama," Sabo said, wringing out the water from his shirt. "They're part of being in our family. A symbol of protection and belonging." Nami studied them, still not quite convinced. But something about the way they all talked about their mother made her feel a bit more at ease. If they were truly from a wealthy pirate family, maybe they wouldn't be after the same things she was. "Your mother is a pirate too?" "Oh, yeah. She's a pirate born and raised in the New World," Ace said, pride in his voice as he pulled up the rope ladder behind her. Nami blanches at that, stuttering, "The New World? Only the strongest, most vile pirates survive there." Luffy laughs, throwing an arm across Nami's shoulders and leading her toward the mess hall. "Our mom is pretty tough, all right. No need to worry about her. Now come on, let's get you something to eat. I could hear your stomach growling from down there." In the mess hall, the smell of eggs, bacon, and toast fills the air. The room is a bit chaotic with plates sitting in the sink and half-put-away leftovers. Luffy graciously serves Nami a plate of food, piling it high. Nami's eyes widened at the sight of the food. She hadn't seen so much food in days. "Eat up, Carrot Top," Luffy says, setting the plate of food in front of Nami. "We're going to stop at an island with a village called Syrup Village. We'll be there in a couple hours." Nami looked at the food in front of her and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It had been so long since she had seen something so normal, something that didn't involve stealing or fighting. "Take your time," Luffy continued, setting a glass of water beside the plate and wiping her hands off on a rag. "Me and my boys will be on the deck when you're done eating." She turned and left the mess hall. "Oh, and the green-haired guy's name is Roronoa Zoro," Luffy said as she left, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Nami looked down at the food again, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It had been so long since she had been offered food without having to steal it or beg for it. She picked up her fork tentatively, and took a bite of the eggs. They were fluffy and perfectly seasoned, and she almost ummed out loud at how good they tasted. Meanwhile, outside the mess hall Luffy walked over to Zoro, placing a hand on his shoulder as she whispered in his ear just loud enough for him to hear. "That's Black Cat Nami, a thief. Go and watch the treasure room, make sure she gets nowhere near it." Zoro nodded, his eyes narrowing as he took in the instructions. He knew the risks of letting a thief roam free on their ship, especially one that was rumored to be as good as Nami. He grunted before disappearing further into the ship to do as he was told. Ace and Sabo looked at each other with confusion, before Ace shrugged. "Luffy's got a plan, she always does. Let's not mess it up by questioning it," he said, walking over to the railing of the ship, looking out over the vast ocean. Sabo followed suit, leaning against the railing next to Ace. "You think she's really a thief?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the horizon. Ace nodded. "Luffy wouldn't say it if she wasn't sure. Besides, she's got a keen eye for people. Remember that time she sniffed out that snitch in the marketplace?" Sabo smirked at the memory. "Yeah, and how he ended up swimming with the fishes after Mama had a little chat with him." Ace snickered, rolling his eyes and propping himself up to sit on the rail. "Speaking of swimming with the fishes, do you think Morgan is still alive? I mean, I know Luffy said he was, but..." She jumped out of a third-story window and slammed her knees into the back of his neck. Sabo shrugged, his eyes still on the horizon. "If he is, then good riddance to bad rubbish. He had it coming after what he did to those poor people in Shell's town." Meanwhile, back in the mess hall Nami was scarfing down the food like it was her last meal, savoring every bite. Her mind raced. If she could just manage to get a pair of those earrings off of one of those pirates, she could use it to pay off a good chunk of Arlong's debt and free her village. She wondered if they had a treasure room, which they were pirates, of course they did. She'd have to be careful though, she didn't want to be caught, not by these four. They were different from the other pirates she had encountered, there was something about them that made her stomach knot in a way she didn't quite understand. After finishing her meal, Nami took a deep breath, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and stood up, plate in hand. She walked over to the sink, avoiding the pile of dishes, and washed her plate with a bit of water, setting it aside to dry. She looked around the mess hall again, searching for any sign of the treasure room or their loot. Her eyes landed on a door in the corner of the mess hall, slightly ajar. Nami's curiosity piqued. She tiptoed closer, peering through the crack. The door led to a dimly lit hallway, and she could make out a figure sitting on the floor, propped up against one of the various doors down the hall. It was the green-haired man with the 3 swords, Zoro. Now that Nami is getting a good look at him, she recognizes him as the pirate hunter everyone and their mother calls a demon, Roronoa Zoro. She's heard the whispers in the taverns, seen the posters plastered on the walls of the Marines' headquarters. Zoro's bounty was not something to scoff at. Yet here he was, casually leaning against the doorway, his sword sheathed and his eyes closed like he didn't have a care in the world. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman pirate hunter, is on a pirate crew? Nami whispers to herself, trying to keep her voice down so she doesn't alert the man. Her heart races as she contemplates the implications. This guy is supposed to be a pirate hunter. He is a notorious pirate hunter people call a demon, who's known for killing, hunting, and cashing in pirates' bounties. So why the hell is he on a pirate ship, with pirates seemingly getting along with them, and not trying to hunt, kill, or cash in their bounties? Nami's mind is racing with questions she wishes she could ask, but she knows better than that. Nami quickly retreats from the door and heads back outside, trying to play it cool as if she had just been stretching her legs. She tries to casually lean against the railing next to Ace and Sabo, hoping they don't notice her racing heart. So, Ace, Sabo, what's the deal with that guy Zoro? I heard he's a big deal in the bounty hunter world. Ace looked over his shoulder, and shrugged. He switched sides. He said casually as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Sabo smirked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Yeah, he's got quite the reputation, doesn't he? But don't worry, he's one of the good guys now. He nudged Nami with his elbow playfully. Or at least, as good as pirates can be. Ace scoffed, kicking his feet idly as he sat on the railing of the ship. Good guy my butt, he killed like 8 guys yesterday. Nami's eyes widened. 8? She exclaimed, her voice a bit too loud, and both Ace and Sabo looked at her with a smirk. Where do you think we got this ugly but ship from? Sabo asked with a smirk, noticing Nami's shock. We had a bit of a run-in with a pirate called Iron Mace Alvida. Nami's eyes grew even wider. You guys took down Alvida? Yeah, Alvida's like one of the weakest pirates ever to exist. Ace said with a straight face, and Nami couldn't tell if he was joking or not. She went down with one punch from Luffy. Nami couldn't believe what she was hearing. Alvida was no pushover, and yet, they talked about taking her down so casually. It was like they didn't realize the gravity of what they had done. Or maybe they did, and that was just how fearless they were. She tried to play it cool, leaning on the railing next to them, the salty breeze playing with her hair. One punch, huh? Both Ace and Sabo nodded, their expressions smug. It's all thanks to Luffy. You should see her in action, it's pretty amazing. Ace said, leaning back, the only reason why he wasn't falling off the railing was because his legs were wrapped around one of the poles of the railing. But that's enough about us. Tell us about you, what's your name? We never got it. Sabo asked, turning to look at her with curiosity. Nami took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. It's Nami. I'm just passing by. Lost my ship and just tried to get to the next island. She lied smoothly, hoping they would buy it. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. They could tell she was hiding something, but they didn't press the issue. Instead, something caught Ace's attention, his eyes lighting up. Look, Sabo! It's Coco! He pointed out at the water, where a massive Bananawani swam alongside the ship, keeping pace with the waves. Sabo's eyes went wide. Coco! What's she doing here? He leaned over the edge of the ship. The Bananawani responded with a roar, her tail slapping the water's surface. Nami couldn't believe what she was seeing. A Bananawani, the terrifying creature she had heard so much about, was swimming alongside the ship like a friendly dolphin. She watched in amazement as the siblings greeted the beast like an old pet. Coco? You guys know that thing? Yeah, it's one of our moms, Ace said with a cheeky smile, watching as Coco's head broke the water's surface, revealing the distinctive banana-shaped growth on her head. Grandpa must have tattled on us for breaking into a marine base to our mom and she sent her to keep an eye on us. Nami's jaw dropped. Your mom owns Bananawanis? She exclaimed, her voice carrying over the sea breeze. 30 of them. Sabo clarified the number of Bananawanis, leaning over the railing slightly more and reaching out his arms as if to pet the creature. Coco's eyes locked onto him, and she swam closer, lifting her head slightly more out of the water, bumping her head against Sabo's palms. The sight was too much for Nami to handle. She stepped back, her heart racing. 30. She couldn't even put into words the sheer power that owning 30 Bananawanis implied. Yeah, she's got a thing for them. Ace chuckled, watching Coco playfully nudge the ship. They're pretty loyal too. They don't let anyone mess with our family without paying the price. Nami's eyes remained glued to the colossal creature. Your family must be pretty important then. She murmured, her curiosity piqued. You could say that. Sabo nods, smiling as Coco lets out a contented growl, clearly enjoying the attention. Nami's mind raced as she took in the sight of the massive Bananawani. Those things were known for hunting sea kings, being the only predator of sea kings, sea kings, the kings and queens of the sea. The thought was overwhelming. If they had 30 of those monsters at their beck and call, then who was their mother? Nami's eyes flicked from the Bananawani, to Ace and Sabo, then to the earrings both of them wore, then back to the Bananawani again. She couldn't help but feel like she had just stumbled upon something much, much bigger than she had ever anticipated. I'm going to go find the bathroom. Nami mumbled, taking a step away from the railing, her heart racing so fast it felt like it would leap out of her chest. She needed a moment to process everything she had just heard and seen. The ship was so unlike any she had been on before, and the siblings she had stumbled upon were unlike any pirates she knew. Sure, it's down the hall, second door to your left. Ace called out, his eyes never leaving the playful Bananawani. Nami nodded, taking a deep breath as she turned away from the railing. The ship was surprisingly clean for a pirate vessel. The floorboards creaked gently under her feet as she made her way through the ship, her thoughts racing with everything she had learned about these pirates. The siblings' mother owning 30 Bananawanis was unheard of. It spoke volumes about the power and wealth of their family. As she found the bathroom, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled into something much grander than she could have ever imagined. New quest, complete. Start the journey of their lives. Achievement unlocked. Leave the soils of a home. New quest, complete. Gain a friend, protect him, save him, help him find his heart in life once again. Achievement unlocked. You found him and he found himself once again. New quest, complete, see the town, see the tyranny, see the devil in sheep's clothing and save them. Achievement unlocked. Slayed the devil. New quest, completed, first crewmate. Achievement unlocked. He said yes. New quest, complete. Did he catch feelings that fast? Achievement unlocked. Love is in the air. New quest, in progress. Save the black cat with the orange fur. Syrup Village was a small, peaceful little town on the Gecko Islands. It was an out-of-the-way place that was never attacked by pirates, and the citizens loved that about it. The town is home to the young heir of the shipbuilding firm located on the largest of the islands, orphaned the previous year and cared for by the staff of her manor home. Kaya is sickly but kind whenever he is well enough to leave the walled grounds of his sprawling estate. Unlike Kaya, a girl named Usopp on the island leads a much harder life. Usopp has been on her own for the better part of 10 years, from the moment her mother died when she was just 6 after her father had left to join a crew of pirates a few months earlier. Most of the time she was alone, sometimes her daddy would come home, bring her little treats, gifts, and trinkets from his adventures, but he would never stay for long. Always running back to the sea after a few days. There is never a shortage of people telling her time and time again how Usopp's father had been no good. Your father was a drunkard and a coward, running off to sea and leaving you and your ill mother behind like a piece of driftwood. Someone would say, and another would say, Banchina's illness was no secret thing, and she was already bedridden when he disappeared. It didn't bother Usopp to hear anymore. She knew Yasop was no good. Usopp is running along the beach shore, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet as her booted feet sink into the sand. A group of 3 boys a little older than her are chasing after her with anger on their faces. It wasn't her fault that they had been seeking around late at night the other day. Nor was it her fault that they happened to scare the absolute daylights out of her and she may or may not have used her pepper spray on them. Nope, not her fault at all. They had done it to themselves. She glances backwards and shrieks, nearly tripping over her feet again and nearly losing a shoe in the process. She faces forward once more and nearly runs headlong into a stranger boy with green hair. His 4 companions laugh when they nearly collide, and Usopp braces herself for the impact of her hitting the ground. But instead of her body meeting the ground, the green-haired boy easily catches her with one arm and pushes her back up like a spring. Usopp looks up at him in shock, her eyes wide and she's panting. Her eyes meet bewildered seafoam green eyes, and a face framed with the most expensive and prettiest-looking Hanafuda earrings she'd ever seen. Usopp's heart raced as she looked up at the boy with green hair and those stunning earrings. He was looking down at her, looking slightly confused at whatever was going on. The 3 other boys skidded to a halt, panting and glaring. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Pipsqueak?" One of them snarled, stepping closer with fists clenched. Usopp yelps and all but jumps into the green-haired beefcake's arms, and surprisingly, the green-haired boy holds her up. Well, okay? Zoro says, not quite sure why she's jumped into his arms. He, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Nami had just gotten off of their ship not even 20 minutes ago, and they were just exploring at the beach, and now he was just holding a girl in his arms. Nami giggles, watching the scene unfold. You okay? She asks the girl, whose eyes are wide and wild. I'm sorry. Usopp says, trying to push herself away from Zoro, her face red with embarrassment. I didn't mean to run into you like that, I was just being chased and... But she's cut off when the three older boys surround them, their faces twisted into angry snarls. You're not going anywhere, Pipsqueak. The leader of the group says, reaching out to grab her arm. Zoro smacked his hand away like it was a pesky fly, holding Usopp up with one arm. Keep your hands to yourself. Zoro grunted. The leader of the bullies blinked in surprise, and then his face went beet red with fury. Who do you think you are, Pipsqueak? He snarled, raising a fist. Pipsqueak, really? Zoro asked, his tone unimpressed and filled with sarcasm. Because currently the guy who just called him Pipsqueak was at least a head shorter than him, and barely even a quarter of his bulk in muscles. It was like watching a toddler threaten a lion with a stick, cute but utterly ridiculous. You must have a death wish calling someone a Pipsqueak when you're one yourself. The leader's eyes narrowed, and he took a step closer. You want a piece of me? No, you're not even my type. Zoro deadpanned, and Luffy, Ace, and Sabo couldn't help but laugh. Even Nami chuckled a little bit. The leader of the bullies sneered, his face flushing red with embarrassment and anger. What's so funny? Luffy waved her hand in the air, laughing so hard she started to cough. Do you not realize what the hell? She paused and took a deep breath. You asked him if he wanted a piece of you, and Zoro said you weren't even his type. He turned your bait for a fight into an innuendo. The bullies' faces turned a shade of red so deep they looked like they were about to burst. Usopp felt like she was going to pee herself from laughing so hard. She's never seen anyone put someone else down so elegantly. It was beautiful, and she felt a strange kinship with the green-haired boy who could throw shade without breaking a sweat. But the leader of the bullies was not amused. You think this is funny? He roared, his fists tightening. We're going to wipe that smirk off your face. Oh, come on, bring it on. Maybe you'll give us a better fight than that Marine Axehand Morgan. That guy went down like a sack of potatoes. Luffy taunted, her voice filled with excitement rather than fear. The bullies looked confused for a moment before their eyes widened in recognition. You're the ones who took down Morgan? The second bully exclaimed. No, that was all her. She jumped out of a third-story window and slammed her knees into the back of his neck. Sabo pointed at Luffy, who was still chuckling at the memory. It was pretty epic, he said, with a proud smile. Though we don't know if he's dead or not, but if he's up and kicking we do know he's not going to be getting out of bed anytime soon without help anytime soon. The bullies looked at them like they had just seen ghosts, their eyes wide with fear and their fists unclenching slightly. They had heard the story of the new pirates that had come to town, the ones who had fought against the Marines and Marine Captain Morgan. And well, someone at Shell's Town had recorded the fight and had spread it around like wildfire. And well, they knew the kid wasn't lying about Luffy jumping out of a third-story window and slammed her knees into the back of Morgan's neck because they had seen the recording with their own eyes. They took a collective step back, their bravado slipping away like the tide. You don't know what she did, one of them yelled, trying to sound intimidating as he pointed at Usopp, who was still being held up in Zoro's arms. I didn't do anything wrong. Usopp interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at the three boys. They were lurking around in the middle of the night and scared the daylights out of me, so I sprayed them with my pepper spray. What else was I supposed to do, punch them? I didn't know if it was a human or an animal. Luffy looked at the three boys, then at Usopp, then back at the boys again. Well, if you didn't do anything wrong, then why are you running away from them? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Because they want to hurt me, Usopp exclaimed, her voice high-pitched and frantic. The leader of the bullies glared at her, but there was something in his eyes that suggested doubt. He had seen what Luffy and her brothers were capable of, and the idea of taking them on was starting to seem less appealing. He glanced at his friends, and they all shared the same look of uncertainty. Fine, we're out of here, he finally said, turning tail and storming off with his friends in tow. Thanks for that, Usopp mumbled, cheeks burning as she slid out of Zoro's arms, trying to regain her composure. It's no problem, Zoro said, turning to face the now retreating figures of the three bullies, watching them disappear over the dunes. Luffy stops beside Zoro, looking Usopp up and down. She's about the same height as her, dark skin, with big brown eyes, dark curly hair pulled back, and covered by a yellow and brown paisley scarf, and a long nose. She's thin and very petite. She was dressed in baggy brown overalls, some boots, and her BRST being covered by a simple band of fabric wrapped around her chest multiple times. Sorry. Usopp began, straightening up. I guess they were madder than I thought. She looked at them, and gave them a bright smile. Name's Usopp. Luffy. Luffy said, walking up to her and sticking out her hand. And these are my brothers, Ace and Sabo. And that's our friends Zoro and Nami. Usopp took her hand, giving it a firm shake. Pleasure to meet ya, she said, her voice filled with a mix of relief and excitement. Hey, do you know if there's a place on this island where I can do a special order with Big News Morgans? I've gotta send a ship home. Luffy said, looking down the sandy beach towards the bustling town. The sandy streets were lined with wooden buildings, the smell of the sea mixing with the aroma of freshly cooked food wafting from nearby stalls. Or do we gotta find a bigger, more populated island? Usopp tilts her head slightly, looking past the group of people towards the two ships and dinghy docked in the cove. We've got a Big News Morgan's office in town. It's ran by an old lady named Nanny. She's a bit peculiar, but she'll get your order to Morgan's. She says with a nod. I can take you there, if you'd like? She offered with a smile. Luffy grinned. Sounds like a plan. She slapped her hands together, the sound echoing through the beach. Let's go, chickadees. She called out to Ace and Sabo, who were busy poking at a hermit crab with a stick. Hey, quit that. She yelled at them, causing them to look up with wide eyes. They scurried over, Ace tossing the stick away. What's up, Luffy? He asked, his wavy black hair bouncing with every step. Come on, we're going into town to send an order to Big News Morgan's. Luffy announced, her eyes glinting with excitement as she began to jog towards the town. Wait for us. Ace called out, catching up to Luffy. His orange cowboy hat flew off in the wind, revealing his freckles and dark brown eyes, which sparkled with mischief. Sabo, with his curly bleach blonde hair bobbing behind him, followed closely. What's the rush, Luffy? He teased, his voice carrying the same excitement as the others. We're going to be famous, babes. We're going to be the best pirate crew ever. Luffy exclaimed, her short, jet black hair flying in the breeze. Zoro raised an eyebrow at the trio, him, Nami, and Usopp following them at a much slower pace. You guys are something else, he murmured to himself. They entered the quaint, yet bustling town of Syrup, the wooden buildings painted in pastel colors, creating a stark contrast against the golden sands. Usopp led them through the winding streets, passing by the various shops and taverns that lined the cobblestone paths. Here it is, the Big News Morgan's office. Usopp pointed out a small, unassuming building with a faded wooden sign swinging above the door. Thanks, Usopp, Luffy said, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. She pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with dusty scrolls and the clacking of an old typewriter. An elderly woman with a stern look on her face sat behind the counter, her glasses perched on the tip of her nose as she squinted at the group. Nanny looked up from her paperwork and took in the newcomers. Her expression softened slightly when she saw Usopp with them, but she quickly schooled it back into a professional mask. Welcome to Big News Morgan's, how may I assist you, she asked, her voice dry and brittle as the parchment she handled. Good evening, ma'am. Luffy greeted her, walking over to the counter. I've gotta make a special order with Morgan's, I've gotta send a small-sized ship back home to the Grand Line, to the island Alabasta. Nanny squinted at Luffy, then at the rest of her group, her eyes lingering on their matching earrings before nodding. I see. That'll be a hefty sum. Are you sure you can cover it? Luffy didn't hesitate to rummage around in her satchel, pulling out a fat, extremely fat wad of cash. I've got plenty. Nanny's eyes grew wide as she took in the sight of the cash. She liked her lips greedily, her hand trembling slightly as she took the cash from Luffy. Very well, let's get this order in, shall we? While they waited, Ace and Sabo couldn't resist exploring the quaint little office, their curiosity piqued by the dusty scrolls and ancient-looking maps that adorned the walls. They whispered to each other, pointing out different symbols and landmarks they had never seen before. Nami, on the other hand, jaw was on the floor. She couldn't believe the amount of cash she had just seen Luffy pull out of her satchel. Her mind raced with the possibilities of how much wealth Luffy and her brothers truly had access to. Usopp's expression mirrored Nami's as she watched Luffy casually hand over the paperwork with the cash. Her thoughts raced with the implications of such wealth. Nanny took the cash with a grin, her eyes glinting greedily before she began to scribble furiously on a parchment. Your ship will be ready to depart in 3 days. You've got quite the order there, young miss. You must be from quite the distinguished family, she said, her voice filled with a newfound respect. Luffy's smile grew, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Yeah, you could say that. Nani's grin grew wider as she counted the cash. Well, I'll make sure to give your order the utmost priority. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get this message off at once. She disappeared into the back room, leaving the group alone. Well, Luffy began, pulling away from the counter and walking out of the big News Morgan's office, back into the bustling town. What are we what the actual F dash? Luffy's voice trailed off into a whisper, her voice filled with confusion. The way she tilts her head and the abject confusion on her face has the group walking around her and looking over her shoulders to see what has caught her attention. A man strides backwards, his feet sliding smoothly against the dirt path. One gloved hand holds his hat, and the other presses against his chest. What in the world? Nami murmured, her eyes widening as she stepped closer to Luffy, peering over her shoulder. The man, who looked to be in his mid-30s, was dressed in flamboyant attire, a stark contrast to the simple garb of the townsfolk. The man passes them slightly before he seems to notice them standing there and stops, doing a flamboyant spin. Excuse me, is this the path to the southern inlet? Thrown off by the move, Usopp stutters when she responds, ah. And no, sir, this is the path to the north inlet. The man sighs, thank you, young lady. I appear to have taken a wrong turn somewhere. He speaks theatrically, as though he is mid-performance and prepared for an interruption of applause. Jango. A wandering hypnotist. He tips his hat politely. A hypnotist? Sabo echoed, his curiosity piqued. Ace elbows Sabo in the side. You know, like those snake charmers back home, but he does it on people. Jango chuckles, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous spark. Indeed, young man. I have the power to bend the will of others to my own. But fear not, I am a performer at heart, and only use my gifts for the delight of my audience and to make a coin or two along the way. Sabo's curiosity remained unabated, and he stepped closer to Jango. Could you show us a trick? Jango smiles, I'll demonstrate. He pulls a metal ring on a braided cord from his belt, turning to face Sabo and holding it before his eyes. Please focus on the ring. Watch it closely. He starts to swing the ring, and Sabo does as he asks, watching the circle sway side to side. Zoro raises his eyebrows, looking wholly unimpressed. When I say Jango, you will fall asleep. Jango. As soon as he says the word, Sabo's eyes back up, and he falls backward. Zoro catches him just before he hits the ground, his head lolling. Ace screams. Nami screams bloody murder. And Usopp looks like she's about to pass out. Luffy's eyes narrowed, her suspicion rising. Hey, what the hell did you do to him? She demanded, stepping closer to Jango, her fists clenched at her sides. Jango held his hands up, palms out. Fear not, fear not. It's just a simple trick. He's perfectly fine. Just a little nap, that's all. Watch. He snapped his fingers, and Sabo's eyes popped open, his body springing to life with a gasp. Tada! The sleeper has awakened. Oh, no. I did not like that. Sabo murmurs, clinging onto Zoro's arms for dear life. I didn't like that one bit. Nami's screams died down to a whimper, and she clutches her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. That was terrifying. Jango chuckles, clearly enjoying the reaction. My apologies, I assure you it was all in good fun. And see? Your friend is quite all right. He gestures to Sabo, who still has a slightly dazed expression, but seems otherwise fine. What the hell was that? Ace asks, his voice laced with anger as he rushes over to Sabo's side. Jango chuckles, his teeth flashing in a charming smile. A mere trick of the trade, young sir. I assure you, your friend is quite unharmed. I am Jango, a hypnotist extraordinaire. I see you're quite the formidable bunch. Perhaps you'd like to join my traveling show? I can always use new talent. And no, I think we're okay. Usopp squeaks, her voice still trembling slightly. We're not really performers. She tries to put on a brave face, but it's clear the hypnosis trick shook her more than she'd like to admit. Jango sighed dramatically, bowing and tilting his hat once more. Well then, have a good day. Turning his direction and continuing to walk backwards, disappearing into the crowd. Nami, still visibly shaken, looks up at Luffy, who's watching Jango leave with narrowed eyes. She's not one to be fooled easily, and she had a feeling there was more to that man than met the eye. She knew that she'd have to keep an eye on him, especially if he had plans of sticking around. Oh, God. Sabo tries to sit up and get off the floor, but Zoro keeps a firm hold on his shoulders, ensuring he doesn't fall over again. Oh good lord, never happening again. Nope, nada. What the F did he do to me? I feel like I just got mine F'd. He rubs his forehead, groaning in discomfort. Luffy's expression turns from suspicious to concerned, her eyes never leaving Jango's retreating back. She turns to Ace and Zoro, keep an eye on that Jango. I don't like him, he seems too familiar. Zoro nods, a serious look etched on his face. Captain. Ace, equally wary, agrees, we'll watch him, Captain Luffy. Something's not right about that guy. Nami, now slightly less panicked, crosses her arms. Yeah, and keep Sabo out of trouble, will ya? I don't know if I can handle more of that hypnosis sheet. Usopp nods in agreement, still looking a bit shaken. Yeah, let's just stay away from him. Hypnosis is weird. Carry me. Sabo groans, slumping against Zoro and wrapping his arms around Zoro's neck. My legs feel like jelly after that sheet show. Zoro sighs, rolling his eyes but complies, hoisting Sabo up and maneuvering him to his back to give him a piggyback ride. You're such a drama queen, you know that? He grumbles, but there's a hint of affection in his voice. Luffy takes a deep breath, turning to face everyone. Well, I don't know about you all. But how does lunch sound? A collective sigh of relief fills the air as they agree. They need a break from the day's events. Ace helps Usopp stand, and they all head to a nearby restaurant that seems to be bustling with locals. Luffy's stomach rumbles loudly as they enter, the scent of fresh seafood wafting through the air. She looks around with excitement, noticing the walls are lined with fish tanks and nets filled with lobsters and crabs. The floor is made of polished wood, and the tables are adorned with red checkered cloths. How many will be in your group today? The hostess, a bustling middle-aged woman with a cheery smile, asked as they approached the podium. 6 of us. Luffy replied, flashing the hostess a beaming smile as she counted their group. Of course, just follow me. The hostess leads them through the crowded restaurant to a table near the back, her smile never wavering. They sit down, and the sound of clanking silverware and laughter fills the air around them. The waitress, a young girl with a name tag reading Kadasha, arrives promptly to take their orders. I'll have the seafood platter, extra spicy. Luffy says without even looking at the menu, her eyes still scanning the restaurant as if expecting trouble. The one with Carolina Reaper peppers and the extra crab legs with a mug of beer with it. Kadasha nods, scribbling it down with a slightly surprised expression. Very well, miss, and what will everyone else be having? She asks, looking around the table. I'll have the same, please, but with a soda. Ace says, mimicking Luffy's enthusiasm. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he glances around the restaurant. Sabo, still feeling groggy, leans on Zoro. Make it 2 more of those, but hold the peppers for me, I don't want to die today. He says with a small smile, and Zoro nods, placing an order for him. 2 more of the same seafood platter, 1 with no peppers and 1 with extra peppers, and a mug of beer and a soda, please. Zoro says to the waitress, pointing at the menu at what they want. Usopp looks over the menu nervously, unsure of what to order. I'll just have the fish and chips, please. And a soda. She says. I'll have the same as her. Nami says, pointing at Usopp. But hold the soda, I'd prefer water, thank you. Kadasha nods, scribbling down their orders. Okay, so for seafood platters, 2 extra spicy, 1 regular, and 1 with extra peppers, 2 fish and chips, and 2 mugs of beer, 2 sodas, and a water. I got everything right, right? She asks, double-checking. Perfect. Luffy says, flashing her a grin. Once their food arrived, nobody wasted any time to dig in, the delicious smell of the seafood filling their hungry stomachs. The platter was massive, piled high with a variety of freshly caught and prepared delicacies from the sea. The crab legs looked particularly tantalizing, and the spicy aroma of the peppers made Luffy's mouth water. Ace's eyes widened with excitement as he reached for one of the fiery pieces, popping it into his mouth without hesitation. The heat danced across his tongue, making him cough and sweat, but he couldn't help but smile as he chewed and swallowed it down. Pretty DMN good, but not as good as Luffy's food. I don't think anything can top Sissy's food. Sabo said around a mouthful of corn on the cob he was eating. Luffy's cheeks flushed with a hint of pride as she cracked a crab claw with her teeth. Thanks, Bubs. I'll have to cook something up for you guys when we get back to the ship. As they devoured their meals, the conversation grew livelier. Luffy bit into a boiled egg covered in the seafood platter sauce. Hey, Usopp, does your daddy happen to be a guy named Yasop? Usopp's fork paused midair, her eyes widening in shock. How do you know about my dad? Luffy's eyes lit up and she liked the sauce off her fingers. Yasop, he's on red-haired Shank's crew, the red-haired pirates. He used to babysit me, Ace, and Sabo when we were kids, and my mom would just drop us off with Shanks. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp's jaws hit the floor and their eyes bulged out of their sockets at the revelation. Usopp's mind raced as she tried to process the information. You know the red-haired pirates? You know my dad? She exclaimed. Luffy nodded. Shanks is my dad. The table grew silent as the weight of Luffy's words settled in. Usopp's eyes grew as big as saucers as she stared at Luffy, disbelief etched into every feature. Nami's hand trembled slightly as she took a sip of water, trying to process the sudden revelation. Zoro, ever stoic, expression cracks into one of pure shock. Or, well, Shanks is kind of my dad. Is my dadish? I have just known him since I was born, so he's like my second dad. Luffy says with a shrug, as if it were the most casual thing in the world. But, yeah. I know the red-haired pirates. Yasop used to get plastered and then cry about his baby girl, which I guess is you. She points at Usopp with a half-eaten shrimp. Usopp's mind raced as she stared at Luffy, her heart pounding in her chest. She had spent her entire life hearing stories about the legendary pirates, and now she was sitting across from someone who not only knew them, but was practically family. Her voice wavered. Does he ever talk about me? Ace nods, swallowing his mouth full of potato. Yeah, Yasop talks about his daughter all the time when me, Luffy, and Sabo were around. But he never calls you by your name, Usopp. But he always called you his princess or something like that. He says, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Usopp felt a lump form in her throat, and she blinked rapidly to hold back tears. Princess, she murmured to herself, feeling a warmth spread through her. The thought of her father calling her that brought a bit of comfort to her heart, despite the years of pain and doubt she had suffered. Zoro clears his throat, his eyes still wide as he points at Luffy. You, Luffy, he turns his hand in pointing at Ace. You Ace, he turns his hand again to point at Sabo. And you, Sabo, mean to tell me, your grandfather is not only Monkey D. Garp, who is not only the strongest marine ever to exist but the strongest being ever to exist in the world. But your stepdaddy is red-haired Shanks? He says, still in shock. Nami and Usopp's jaws drop even more. The hero of the Marines and the red-haired pirates. Your family? Nami managed to get out, her voice barely above a whisper. Yep. Sabo says, popping the P, our family tree is all types of effed up. But we're pretty tight-knit for being all messed up like that. He grins widely, showing his teeth. Luffy laughs. You can say that again, Bubs. But yeah, it's complicated. Garp is our grandpa, and he's like the coolest guy ever. She grins, reminiscing. Nami's eyes are as wide as saucers. So, you're saying you're related to the strongest marine and one of the Yonko? She asks, her voice trembling slightly. Ace nods, humming around a mouthful of food. Yeah, Garp's our grandpa and Shanks is like a second dad to us. It's pretty wild, huh? He says, swiping at his mouth with a napkin. Nami and Usopp exchange looks of astonishment. Zoro takes a deep breath, chewing slowly before swallowing. Well, now I know why you three fight like rabid FING dogs with rabies who just snorted a pound of crack. He says, trying to lighten the mood with a chuckle. Luffy laughs hard at that, slapping the table. Hell yeah, we do. And we've got the moves to back it up too, she says, flexing her arm. Zoro chokes on his beer, nearly shooting it out of his nose, and his face starts to turn red as Luffy flexes her arms to show that she is in fact ripped as F-. She laughs at his reaction, while Ace smirks and winks at Nami and Usopp across the table, enjoying the moment. Usopp feels like she's about to get whiplash, because apparently not only Luffy but Ace and Sabo knows her dad, apparently, her dad calls her his princess, apparently Shanks is Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's stepdaddy, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's grandfather is the hero of the Marines, and now Zoro is choking on his beer because she's apparently ripped. It was too much to handle. She felt like she was in a dizzying tornado of information. Nami stutters, trying to process everything she just heard. We're having lunch with the descendants of the strongest marine, and the stepkids of a Yonko, she asks, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes darting from one sibling to the next. Bingo baby. Sabo says, clapping his hands together as he leans back in his chair. Nami and Usopp can only gape at the trio, their heads spinning with the revelations. The three siblings just sat there, eating their food as if the whole conversation was the most normal thing in the world. Finally, Zoro lets out a long, exasperated sigh. What the actual F have I gotten myself into, agreeing to be on this godforsaken crew? Sabo smirks. Well, if you're looking for a quiet life, you've come to the wrong place, buddy. Because I can promise you, there's a whole lot more twists, turns, hooks, and slants in our family tree going every which way, up, down, left, right, north, east, south, west, center, and diagonally, than you can shake a stick at. We're the definition of complicated. He says, popping a piece of food in his mouth. The table falls into a moment of silence as the gravity of their heritage sinks in for the newcomers. Nami's hand trembled slightly as she picked up her fork, trying to digest both the food and the information. Usopp's mind was racing with thoughts of her father and the powerful figures she'd just aligned herself with. While Zoro looks like he's rethinking all of his life choices. Luffy breaks the silence with a hearty laugh. Don't worry. It's never a dull moment with us, but that's what makes it fun," she says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nami tries to compose herself. But, you guys are pirates. And your grandpa is the hero of the Marines. Isn't that, like, a huge conflict of interest? She stammers, her voice shaky. Our grandfather is friends with pirates, he couldn't give less of a shit what we do. Luffy says, shrugging. Zoro looks at her skeptically. Friends with pirates? That doesn't sound right. Garp's a marine hero, isn't he supposed to be hunting pirates down? Luffy stuck out her tongue and blew a raspberry. The only reason why he's the hero of the marine is because he can punch holes through mountains and go toe-to-toe with pirates like Whitebeard, the Pirate King Roger, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, Big Mom, Kadu, Shanks, and Rock's D. Xebec. Ace leaned back in his chair, his arms folded over his chest. Yeah, and Grandpa's got a bit of a rebellious streak. He doesn't care much for the politics of it all. He's got his own code of justice. His code of justice is beating the shit out of people, Ace. Sabo rolls his eyes. We're talking about the guy who throws cannonball at people for fun, remember? He says, popping another piece of shrimp into his mouth. Nami's gaze flickers from Luffy to Zoro, the wheels in her head turning rapidly. She'd heard of Garp's legendary feats, and the thought of his grandkids being pirates was almost too much to handle. But what about your mom, she asks, curiosity getting the better of her. Is she okay with this lifestyle? Our mom's a pirate. Luffy says casually, picking up a corn on the cob from her seafood platter, and taking a bite. Nami's mouth dropped open like a fish gulping for water. What the hell, your mom's a pirate too? She says, her voice pitching up an octave. Sabo chuckles, tapping his fingers on the wooden top of the table. Okay, let's say this, our family is a good chunk pirate, a good chunk marine, and then a good chunk of whatever the hell else there is. Our family doesn't pick sides of marine or pirate. You do what you want to do, but you know that no matter what your family will always come first. So if a pirate from our family saw a marine from our family getting their sheet rocked, the pirate would help the marine, and vice versa. Zoro nods, understanding the unconventional family dynamics. I get it. It's all about loyalty and family bonds. Exactly. Luffy exclaims, slapping her hand on the table with excitement. Her energy was contagious, and slowly but surely, the tension at the table began to dissipate. Meanwhile on the other side of the town, far away Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp. In a mansion Kaya sits in his bed. You wish to see Usopp? Clahador says, pouring a glass of water for Kaya. Don't start this again, he sighs. If he's being frank, he hates that girl Usopp. She's always been a thorn in his side, always causing trouble, always ruining his plans, always there. Clahador, I wish to see Usopp, please. Kaya's voice is firm, yet tinged with desperation. He's grown tired of the charade, and the isolation. I like talking to her, she always entertains me with stories and brings me joy. It's been too long since I've seen her. I miss her. Clahador sighs, pushing his glasses up with his palm. That will not do. Clahador's voice was cut off by a sharp knock at the front door downstairs, accompanied by Usopp's faint voice yelling. Kaya. Hey, I've brought you some of that food from that seafood place you like so much, and I've brought some friends along with me. Kaya's eyes light up like stars and he jumps to his feet. See. That's Usopp, she's here. Please Clahador, let me go down to see her. Clahador's expression tightens. Fine, but you stay in the library, understand? He says sternly. Your health is too fragile for you to be running around the town with common street rats like that Usopp girl. She's nothing but trouble, I can smell it on her like the scent of a dirty fish market. Clahador. Don't call Usopp a rat. Kaya's voice cracks with anger, a rare emotion that pierces through the veil of his usual calm. She's been nothing but kind to me. Clahador raises an eyebrow. Very well. To the library it is, then. He says, his tone unchanged, leading Kaya down the grand staircase of the mansion. The library is filled with books that tell tales of adventure and the vast sea, a stark contrast to the reality of his confined life. Mary, Kaya's butler, had already let Usopp and 5 others into the mansion's grand foyer, Mary's eyes flicking towards the staircase Kaya and Clahador were walking down. Usopp! Kaya called out, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he rushed down the stairs. Usopp looked over, a wide smile spreading across her lips as she sat down the bag she was holding, stepping fully into the mansion, the other 5 people following her closely behind. Kaya! I missed you, buddy. Kaya wraps Usopp into a hug, feeling the warmth and comfort she had missed in her lonely days at the mansion. The 5 strangers who accompanied Usopp looked around curiously, taking in the opulence of the mansion with a mix of awe and suspicion. Clahador's eyes narrowed at the sight of the newcomers, his hand gripping the banister tightly. Usopp chuckles, wrapping her arms around Kaya's waist, squeezing slightly before letting go to gesture to the 5 strangers. Kaya, these are some new friends I've made. Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. They helped me get away from those 3 boys that have been mad at me. She says, her voice filled with excitement and relief. Luffy steps forward, a smirk on her face, and extends a hand to Kaya. Nice to meet you, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. She says, gesturing to the people behind her. And these are my brothers, Ace and Sabo. And of course, you know Usopp here. And the lovely lady with the orange hair is Nami. And that is Zoro. Kaya nods, his eyes scanning the group with a hint of curiosity. Thanks for helping Usopp out. She's a good friend of mine. He says, shaking Luffy's hand. It's our pleasure, Kaya. Luffy replies with a friendly smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Luffy looks over Kaya's shoulder, locking eyes with Clahador as he watches from the top of the staircase. She winks at him playfully, a gesture that doesn't go unnoticed by the sharp-eyed butler. His grip on the banister tightens, a hint of unease crossing his features. Luffy's eyes drift towards Kaya for a second, making sure he is distracted by Usopp before her eyes lock onto Clahador's once again, mouthing the words. The Desert Queen is waiting for you to pay your debt, Captain Kuro, chop chop. Clahador's eyes widened slightly, and the grip on the banister tightened. He knew Luffy's mother, Crocodile, had her ways of finding information, but he never thought she'd be this fast. He cleared his throat and descended the stairs, his usual calm demeanor slightly cracked. Ah, Lady Luffy, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Please, come in and make yourselves at home. Luffy's grin grew wider, and she promptly ignored the shocked and confused looks thrown her way. Oh, Clahador. It's been too long. She said, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she stepped into the mansion, her brothers and new crew members following her. My mother's been so worried about you, asking about you, and trying to find you. You just kind of dropped off the face of the earth, you know? Nami's eyes widened, she wasn't expecting to see Luffy so calculated. It was clear that she was playing some sort of game, and Nami couldn't help but be intrigued. Zoro, on the other hand, remained stoic, his arms folded over his chest as he took in the scene before them. Ace and Sabo, ever unflappable, simply followed Luffy's lead, their expressions giving nothing away. Kaya looked confused, looking in between Luffy and Clahador. You two know each other? He asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Oh, yes. Luffy sighed, stepping right up to Clahador. I've known our dear Clahador since I was little, he was always at my mother's casino. She admits, tilting her head to the side. And I can see he still doesn't know how to tie a tie properly. She giggled, pointing at his untied tie that was around and across his neck. Let me fix it? She offered, her voice sweet and innocent, but the glint in her eyes suggested something more. Clahador's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded. That would be quite the service, Lady Luffy. He replied, his voice even. Luffy stepped closer to him, her movements fluid and unthreatening. She reached up and began to tie his tie, her fingers nimbly looping the fabric. As she did, she whispered only loud enough for Clahador to hear, You've been playing a dangerous game, Captain Kuro. I'm surprised you didn't think we'd find out your little identity switch sooner. After all, my mother's reach is quite extensive, especially when someone is late on their payment. You're playing with fire, and I don't think you're ready to get burned by the likes of us. Because I'll tell you, you're living on borrowed time. Clahador's heart pounded in his chest, but his expression remained neutral. I'll get her money, Lady Luffy. He whispered back, his voice a mix of respect and fear. Nami leaned over to Zoro and whispered, What the F is happening? Zoro shrugged, his eyes not leaving the interaction between Luffy and Clahador. Looks like she's got a bone to pick with the guy. He murmured back, not taking his eyes off the pair. Luffy stepped away when she was done tying Clahador's tie. Look at you, Clahador, handsome as ever. She said with a smirk before turning to Kaya. So, what do you say, Kaya, care to show us around? Kaya, still bewildered by the exchange, nodded. Sure, follow me, I'll show you the grounds. But remember, no trouble. Clahador is very strict about that. Cross my heart and hope to die, Kaya. Luffy said, her smirk never leaving her face as she placed a hand dramatically over her heart. She knew that Kaya had no idea what she was getting himself into, but she couldn't help but find the innocence endearing. As they started to tour the grounds, Luffy's sharp eyes took in every detail, her mind racing with thoughts of strategy and potential escape routes. Meanwhile, with Clahador elsewhere in the mansion, he slams the door to his room closed, locking the door and nearly tripping over his own feet as he walks away from it. He's visibly shaking, and sweat is beading on his forehead. He takes a deep breath and leans against the wall, trying to calm himself down. F. He whispers to himself. How the hell did she find out? He wonders, his mind racing as he tries to think of what to do next. He needs to get out of here, out of the mansion and find Jango and tell him that the Desert Queen has figured out where they are and what he is. He couldn't let his plan be ruined by a bunch of kids. He had worked too hard to get here, to get Kaya's trust, to get his hands on that sweet, sweet fortune. He had to move his plan up, kill Kaya tonight, and take the inheritance tomorrow. He had to tell Jango and fast. He hurried through the halls, his footsteps echoing off the marble floor. He had to be careful, if Crocodile's brats found out what he was planning, he was as good as dead. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he quickened his pace. He knew they weren't just any kids, they were the spawn of one of the most feared pirates in the world. If they wanted, they could have him killed in a heartbeat. But he wasn't going to go down without a fight, he had too much riding on this. He took a deep breath as he approached the front door, nodded at Mary who was dusting the various intricate decor around the entrance. Mary, I will be back shortly. I'm going to go to the shops and pick up some stuff that we need. He said, trying to keep his voice steady. Mary nodded without looking up from his dusting. Yes, Mr. Clahador. Take your time, I'll watch over Kaya and her friends for you. Clahador nodded back, trying to look as nonchalant as possible. He stepped outside into the warm afternoon air of the Gecko Islands, his heart racing like a rabbit's. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows over the pristine lawns and manicured gardens of the mansion. He made his way down the path that led into the small town, his mind racing with thoughts of Jango and their plan. As he walked, he couldn't help but glance over his shoulder, paranoia setting in that he was being followed. Of course it had to be 3 of her brats to find me. Clahador thought to himself, his hands tightening into a fist at the thought. It's not just that 3 of Crocodile's kids found him, it's that all of Crocodile's children are absolutely, batshit, off the walls, train off the rails, FING crazy. They've got more than just a few screws loose and a couple of marbles missing, they've got the whole FING toolbox scattered and lost in the desert. He had to admit, though, Luffy's playfulness was a bit unnerving. It was like watching a lioness play with a gazelle before deciding whether or not she was going to eat it. She was too smart, too observant, but she acted so carefree, dumb, clueless, stupidly naive. It was infuriating. He knew she wasn't really like that, she was playing him, playing everyone. He just had to find a way to get her off his tail. The town was bustling with activity, the sound of laughter and chatter filling the air. Clahador pushed his way through the crowded streets, his thoughts a jumbled mess. He needed to find Jango, and fast. He had to tell him about Luffy, about her knowing who he really was. If they didn't act soon, everything could come crashing down around them. As he approached the local tavern, a shady-looking man with a scar over one eye leaned against the wall, eyeing him suspiciously. Clahador gave him a nod and slipped inside, the cool darkness a welcome reprieve from the glaring sun. Jango sat at the back, a cloud of smoke curling around him as he played a solitary game of cards. Jango, my old friend, I've got a bit of a situation. Clahador's voice was a mix of urgency and forced calmness. Jango looked up, his expression unreadable behind his shades. Captain, what's going on? Jango was one of the few people who knew the truth about Clahador's identity. Clahador slid into the chair across from Jango, his heart racing. The Desert Queen. He hissed, leaning in close. Her FING kids found me out. They know who I am. Jango's eyes widened in surprise, his hand freezing mid-shuffle. Captain Kuro, what the F are you talking about? Her kids are here. Why the hell are Crocodile's kids here, in the East Blue? They're not in the Green Line or New World anymore. Jango's voice was a mix of shock and alarm. He knew all too well the kind of trouble that could come with the SANDSTORM pirate family. Yeah, I know, it's FING ridiculous, right? Clahador took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. But, they're here and there. Not just here for a vacation. That little sheet, Luffy, she's got her eyes on me. She's playing it cool, but I know she knows. I don't know how, but she does. She wasn't even inside Kaya's mansion for 3 minutes before she called me out on my sheet. Jango leaned back in his chair, looking panicked. What's she want, then? He knew the kind of person Luffy was. Fearless, unpredictable, and with a knack for sniffing out trouble. If she had her sights set on Clahador, it could only mean she had a plan. The money we owe Crocodile. Clahador replied, his voice low and urgent. We have to settle this, Jango. And fast. Before she decides to turn this into a FING family reunion and wrecks everything. The tension in the air was palpable, and Jango could see the desperation in Clahador's eyes. We're moving our plan to tonight. Clahador spoke with a newfound urgency, the weight of the situation sinking in. You make sure everything's ready. And I'll kill Kaya at midnight. Jango nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He knew that if they didn't act quickly, their lives would be forfeit. They had to stick to the plan, no matter what. Back at the mansion, Kaya, Usopp, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Ace, and Sabo all ended up in the Grand Library. The room was a treasure trove of knowledge, with books lining the walls from floor to ceiling. The siblings looked around in awe, while Nami's eyes gleamed at the sight of the maps scattered across the tables. Luffy whistled, looking around. Wow, Kaya, you've got more books than even the Marine's secret archives. She grinned mischievously. Kaya blushed. I guess I just really like to read. He looked over at her. But, if you don't mind me asking, how do you know Clahador? I mean, I know you said something about a casino and your mother. But Clahador doesn't really seem the type to ever go to a casino. Luffy shrugged. Oh, we've got a history with him. He owes us a favor. Or, I should say, owes our mom a favor. Big one. And now, it's time for him to pay up. Kaya frowns, a look of pure confusion on his face. Owes your mom a favor? What kind of favor could he possibly owe? He glanced over at the doorway, as if expecting Clahador to barge in at any moment. Well, you know how casinos are. You either go in and win money or you go in and lose money, right? Ace spoke up, his voice echoing the mischief in Luffy's. Clahador chose the latter. He lost big, and now he owes our mom big time. And since she's not one to let a debt slide, she sent us to collect it. Kaya frowned deepened slightly before he shrugged. I didn't know he was in debt. But I guess that's why he's been working so hard to keep me safe and the mansion running. Nami's curiosity piqued at the mention of the casino. What's this casino like? Is it as fancy as this place? Oh, it's so much more fancier. Our mom's casino is made out of pure gold. Luffy threw her arms in the air, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. It's called Rain Dinners and it's got the biggest golden Bananawani statue on top, and a moat filled with those beasts as guards. Nami's eyes went wide. Golden? Like, real gold? She could hardly believe it. Sabo chuckled, leaning against a bookshelf. You bet. Nothing but the best for the Desert Queen. And let me tell you, that casino can get wild. All walks of life are coming and going, hoping to hit it big. Usopp's gaze wandered to the map of the Grand Line. I always dreamed of going there. Sailing with the best of seeing the whole world. She whispered, her voice filled with wonder. Well, if you want to go on a grand adventure you should come with us, Usopp. Luffy exclaimed, her excitement infectious. She clapped her hands together. You've got the skills and the spirit for it. Plus, think of all the stories you could tell when we come back. Usopp blinked, her mind racing with the possibilities. Me? Go with you guys? She stuttered, unable to hide her astonishment. Kaya, for his part, looks as excited as Luffy. He places his hands on Usopp's shoulders, bouncing on his toes slightly. You should do it, Usopp. You're always telling me that you are made for the sea, and here's your chance to prove it. Usopp searched Kaya's eyes, looking torn. But what about you and the boys Onion, Carrot, and Pepper? What will you all do without me? Kaya's expression softened, and he gave Usopp a comforting pat on the back. Don't worry about us, Usopp. We'll be fine. Besides, we're always looking out for each other in the village. I want to hear all the amazing tales you'll bring back from your journey. Usopp's heart swelled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She had always dreamed of sailing with the legendary pirates she heard about, but now the opportunity was staring him in the face. She looked at Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, who were all grinning at her. They were like a family, and the thought of joining them on their adventure was too tempting to pass up. All right, I'll do it. Usopp exclaimed, her voice echoing through the Grand Library. I'll go with you all to the Grand Line. Luffy squealed, practically launching herself at Usopp and wrapping her in a tight hug. You're the best, Usopp. Welcome to the crew, she exclaimed, lifting Usopp off her feet. Ace, his wavy black hair bouncing, slapped Usopp on the back. You won't regret it. Just remember, we're the Straw Hat Pirates now, not just a bunch of kids playing pretend. His eyes twinkled with mischief as he ruffled Usopp's hair, which she tolerated with a playful glare. Sabo nodded in approval. We're counting on you, Usopp, he said, his tone serious despite the smile playing on his lips. You've got the sharp mind we need to navigate the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Zoro, who had been quietly observing the exchange, raised an eyebrow at the new addition to their crew. His arms folded across his chest, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. All right, Usopp, he said, his voice low and measured. But remember, if you're gonna sail with us, you gotta be ready for anything. Usopp nodded, a glint of determination in her eyes. I know, Zoro. I've got skills of my own, and I'm not just a liability. Ah, we got a new member, you know what that means. Luffy cheered, dropping Usopp back to the floor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You get a pair of these snazzy-looking earrings, Usopp. She held her hands underneath her own earrings, the light of the room glinting off of. Usopp's eyes grew wide with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Earrings? She questioned, glancing over at Luffy's dangling treasures. Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but me, Zoro, Sabo, and Ace all have the same matching set of earrings. They're one of a kind, no other person in the world besides us has them, so you can think of them as a symbol of our pirate family. Luffy spoke with pride, her voice bubbly and infectious. Nami looked at the earrings with a hint of curiosity. What do they do? She asked, her voice filled with skepticism. Luffy looked over her shoulder, tilting her head slightly. Nothing. Nothing? Nami's eyebrow arched upward in question. Nothing, Luffy repeated, looking slightly confused. They're earrings. Ace rolled his eyes. Nami, they're just for show. They don't do anything special. Sabo grinned. They're like a little token? Symbol? Yeah, symbol. You know how certain crews have certain symbols for their members? Well, we have these earrings. They're like our little way of saying, you're a straw hat pirate. And they look cool, too. Nami pursed her lips. I guess so, but what's the point of having something that doesn't do anything? Zoro sighed, sounding a bit annoyed. They're like a badge of honor, Nami. A symbol of our unity and loyalty to each other and to our captain. He gestured to Luffy with a lazy flick of his wrist. They're not about power, they're about who we are as a crew. Nami nodded, still looking skeptical but keeping her thoughts to herself. She knew that sometimes, especially in the world of piracy, symbols meant more than gold. And well, she still wanted to get her hands on at least one of those sets of earrings to pay off a chunk of her debt. And if Luffy was giving Usopp a pair of them, that means she has to have more, right? Come on, Usopp, let's do this. Luffy's voice snapped Nami out of her thoughts as she watched Usopp slip the earrings into her ears, the gold glinting in the candlelight of the library. Usopp looked at her reflection in a nearby mirror, a mix of excitement and anxiety playing across her face. She had never been part of anything like this before, and the gravity of the moment wasn't lost on her. After what felt like an eternity, but it was really just a couple hours of Kaya having the best time of his life, they all decided to have a sleepover at Kaya's mansion. So he and Usopp could spend as much time with each other as possible before she left with Luffy and the others. And Onion, Carrot, and Pepper had also joined them at some point, begging Kaya to let them stay over because they heard that there would be a slumber party. Kaya couldn't resist their cute little faces, so he agreed, and soon the mansion was filled with laughter and the smell of popcorn. Hey, you guys hear that? Luffy asked, tilting her head towards Kaya's open bedroom window, where the faint sound of a hissing growl could be heard. Sounds like somebody's upset Coco. Sabo and Ace shared a knowing look. They had grown up around Bananawanis, they knew that sound all too well. It was the sound of a Bananawani who was on the prowl. And if there was one thing they knew, it was that nobody messed with Coco when she was in a bad mood. Coco? Kaya repeated. Who's Coco? He asked, his curiosity piqued. A Bananawani. Luffy said casually, liking the butter off of her hand and fingers from the popcorn in a way that made Kaya and Zoro blush hard. Coco's a Bananawani. The room went silent, the only noise now was the occasional pop of the popcorn as it cooled. Usopp's eyes were as wide as dinner plates, staring at Luffy as if she had just announced that the world was made of cheese. Be Bananawani? The giant crocodiles? Usopp sputtered, the reality of Luffy's life sinking in deeper. Luffy grinned mischievously. Yeah, that's the one. Onion, Carrot, and Pepper looked at each other with wide eyes, then back at Luffy. You have a giant crocodile as a pet? Pepper asked in awe. Luffy wiggled her fingers at him before hopping off Kaya's bed, scooping him up and spinning around. Oh, you bet. She's ginormous, on the bigger side of Bananawani size. And she's totally badass. She giggled, setting him down gently before rushing over to the window and peering out into the night. You see that giant blob moving around in the ocean out there? Luffy pointed out the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's Coco. The three kids rushed to the window, their jaws dropping as they took in the monstrous form of Coco gliding through the water, her banana-shaped head bobbing with each movement. The sight was both terrifying and fascinating. I'm guessing she's caught the whiff of somebody she doesn't like if she's hissing that loud enough for us to hear her all the way over here. Luffy mused, watching Coco's silhouette cut through the moonlit waves. Sabo stood up, his eyes narrowed as he listened to the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. Could be trouble. We should check it out. Oh, Luffy purred, a smile that was anything but sweet and loving spreading across her lips. But, she sighed, tilting her head to the side. I already know what's got her all riled up. And it's probably something that's about to get really, really interesting for us. Interesting? Zoro questioned, his eyes never leaving the giant creature in the water. How do you figure that? Shoo, shhh, shoo, shhh. Listen. Luffy put a finger to her lips. The hissing grew louder, and the waves began to churn more vigorously. Then from inside the mansion the sound of a chandelier shattering, accompanied by Mary screaming bloody murder. Kaya! You have to get out of here, run. Mary's voice was abruptly cut off by the sound of slicing, cutting, and skin being ripped by a blade. Luffy's smile grew darker. Oh, he's already on the hunt? She murmured, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, let's not keep him waiting then, shall we? Hunt. Onion whispered, his eyes as wide as saucers as he looked up at Luffy, his voice shaking slightly. Carrot and Pepper exchanged worried glances, not fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Captain Kuro, Luffy sang out as she turned on her heels and started walking towards the door. Oh, Kuro. You really couldn't come up with any other plan but other than to kill Kaya and blame it on us? She rolled her eyes dramatically. Luffy. Nami grabbed her arm, eyes wide with shock. What's going on? Who's Kuro? Kuro is Clahador. Luffy said, her grin growing darker. I might have lied a little bit when I said how I knew him. Yeah, he did go to my mom's casino, but I also know him because he f'd with the mafia, not just any mafia, but the SANDSTORM pirate family. He owes us 70 million berries. Nami's eyes went wide with shock, her grip on Luffy's arm tightening. What? Luffy waved her off at the same time Kaya's door was kicked in, the splinters of wood flying across the room as a shadowy figure emerged, Clahador's sinister presence palpable. He was dressed in all black, his eyes gleaming with malice. The sight of him sent a chill down Nami's spine, and even the usually unflappable Ace and Sabo looked grim. Sheet! Clahador actually yelped, stumbling backwards. Why you're still here? He stuttered, his eyes darting between the children and the young pirates. Well, I guess the party's crashed. Luffy chuckled, a hint of danger lacing her words. But, I suppose that's what happens when you don't RSVP. She cracked her knuckles and took a step forward, her stance unyielding. Now come on, Kuro. I've been dying for a good fight. Axe-Hand Morgan went down too easily for my liking, maybe you'll give us a challenge. Luffy taunted, her eyes flashing with excitement as she stepped closer to the man. Clahador's face contorted in rage, the knives in his hands glinting in the dim light. You little brats. He snarled, his true nature fully revealed. I'll show you what happens when you meddle in the affairs of a pirate. Luffy cackled like a madman, the sound sending a shiver down everyone's spine before she lunged at Clahador like a rabid dog with rabies. She was fast, unnaturally fast, her fist colliding with his chin sending him flying into a nearby bookshelf. The books tumbled down around him. Come on, Kuro. You always used to brag in the casino about how strong, how smart, how diligent, how powerful you are. Let's see if you can back up those big words. Clahador spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glinting with a mix of anger and fear. He had never seen Luffy like this before, this wasn't the carefree girl he knew from the casino, this was a predator hungry for a fight. He pushed himself up from the debris, his body moving in a way that defied the laws of physics. The air around him seemed to shiver as he dashed at Luffy, his knives flashing like lightning. Luffy meets him halfway in the hallway, grinning like a bat-shit crazy Cheshire cat. Her fists flew through the air in a whirlwind, each punch and kick a dance of death. Luffy moved with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman, her fists connecting with Clahador's body with a series of sickening crunches and snaps. Kaya watched the chaotic scene unfold, his heart racing as he realized the gravity of the situation. Onion, Carrot, and Pepper cowered behind him, their wide eyes filled with fear as they witnessed the fierce battle between the pirate they had come to know and the terrifying man who had been living among them. Zoro stepped in front of Kaya and the young boys, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. So, this is why you were playing actor earlier today, huh, Luffy? He said calmly, his eyes never leaving the battle. Luffy's smile grew wider. Yeah, Zoro. He owes mommy a big favor. She shouted over the sound of fists and knives clashing. Usopp watched the chaotic scene unfold with a mix of awe and fear. She had never seen such raw power and determination in her life. Luffy's fists and feet connected with Clahador's body in a symphony of destruction, each hit resonating through the mansion. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood, and the sound of their clashes echoed down the corridors. Nami's eyes widened as she took in the chaos before her. She had never seen anyone fight like Luffy, who moved with the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a lioness protecting her cubs. Kuro's eyes narrowed as he faced Luffy. He swiped his knives at Luffy, aiming to stab her, but she was too quick. Luffy ducked. No, she didn't just duck, she did the FING splits. This motherfucker did the splits, before turning her body in an unnatural, bone-breaking angle to push herself through Kuro's legs, then her body upward to wrap her legs around his waist, and fling Kuro with such sheer speed and force with only her legs he flew out Kaya's bedroom window and collided with the tree outside the window. The tree cracked and snapped under the pressure, falling onto the ground with a loud thud that even overpowered the noise of the fight. Kuro, dazed and bruised, managed to get back on his feet, his knives clutched firmly in his hands. "You're not just playing around anymore, are you?" he snarled, his voice laced with a hint of fear. "Oh, yes, I am," Luffy shouted, not even hesitating to jump out the window after him. Landing right on top of him as if he was giving her a ride on his shoulders, except well she jumped on him in a way where they're facing each other. She wrapped her legs around his neck and slammed her fist into his head, repeatedly, as she grins like a FING lunatic. "This isn't a game anymore, at least for you it's not a game anymore, Kuro, this is reality and in my reality, I'm the Pirate Queen, and I don't take shit from anyone, especially not from someone who tries to F over my family." Her words were punctuated by the sickening thud of her fists on Kuro's skull. She had a wild look in her eyes that was unlike anything Usopp and Nami had seen before. "What the F dash?" Nami whispered, slowly turning to face Ace and Sabo. Is this what the hell you meant when you said I needed to see your sister fight?" she asked, her voice shaking. Ace chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. "Yeah, she's pretty intense, isn't she?" Sabo nodded, his eyes never leaving the chaotic scene outside the window. "Always has been, ever since we were little." Nami swallowed hard. These were the people she's been wanting to steal from? The people she's been plotting against? The people she's been thinking of as just some rich kids with no understanding of the real world? But here is Luffy, her legs locked around a guy's head as she beats the absolute brakes off of him, as the poor guy stumbles around like a ragdoll, trying to shake her off. And she's smiling through it all, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Usopp's eyes widened as she saw Luffy's fiery spirit in action. Despite the chaos, she felt a strange comfort in knowing that she was on the right side. The children's shouts of amazement and fear grew louder as the fight between Luffy and Kuro intensified. Kuro, unable to shake Luffy off, stumbled around like a headless chicken, desperately trying to regain control. Zoro blinked, crossing his arms over his chest as he and the rest of, well, everyone in Kaya's room looked out the window to watch the beatdown happening outside. It was a spectacle, to say the least. He'd seen some shit in his days, but nothing quite like this. The way Luffy fought, it was like watching a tornado wrapped in a hurricane that had just swallowed a lightning storm. The sheer power she had was one thing, but the way she moved? It was like nothing he'd ever seen. Jesus Christ. Zoro sighed, running a hand down his face. And people call me dangerous, people call me deadly, people call me a demon. And here's Luffy out there turning a FING pirate inside out with her bare hands and a FING smile on her face like it's the best thing she's ever done in her life. Ace snickered, leaning against the window frame with his arms crossed. "Yeah, she's always been like that. Ever since we were little, she'd beat the shit out of anyone who messed with us or our mom. She's like a volcano that's all happy sunshine until you poke it with a stick." Kaya, for his part, was about to have a panic attack. Because apparently his caretaker for the past 3 years was planning on killing him tonight, which was definitely not what he had planned for his Friday evening. He couldn't believe it. He'd always thought Clahador was a bit weird, sure, but he never thought he was a FING psychopath. "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god." He kept repeating, his hands flying to his face as he watched Kuro stumble back, Luffy still wrapped around him as she continued to punch him. "She's gonna give him brain damage," Zoro said, his voice flat but his eyes glinted with something that was definitely amusement. Usopp couldn't help but snicker, hiding it behind her hand. It was weird, seeing her new friend fight like that, but she had to admit, it was also pretty badass. Zoro squinted as he leaned slightly out of the window to get a better look. He had to admit, Luffy looked smoking hot as she beat the brakes off of Kuro. And it seems like the world had hit a slow mo as Luffy threw her head back slightly, liking the blood from her bloody nose off her face. Zoro felt his sea throb. He had to admit it, Luffy was FING terrifying and hot at the same time. It was a deadly combo. And then Zoro's brain processed what he just felt, his eyes widened so much that it looked like they were going to pop out of his skull. And his face turned scarlet and he was so happy everyone was paying attention to the fight and not him, because if they had looked at him they would have seen him with the biggest FINGBONER of his life. OF dash dot. He breathed, his eyes still glued to Luffy and her absolute destruction of Kuro. He felt like he was going to pass out, but he didn't. Because that would be embarrassing. Even more embarrassing than the fact he has a BONER because he's watching a girl beat the shit out of a guy. But he couldn't help it, Luffy was something else. Something he hadn't ever seen before. And the way she fought, the way she moved, it was like poetry. Violent, bloody poetry. It was mesmerizing. He felt like he could watch her do this all day. But alas, the fight couldn't last forever, even though Zoro wished it would. Zoro can't believe he's actually into this shit, but here he is, watching a chick beat the F out of another guy. He's had some weird KNKS before, but this is definitely up there. Luffy was just something else. Something that made his heart race and his blood boil in the best way possible. But he snapped out of his trance when he hears Nami's voice, sharp as a whip. Zoro, are you okay? You look like you're about to pass out or something. She asks, her eyes flickering between the fight outside and his flustered face. Usopp snickers from beside her, clearly noticing his reaction as well. Zoro's face flushes even brighter as he realizes Nami has noticed his bnur, and he quickly tries to adjust himself, hoping she'll just assume it's excitement from the fight. He clears his throat, trying to sound as casual as possible. Yeah, I'm good, he says, his voice slightly higher than usual. It's just intense. Nami's eyes sparkle with amusement as she watches Zoro's awkwardness. She looks at the others, making sure none of them were listening or paying attention before leaning closer to Zoro. Her voice dropping to a whisper that only he could hear. You might want to go to the bathroom and deal with your little, happy friend there before you scar poor carrot, onion, and pepper for life, yeah? She smirks at him playfully, nudging him with her elbow. Zoro's embarrassment reaches new heights, but he nods in agreement, his eyes darting towards the three young children who were still frozen in shock by the events outside. He quickly excuses himself and makes his way to the bathroom, trying to compose himself. Meanwhile, the battle outside reaches its climax as Luffy's fists fly like a tornado, each one packing the power of 1,000 suns. Kuro is barely holding on, his movements are becoming sluggish and predictable under the onslaught and the lack of oxygen from Luffy's legs wrapped around his neck. In the quiet of the mansion's bathroom, Zoro locked the door behind him before walking over to the Jack and Jill bathroom counter. Looking at himself in the giant mirror, leaning on the counter with a hand over his face, his chest heaving. He couldn't believe what just happened. He had never been so aroused by really anything before. He was not expecting that. It's not like it's the first time he's seen Luffy fight. He's seen her fight 2 other times and neither of those times did he get hard. But watching her fight Kuro was like watching a wild animal fight for its life, and for some reason, that was incredibly hot to him. Outside, Luffy's battle with Kuro had all but ended. Kuro had collapsed with Luffy's legs still wrapped around his neck, so now he was on the ground with Luffy just sitting on his chest, looking slightly peeved that the fight was over so soon. Well, that was a bit disappointing, Luffy said, panting slightly, her curly hair sticking to the sweat on her forehead. I was hoping to stretch my legs a bit more. She rolled off of Kuro's body and dusted herself off. Kuro, now defeated, coughed and wheezed on the ground. You're insane, he managed to get out before he passed out. I know, right? Luffy said cheerfully, turning, and just listening. She tilted her head to the side, hearing Coco's hissing growl get louder, angrier, more agitated with every passing second. Looks like our little get-together got the Bananawani all riled up. Let's go see what's going on. She looked up to the window, where everyone was still watching her, well, except for Zoro. Hey, where's Zoro? She asked, noticing his absence. Nami smirked at Luffy's nonchalant attitude towards the intense fight she'd just been in, and the fact that she was more concerned about the commotion outside. I think Zoro might have had a little too much of a good time watching you, she quipped, her eyes twinkling mischievously. I sent him to take care of his happy friend before he traumatized the little ones up here. Everyone stayed silent for a couple seconds trying to process what she just said. Luffy blinked a couple times, before saying very bluntly and with zero shame. He got on from watching me beat the brakes off of a guy? Sabo's cheeks turned a deep shade of red and Ace buried his face in his palms with a groan. Luffy, he said in a muffled voice. Could you maybe not say that so loud? Luffy shrugged her shoulders, unbothered. Whatever gets him off. The door to the bathroom creaked open and Zoro emerged, trying his best to look nonchalant as he tucked his shirt in. He spotted Luffy, who was still standing outside beside the unconscious Kuro, and the smirk on her face grew wider. Don't start, he warned her, though the hint of a blush was still present. Luffy waved her hand around in the air. Yeah, whatever gets you off. She laughed, her eyes gleaming with amusement. But seriously, y'all get down here. I'm afraid Coco's gonna end up eating either someone, a ship, or both. I'm going to stay here with Carrot, Onion, and Pepper. Kaya murmured, sitting down heavily on his bed beside the 3 boys. Nami nodded in understanding. All right, we'll deal with Coco. You stay safe, okay? She gave Kaya's shoulder a gentle squeeze before leaving the room with Usopp and the rest of the crew. Once outside, Luffy was already bounding down the dirt path that leads out of the sprawling mansion's yard, dragging an unconscious Kuro with her. Come on! She's down at the cove and something's pissing her off. Luffy called over her shoulder as she sprinted away. The crew, plus Nami, followed. Upon reaching the cove, they were met with the sight of a red and black ship with a black cat as a figurehead, docked at the pier. Around the ship were various nervous-looking pirates, and that flamboyant, flashy, hypnotist Jango guy they had met earlier today, who had hypnotized Sabo to sleep for a bit. Jango saw them coming and a smirk spread on his face as he leaned on the ship's railing. Well, what do we have here? He called out, his voice echoing through the cove. Luffy just blinked at him before holding Kuro up like he was a fish she had just caught. I believe this is your captain, right? Jango's eyes widened. Yes, that's him, Captain Kuro. What happened to him? I beat the brakes off of him. Luffy answered casually, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. The pirates looked from Jango to the unconscious Kuro and then back to Luffy, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Jango took a step back, his smugness draining from his face. So? Luffy continued, watching the giant dark blob of Coco circle the ship underneath the water. You guys are the people pissing off Coco, huh? What the F is Coco? One of the pirates murmured, looking utterly confused, but nearly jumped out of his skin when another round of the long menacing hissing growl echoed through the air. Well, no one had to answer his question because it was answered for him. Because Coco herself, who is 500 feet long, decided she had enough and just swallowed their ship whole. She came out of the water, her jaws wide open and snapped it down on the ship. The splintered wood crackled and splintered, the ship groaned and the men screamed as Coco took half of the ship into her mouth. It was like watching a giant alligator devour a chicken nugget. She chewed once and swallowed, her tail slithering in the water behind her as she disappeared again. The water was calm for a moment, but the pirates had lost their captain and their ship, so their fear had turned into absolute terror. That's Coco, Luffy said calmly, pointing at the water. She's a Bananawani. The pirates stared at her in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Jango looked at the half-eaten ship, his heart racing. He had heard of the terrifying Bananawani that guarded the SANDSTORM pirates' home, but seeing one in action was a whole different story. Why you control that thing? Jango stuttered, his knees slightly buckling. Luffy nodded, a smug smile playing on her lips. Yep, she's one of ours. You've got to be pretty special to get on her good side. Jango took a moment to process this information, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. What do you want from me? He asked, his voice shaking slightly. Well, you're gonna get a visit from one of my mother's debt collectors. I'll tell you that now, you are going to get a surprise visit from one of her debt collectors and I can't promise you if it's gonna be pretty or not, and I want you all to leave the island. Luffy said casually, waving her hand around in the air. You might not have a ship, but there's a ferry going to the next island in about an hour. Jango's face went as pale as the full moon on a clear night. He had heard of Crocodile's wrath when someone crossed her, and he knew that she didn't take kindly to those who didn't repay their debts. The thought of facing one of her monstrous enforcers was more than enough to make his knees wobble like jelly. I will leave right away, I promise. Jango stuttered, sweat beading on his forehead like morning dew. We won't cause any trouble, I swear. Luffy's smile grew wider, revealing her sharp canines. Good boy. Now scoot. And take your weird captain with you, she said, kicking Kuro's unconscious body with her sandal. The pirates didn't need a second warning. They scurried off, dragging the half-dead Kuro with them. The Straw Hat Pirates, plus Nami, watched them go. Well, that was easier than I thought, Luffy chuckled, clapping her hands together. Her brothers exchanged a look. They knew better than to underestimate their mother's reach. After the next couple days Luffy finally manages to get her to-do list done. She's got her ship the Stormy Night shipped back to Alabasta by Big News Morgan's special order. She sold the pink monstrosity of the ship they were using and got a very, very hefty sum from it. She went supply shopping and all that jazz. And she got a ship, she didn't have to pay for it because it was a gift from Kaya, called the Going Merry, and she, with the help of Ace and Sabo had packed up all of their stuff on the pink ship and had put it on the Going Merry. Usopp strips her house of everything important. All her tools and weapons, her clothes and art supplies and the few photos she has of her parents together, but she leaves plenty behind. Her bag is bulging, and she almost gets stuck in the door. Usopp glances back into the tiny house once, nodding her head. She closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. Off we go. She walks down the path from her house for the last time, eyes catching on Zoro, Nami, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy at the bottom of the hill. Kaya's butler, Mary, is standing with them, gesturing to a ship. The Going Merry, a cute ship, a little caravel with a sheep as a figurehead. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro are listening to Mary's detailed explanation. As Ace and Sabo very poorly pretend to listen, their eyes keep darting to the ship, filled with excitement and wonder. Ace's orange hat bobbing with every nod, while Sabo's blonde curls shimmer in the sunlight. Luffy looks over her shoulder, spotting Usopp. "Hey, babes! You ready to hit the high seas?" She calls out with a grin, her dark brown eyes gleaming with excitement. Usopp nods, a mix of nervousness and determination etched on her face. As they approach, Mary finishes his speech, and Luffy claps her hands. "All right, let's get this party started." She leaps onto the Going Mary, her sandals thumping against the wooden deck. The ship feels alive under her, and she can't help but let out a whoop of joy. The others follow suit, their energy infectious. Sabo and Ace stare at the ship, awe-stricken. The Bananawani, Coco, emerges from the water, her massive frame towering over the dock. She opens her jaws wide, showing off teeth that could crush steel, and lets out a deafening roar. Nami flinches, while Zoro seems unfazed, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Usopp, with a bag slung over her shoulder, boards the ship, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of fear. She's leaving everything she's ever known behind, but with her newfound family by her side, she feels ready to conquer the world. Quest, in progress. Save the black cat with the orange fur. New quest, complete. Ran away and jumped. Achievement unlocked. Sometimes you just have to jump into a beefcake's arms. New quest, complete. Finally, to find Big News Morgans. Achievement unlocked. Fly home safely, ship. New quest, complete. Who's that? Oh, a hypnotist? Achievement unlocked. There's always a saying that says curiosity always kills the cat. Achievement unlocked. A father's love for his princess. Achievement unlocked. The family tree is complicated to say the least. New quest, completed. Finally, once again, the familiar face was found, and you had him by the tie. Achievement unlocked. Remind them why they fear you. New quest, completed. A new crewmate, a small and petite sharpshooter. Achievement unlocked. Brave warrior of the sea to be. New quest, completed. Time to strike. Achievement unlocked. Out the window, really? Achievement unlocked, Bnur boy. Achievement unlocked. Whatever gets him off. Achievement unlocked. Coco's snack. Gift, accepted. The Going Merry. Achievement unlocked. New adventure and a new member. They depart from the Gecko Islands with their new sharpshooter and a brand new ship, fully stocked for any needs they may have. Luffy finds her way to the figurehead, perching herself on top of it, claiming it as hers. She sighs contentedly, leaning back slightly. "Hey, Nami!" she calls out, her voice echoing in the quietness as they set sail. Nami approaches, her eyes glued to the horizon. She's never been this far out to sea before. It's a strange, exhilarating feeling, one that she's not quite sure she's ready for. "Yeah?" she replies, her voice a bit shaky. "You know." Luffy begins, peering up at Nami with one eye. "You're pretty good at navigating, you should join my crew." Nami's eyes widened in surprise. She turns to look at the grinning teenager, her heart racing. "Your crew?" she echoes, not quite believing what she's hearing. "Yeah, my crew. I like you, you're a good person, you're good at navigating, and you're not like other girls I know, you're tough, and that's what I need if we're gonna conquer the world and I become the pirate queen." Luffy exclaims, her enthusiasm as boundless as the ocean ahead of them. She waves her straw hat in the air, the wind whipping her jet black hair around her face. Nami's heart skips a beat. The idea of joining a pirate crew is ludicrous, and yet there's something about Luffy that makes it sound like the most natural thing in the world. Her carefree attitude and unshakable belief in herself is infectious. Plus, the thought of seeing the world beyond the confines of her village and the tyranny of Arlong is incredibly tempting. But she also knows if she doesn't return to Arlong, Arlong will kill all of the villagers in a fit of rage. She's torn, her hand trembling slightly as she grips the railing. I don't know, Luffy. I have responsibilities back home," she says, her voice wavering. Luffy waved her hat at Nami, tapping her on the nose with it. "It's okay, take your time." The group settles into their roles on the ship, Luffy's enthusiasm spreading like wildfire. Ace and Sabo are like shadows, following her every move. Zoro watches from a distance, his eyes lingering on Luffy with a mix of admiration and something else he can't quite put his finger on. Nami's mind is racing, weighing the risks and the rewards. She thinks of the villagers, while Usopp paints their Jolly Roger on their sail with pride. Luffy leans back on the figurehead, her arms behind her head, her straw hat hiding her eyes from the glaring sun above. She looks over to the side, catching Zoro's eye. Luffy raises an eyebrow, mouthing the word. "What's up, Bnur boy?" Zoro flinches, his cheeks flushing a dark red. "And nothing, Captain." He stammers, quickly looking away from her. "Cute." Luffy snickered, noticing Zoro's flustered state. She sat up, her shirt flapping in the wind to reveal her toned stomach. "So, where's the nearest island we can hit for some grub?" she asked, breaking the tension. Nami stepped forward, her eyes narrowed in thought. "We could head to Orange Town. It's got a decent market and we can stock up on supplies without drawing too much attention." Luffy nodded, her teeth glinting as she grinned. "Sounds like a plan, Nami. But remember, we're not just grocery shopping. We're looking for adventure." The Going Merry sliced through the waves, propelled by the wind and the excitement of the crew. And that's how Luffy ended up with a hybrid mink human in her arms. Luffy and the rest of her crew had run off in different directions once they got to Orange Town, and Luffy had just been wandering around, and because of a series of events now she was holding this tiny hybrid mink human at arm's length. The both of them just kind of blinked at each other for a moment, the little creature's fur fluffing in the gentle breeze. It looked up at her with these golden brown eyes that sparkled like the sun and a tail that was wagging like a puppy. "Well, hello," Luffy said, sounding genuinely confused. She pauses for a second, walking down to the dog tag, "'Cause yeah, this poor kid is wearing a DMN dog with a dog tag that says Monroe." "Monroe? Well, that's a pretty name," she says with a smile. "Say, what's a little guy like you doing all alone here?" The little mink human, Monroe, pps his head to the side, looking at her curiously before letting out a small, almost human-like giggle. It was like he understood what she was saying. Luffy took a deep breath, looking around before awkwardly holding Monroe on her hip. "Well, why don't we go over somewhere and ask someone where your mommy or daddy is?" she said, her tone gentle, trying to keep the situation calm as she started to walk down the street. She didn't want to scare the little mink human. The streets of Orange Town were bustling with activity, the vibrant colors of the buildings and the smells of freshly cooked food wafting through the air. The little one clung to her side, his tail swishing side to side as people passed by, giving them curious glances. Luffy stops at a small tavern, walking in and instantly going to the counter. Getting the bartender's attention, she says, "Hey, do you know whose kid this is? I found him wandering down the street all alone." She holds up Monroe for the bartender to see. The bartender, a burly man with a thick mustache, looks down at Monroe and then back at Luffy. "Ah, Monroe, nah, he ain't got no family. He's a street rat, 3 years old, mostly keeps to himself. Poor little fella's got the heart of a pirate, though. Can't keep him away from adventure stories for too long." Luffy's eyes softened. "Well, he's got a family now, if he wants one. What do you say, little buddy?" Monroe looked up at her, his tail wagging more enthusiastically, and let out another giggle. It was clear he didn't understand the words but sensed the warmth in her voice. "Well, thanks for the help, mister," Luffy says to the bartender with a smile before turning to leave the tavern, Monroe still in her arms. She couldn't just leave him here. As she walks back through the bustling streets, her mind races with possibilities. "Well, I'm a mommy," Luffy thinks to herself, and then instantly another thought hits her. "Oh sheet. OF dash. I'm turning into my DMN grandpops adopting street rats now." She sighs, knowing that she couldn't leave the little guy behind. "Well, hell, little man. Looks like you're sticking around with me and my crew," Luffy said to Monroe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "You can be our ship's mascot if you want." Monroe's tail wagged even faster, and he leaned his head into Luffy's neck, a little nod of agreement. Luffy couldn't help but laugh, feeling a new sense of responsibility and joy. She knew that with every new member she picked up, the stakes grew higher, but she couldn't resist the little mink's charm. As they walked through the street, Luffy's mind wandered. Well, if she was a DMN parent now, she would have to get kid stuff? Child stuff? Toddler stuff? She had no FING clue what a 3-year-old needed, but she knew she had to get something for him. Maybe some toys? No, she's going to need more than that. He'll need food, clothes, a bed, all that shit. Oh, where's a grandpop's ship you could steal from when you need it? Luffy thought to herself, her mind racing with the excitement of their newfound family member. She knew that taking care of a child, especially one that was part mink, was going to be a wild ride. "Well, Monroe, let's go shopping," she said with a grin. They walked down the cobblestone streets, the sun beating down on them as they approached a small, cluttered store that had everything from toys to clothes to snacks. Luffy pushed the creaky door open and stepped inside, the bell chiming as they entered. The shopkeeper, a plump woman with a warm smile, looked up from her sewing. "Welcome to Melly's Market," she called out. "What can I do for you today?" Luffy looked around, taking in the array of goods. "We're looking for some stuff for a little one, actually," she said, pointing to Monroe. "What have you got in the way of clothes and toys for a 3-year-old? Well, a very 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 tiny 3-year-old? Melly's eyes lit up at the sight of Monroe. "Ah, what a peculiar little fellow," Let's see what I can find for you, dear. She waddled over to a shelf at the back of the store, rummaging through a couple piles of clothes before pulling out a tiny pair of striped overalls and a little shirt that had an image of a smiling banana on it. Let's see if these are his size, and if they fit, we know what we're looking for. Luffy chuckled as she took the clothes from Melly, setting Monroe down on the counter. The little mink looked up at her with excitement, his tail thumping against the wooden countertop. She carefully slid the overalls over his legs and pulled the shirt over his head. To her surprise, the clothes fit him perfectly. Well, look at you, all dressed up like a little pirate, Luffy said, ruffling his fur. Monroe looked down at himself, then back at Luffy, letting out a yip. Melly couldn't help but chuckle. He's absolutely adorable. Well, that was eventful, huh? Luffy said to Monroe after their little shopping extravaganza. Luffy had really just bought anything and everything she thought she would need for a 3-year-old mink human, including a tiny pirate hat to match the rest of their cruise attire. The little guy looked up at her with wide eyes, holding onto a wooden toy ship that she had bought for him. It was a simple thing, but it had made his eyes light up like stars. Now, why don't we go find everyone else, huh? I've been gone for quite a while, they're probably worried about me by now, Luffy said, swinging Monroe onto her shoulders and making her way out of the store. She knew she had to break the news to her brothers and newfound crew members about their new addition. She wondered how they would react, especially Ace, who was always complaining about her bringing home random strays. Well, he really couldn't complain about this one cause it was technically a kid. As they approached the Going Merry, the gang looked up from their various tasks to see Luffy approaching with a grin that was wider than the Grand Line itself. Zoro looked up from his sword maintenance and squinted, noticing the small figure on her shoulders. Luffy, what the hell do you have there? He called out, setting his sword down and walking over to them. I'm a mommy now, Luffy announced proudly as she stepped onto the Going Merry, Monroe still on her shoulders, holding onto her neck tightly. Her brothers looked up from their respective activities, both bewildered by the sudden addition to their family. What the actual F dash, Luffy? Ace exclaimed, his eyes going wide at the sight of the tiny mink human. Did you steal someone's kid? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the way Monroe was clinging to Luffy made it clear he had taken a liking to the pirate girl. What? No, I did not steal someone's kid, Luffy protested, her voice a mix of amusement and exasperation. Monroe's all by his lonesome. Found him wandering around Orange Town, and we can't just leave him here, can we? Don't answer that. She waggled her finger at him. You don't have a say in this, he's staying. Sabo looked up from where he was sitting, munching on a banana. He had always been more laid back than Ace. Well, if she says so, then he's family. He took another bite, seemingly unbothered by the sudden turn of events. Jesus Christ. Ace groaned in exasperation, waving his hand around. First, we gotta deal with Mr. Roronoa. I get bners when I watch Luffy beat someone up, Zoro, and now we've got a kid? Hey! Zoro exclaimed, his face flushing at Ace's words, Mr. Roronoa, I get bners when I watch Luffy beat someone up, Zoro. Can we please stop bringing that up? He was already feeling the heat from his attraction to Luffy and didn't need his thoughts echoed so loudly. Nami, who had been quietly watching the exchange, stepped in. So, what's his name, then? She asked, trying to keep the peace and direct the conversation away from Zoro's blush. Monroe, Luffy announced proudly, as if she had just found the last piece of the one-piece puzzle. She plopped him down onto the deck of the Going Merry, and the little mink looked around with wide eyes, taking in the new surroundings. The wooden planks creaked under his tiny feet, and the salty breeze whipped through his fur, making him shiver slightly. Usopp stepped forward, her hands on her hips as she sized up the new member of the crew. Well, he's definitely got the look for it. Welcome aboard, Monroe. She bent down and held out a hand, which Monroe took with a gentle shake, his sharp teeth peeking through his grin. Thanks, Usopp. Luffy beamed, watching as Monroe took a tentative step towards the group. He looked so small. Is he supposed to be this small? I mean, the town folk said he was 3 years old? Luffy whispered to Nami, who had come to stand beside her, watching the interaction with a slight smirk. Nami shrugged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I don't know, but he sure is cute. And it's not like we can't handle one more mouth to feed. With that, the tension eased, and the crew began to gather around Monroe, introducing themselves. The little mink human took it all in, his tail wagging like a puppy's as he sniffed and studied each face. It was clear he was a bit shy, but Luffy's confidence and the welcoming environment helped him to open up. So, Ace, Sabo. What do you think Mama would do if I just sent her a letter that said you're a grandma now? Luffy asked, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she watched her brother's reactions. Ace looked like he was about to have a heart attack, his freckles standing out even more on his face. Luffy, don't you dare. Sabo, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, that would be one hell of a surprise, wouldn't it? Come on, what's the worst she could do? Show up unannounced on our ship? Luffy said with a laugh, watching as Ace's expression grew more panicked by the second. You wouldn't. Ace exclaimed, his voice rising an octave. Mama would have a fit. Luffy rolled her eyes, popping down on the deck of the Going Merry beside Monroe. Fine, fine. She waved her hand in the air, but we are going to have to tell her eventually. Yeah, but maybe after we've got him a bit more piratey? Ace suggested, scratching the back of his neck. Sabo just nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Sounds like a plan. Besides, he'll have to learn the ropes eventually. Hey, since we're in Orange Town, why don't we go see some old friends? Luffy suggests, looking over to her brothers. I was wandering around the town and I heard something about the buggy pirates performing tonight. Ace's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Can we go, Luffy? I'm always down to watch a good show. Buggy? Usopp echoed, her curiosity piqued. She had heard tales of the infamous pirate since she was young, her father often speaking of the Star Clown with a mix of admiration and fondness. What's so special about the buggy pirates? They're pirate crew of performers. Luffy exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. They're like a circus on the high seas. I bet you've never seen anything like it. Usopp's curiosity grew, and she couldn't resist the urge to learn more. But isn't Buggy dangerous? I mean, she's not exactly the most fearsome pirate around, but still. Luffy waved off Usopp's worries. Yeah, she's a beach, but she's not a mean beach, she's a sarcastic and sassy beach. She grinned as Monroe climbed into her arms. Plus, she's got a son who's part of her crew. He's pretty cool. His name's Dagger. You'll like him, I promise. Dagger, huh? Zoro raises an eyebrow, leaning against the ship's rail. That's quite a name. He's got quite a bit of spirit, too, Luffy said proudly, ruffling Monroe's fluffy fur. His mom is a riot. You'll love her, I promise. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink, they made their way into Orange Town. The bustling streets were filled with the smells of fresh fish and spicy meat wafting from the nearby food stalls, and the distant sound of laughter and music grew louder as they approached the venue where the buggy pirates would be performing. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, plus Nami, joined the eager throngs of townspeople lining up to board the ship and see the show, waiting to pay admission. Luffy peers around excitedly at all of the carnies on the docks, busy keeping the people in line entertained. Monroe sits atop Luffy's shoulders, his tail swishing back and forth in excitement. As they get closer to the ship, the music grows louder, a mix of instruments playing a catchy tune that seemed to beckon them onward. The ship itself was decked out in lights and streamers, looking more like a floating festival than a vessel of piracy. Luffy's excitement grows as she hops in place from foot to foot, holding onto Monroe's legs so he doesn't fall off of her shoulders. She looks around, her eyes landing on a guy juggling knives, and she misses the crowd's reaction to a lion marching through, his tamer sitting astride his back. Luffy! Zoro, Nami, and Usopp shouted in unison as the lion got dangerously close to her and Monroe. Huh? Luffy snapped out of her trance, looking over to her crew mates. What's up? She shivers slightly when she feels a hot breath on her skin, accompanied by the sound of a lion growling in her ear. Her head snapped around. Boy! She warns, pointing a finger at the lion. Both lion and tamer give her shocked looks until the tamer leans in slightly, squinting. Luffy? Moji, the lion tamer, called out in surprise. Luffy stops pointing at the lion, Richie, and points at Moji. Moji! Where's my man? She calls out, referring to Dagger. Moji laughs, a boisterous sound that makes the lion jump back. Luffy, you're looking for Dagger? He's probably already inside in the back, getting all dolled up. He says, sliding off Richie's back and walking over to them, the lion obediently following. What brings you to our little show? Luffy grins, swinging Monroe down from her shoulders. We're just here to check it out. But, look, I have a son. She holds Monroe up to Moji by the armpits, Monroe's feet dangling limply, as his tail wags like he's trying to start a tornado. Moji's eyes go wide, and he laughs even harder. Well, ain't he a cutie? I've gotta hand it to you, Luffy. You've got quite the knack for collecting strays. But, if you're looking for Dagger, you should probably get inside. The show's about to start. Luffy nods, holding Monroe to her chest like as if he was a stuffed animal. She turns on her heels and starts running towards the tent, calling over her shoulder. I'll introduce all of you to my crew after the show. She says, disappearing into the vibrant fabric of the tent, her crew, plus Nami, following her closely behind. The inside of the tent is a kaleidoscope of colors, lights, and the smell of popcorn. The seats are filled with townsfolk dressed in their Sunday best, whispering excitedly about the upcoming show. The stage is a flurry of activity as clowns and acrobats practice their routines. Luffy ignores it all, sticking close to the wall of the tent as she screws to the back rooms, her crew and Nami in tow. She knows where Dagger's dressing room is because she's been to enough of these shows to know the layout. The Star Clown Pirates are famous for their flamboyant performances, and their setup is always the same. Dagger. Luffy calls out once they get to the back, her voice echoing through the corridor. There's a moment of silence before the sound of someone stumbling over something echoes back. A door swings open, to reveal a shirtless muscular young man, Dagger. His torso and chest was bare, except for the smudges of white face paint that trailed down his collarbones, shoulders, and chest. The white handprints and finger smudges that adorned his body looked like they were reaching for his heart, and gave him a wild, untamed look. His face was completely covered in white face paint with intricate purple swirls. He's wearing a pair of baggy, low-rise, sky blue pants with white clouds on them that were slung dangerously low, and heeled platform boots. Dagger had dark tanned skin, vibrant red hair, and equally as vibrant blue eyes. On his right shoulder and back a swirling bright blue tattoo lay, a stark contrast to the dark tan of his skin. Dagger looks a mix of shock and excitement, until it melts into a smirk. Luffy, 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 Luffy. He murmurs, slowly walking around Luffy like a shark eyeing its prey. His eyes wander to Monroe and then back to Luffy. What's this? He asks, poking Monroe's cheek with a finger, making the pup squeal and nip at him playfully. This is Monroe. He's with us now, Luffy says with a proud grin. Dagger's eyes light up with curiosity. A mink human, eh? He's adorable. And feisty. He laughs as Monroe tries to bite his finger again as his hand goes up Luffy's arm, up her shoulder, neck, until his hand cradles her face, but not as feisty as you, Luffy. He says with a smoldering look in his eyes. Hey! No! Ace and Sabo shout in unison as they tackle Dagger, pulling him away from Luffy. Ace's wavy black hair falls into his face as he glares at the taller boy. What do you think you're doing, you perverted clown? What? Dagger laughs, putting his hands up in defense as Ace and Sabo pin him to the floor. I was just saying hello. He winks at Luffy, who rolls her eyes but can't help but smirk. Zoro's eyes twitched at the way Dagger touched Luffy, his hand tightening around the handle of his sword. He didn't like it, not one bit. But he knew Luffy could handle herself. Ace, Sabo, leave him alone, he was just flirting. Luffy says, laughing as she pulls her brothers off Dagger. She offers a hand to help him up, which he takes with a dramatic flair, using the momentum to bounce back onto his feet. Dagger dusts himself off with a grin. It's been ages, Luffy. He says, going right back to flirting with Luffy, as he reaches up both hands this time to cup her face. Oh, how I've missed you, my little pirate queen in the making. Luffy's cheeks flush at his touch, but she doesn't push him away. Instead, she laughs, her voice filled with warmth. Dagger, you haven't changed a bit. She says, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zoro watches the exchange with a mix of amusement and jealousy, his gaze never leaving Dagger's hands on Luffy's face. Nami, having picked up on the tension, decides to intervene. All right, break it up, you two, she says. We're here for a show, not to start our own circus act. Dagger sighed dramatically, letting go of Luffy's face with a flourish of his hands. Fine, you're no fun at all. He grinned, his vibrant eyes shimmering with excitement. But I promise you, the real show is just beginning. The group made their way back to the main tent, Luffy and Dagger chatting amicably while Ace and Sabo trailed behind, their arms folded over their chests, glaring at the back of Dagger's head. Monroe, now comfortably sitting on Luffy's shoulder, chattered away, his eyes wide with wonder at the sights and smells of the circus. The performance began with a bang, literally. The Star Clown Pirates had a flair for the dramatic, and their opening act involved cannons firing confetti and glitter into the air. The audience oohed and awed, while the Straw Hat Pirates and Nami found their seats, ready to enjoy the show. Zoro sat down beside Luffy and Monroe, crossing his arms over his chest as he watched the show unfold. So, Luffy, what's your relationship with Dagger? He asked, his eyes not leaving the stage where Dagger was now swinging from a trapeze. Luffy looked away from the show and to Zoro, raising an eyebrow. She smirks and leans closer to him, her voice dropping to a whisper only Zoro could hear. What's it to you, Bner boy, you getting jealous? She teases, poking his side playfully. Zoro's face flushed scarlet, his eyes snapping to Luffy in surprise. What? No, it's just he seems a bit too friendly, that's all. He stammers, trying to maintain his cool exterior. Luffy shrugged, tossing a piece of popcorn in the air and catching it in her mouth. He's always been like that. He's flirty, but he's harmless, and well, me and Dagger are friends with benefits. She winks at Zoro. Zoro's grip on the armrest tightened. He hadn't expected that answer. The thought of Luffy with someone else stirred something in him, something he didn't quite understand yet. He took a deep breath, trying to ignore the sudden heat in his cheeks. The show went on with daring acrobatic feats, wild animals, and colorful costumes. Dagger was the star of the show, his flaming red hair and vibrant blue eyes drawing everyone's attention. He performed with an ease and confidence that was hard not to admire. Each act grew more intense, and the audience's cheers grew louder. Luffy clapped along with everyone else who had watched the show when it ended, her cheeks rosy from the excitement. Dagger took his final bow, blowing a kiss to the crowd before hopping off the stage, scurrying backstage, the other performers soon following him as they cleaned up the stage. Well, what do you think? Luffy turned to her crew and Nami, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Me, Ace, and Sabo see these shows constantly, but what did you guys think? Usopp leaned back in her chair, her eyes wide. Honestly, Luffy, that was incredible, she exclaimed, still in awe of the acrobatics she had just witnessed. Nami nodded in agreement, her eyes still glued to the empty stage as if waiting for an encore. Zoro grunted, still feeling disgruntled about the fact Luffy and Dagger are apparently friends with benefits. He's pretty flashy, he admitted begrudgingly. Nami smirks, noticing Zoro's discomfort. Looks like someone's feeling a little territorial, she teases, nudging him with her elbow. I'm not territorial. Zoro snaps, though his voice lacks conviction. Luffy laughs, slapping her knee. Oh, come on, Zoro. It's just a bit of fun. Nami's smirk grew into a full smile. I can see why you're friends, Luffy. He's got the charm of a snake oil salesman and the moves of an exotic dancer. Thanks, I guess? Dagger said, popping out from the side of the stage, sweat glistening on his painted face. He took a dramatic bow, causing Luffy to laugh. You guess? That was amazing. Usopp said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dagger straightened up with a proud smile. Glad you enjoyed it, darling. But the real fun is behind the scenes. He winked at Luffy, who rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her own smile. You know, my offer still stands, Dagger. Luffy said, standing up and walking towards Dagger. You can always come with me and explore the ocean with me, she said, barely stopping an inch away from Dagger, looking up at him through her lashes, tilting her head to the side, and biting her bottom lip. Dagger's smile grew even wider, his eyes twinkling with mischief. And leave all this? He gestured to the stage behind him. You're flattering, Luffy, but I'm quite content here. He leaned down closer to whisper in her ear. But maybe I'll take you up on that offer sometime. Who knows what could happen in the future? His breath was warm against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. You better keep that promise. Luffy whispered back, after all, you're the one who wanted me to call you my man so badly, remember? She nudged him with her elbow, her smirk turning into a full grin as she watched Dagger's cheeks turn a shade of pink that even his face paint couldn't hide. Dagger chuckled, his hand lightly touching hers. Ah, the memories. But seriously, Luffy, if I ever get tired of this circus life, you'll be the first to know. He took a step back, his eyes traveling over Luffy's outfit. But for now, I think I'll stick to the spotlight and the applause of the crowd. Luffy sighed, her smile never leaving her face. Oh well. She conceded, it's your loss. But when you do decide to leave, you know where to find me, Dagger. I'll be waiting. She turned to the rest of her crew, her eyes lingering on Ace and Sabo, who had been strangely quiet during the exchange. Come on, chickadees. We've got an adventure to start, she said, reaching over and picking up Monroe from his seat beside Nami and Usopp. The seven of them left the tent, the sound of laughter and applause following them out. Luffy walked in the back, her steps slowing to a stop at the tent's entrance. Hey, Dagger, I've got something for you before we leave. Come here, will ya? She called out, her voice playful and teasing. Dagger, still dressed in his flashy circus attire, approached with a swagger, a knowing smirk on his face. He knew Luffy's playful nature all too well. What is it, Luffy? He asked, leaning down slightly to hear her better. Luffy smirked, and raised an eyebrow at him. Her right hand went up to bury in his hair, grabbing a fistful of it tightly and pulled him down into a kiss. It was a kiss that was passionate and full of promise. Dagger's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Before he melted into it, his arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her closer. His lips moved against hers with an urgency that made the air around them crackle with energy. The sound of their kiss echoed through the emptying tent, and when they finally pulled apart, Luffy's eyes were sparkling with mischief. Something to remember me by, she whispered against his mouth. Dagger chuckled, a little breathlessly. I'm not likely to forget you, Luffy. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, his thumb lingering on her cheek. Luffy chuckled, leaning in to kiss him again. This kiss was a hard, lingering pressing of their lips together, a promise of future adventures and nights spent tangled in the sheets. Dagger's hand slid around her neck, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. When they pulled apart, Luffy winked at him and turned to leave, Monroe squirming in her arms. "See you around, Dagger," she called over her shoulder. "And tell your mama I said hi, yeah?" Dagger chuckled, watching her go with a warm feeling in his chest. He couldn't help but admire the way she moved, so full of life and energy. He knew that Luffy was destined for great things, and part of him wished he could follow her on her journey. But for now, he had his own path to walk. Luffy saluted Dagger as she walked out of the tent, and her crew, plus Nami, eyes zeroed on her. "You kissed that clown, didn't you?" Sabo yelled, pointing his finger at Luffy's face, where smudges of Dagger's makeup was. "I kissed him twice actually." Luffy grinned, her eyes gleaming with excitement as they stepped out into the bustling streets of Orange Town. The setting sun painted the horizon in hues of fiery orange, casting long shadows over the cobblestone paths. The smell of freshly cooked street food filled the air, mingling with the distant sound of the ocean waves. Ace looked scandalized. He looked like he just saw something that he shouldn't have seen. "You what?" he squealed. Luffy rolled her eyes, Monroe still wiggling around in her arms. "It's not like it's the first time we've kissed," she said, using the sleeve of her shirt to wipe the makeup off of her face. Both Ace and Sabo splutter and gaped at Luffy as she walks up to them, a smug grin playing on her lips. Nami and Usopp exchange glances, trying to hide their smirks. Zoro's eye twitched slightly at the revelation, his arms folded over his chest as he glared at the tent. Luffy caught the look and couldn't help but laugh, nudging him with her elbow. "What's eating you, Zoro? Jealous?" Zoro scoffed, trying to maintain his cool demeanor. "Me? Jealous of a clown? Don't make me laugh." Luffy rolled her eyes. "Yeah, whatever. Let's get back to the going merry. We've got an adventure to start." That was way off the mark. Luffy shouts, her hand on top of her head to keep her straw hat on. It's been about a week since they left Orange Town and Luffy and Usopp are currently trying out the cannons on the Going Merry, trying to hit a random rock formation in the middle of the ocean. Zoro is jolted from his nap on the upper deck of the Going Merry, he blinks and takes a deep breath, trying to wrangle his thoughts. "Hey, what's so loud?" he asks, stretching his arms out. Monroe, who was taking a nap with him, didn't even stir slightly. "Cannon firing practice," Luffy shouted back, "but it's not going very well." She pouted, looking over at the untouched rock. "Like I said, let the expert aim the thing," Usopp says, jabbing her thumb at herself. Her short, curly black hair flowing in the sea breeze. "Judging from the flying distance of the last one, this should do," Usopp says, aiming the cannon with surprising precision for a pirate her age. "Fire!" she yells, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The cannon boomed, the rock shattered into a million pieces. Usopp throws her arms up in victory. "Told you, I've got a good eye for this." "Awesome. You hit that thing on the first try." Luffy cheered, jumping up and down. Zoro watches them and rolls his eyes, but he can't help but snicker. He plops back down on the upper deck of the Going Merry, Monroe curling up on his chest, oblivious to the commotion below. "You two are going to sink us with all that racket," he calls out, though there's a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "That's not how that works, Zoro." Luffy called up to him with a laugh, her voice carrying over the waves. "But thanks for the vote of confidence." Luffy huffed, plopping down on the kitchen table beside Usopp. There was nothing more to shoot at with the cannons and they got bored pretty quickly. "You know guys, I was thinking," Luffy began, leaning across the table, watching Nami chart down something. "I love to cook and all that, but I'm the captain, not the cook. So there's one other position we have to fill before we hit the Grand Line," she says, stretching out her arms across the table. "You're right, the kitchen is really nice on the ship. Just pay me and I'll do it," Nami said without looking up from her map, her ponytail swishing to the side as she tapped the tip of her pencil against her chin in thought. "I suppose a cook is vital for long trips," Zoro says, not bothering to open his eyes from his spot on the ground, leaning on the side of the fridge. "Yeah. No decent pirate ship should be without a cook," Luffy exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "But we can't just grab anyone, it has to be someone good, someone who can handle our appetites and all the crazy stuff we're gonna get into." Sabo looks up from rummaging in the fridge, looking slightly crestfallen, Monroe clinging to his shoulder like a parrot. "No sissy, you're the best cook in the world. Why would you ever need to find someone else?" "Ah, thanks, Bubba." Luffy grinned, ruffling his hair. "But we need a professional chef. Someone who can whip us up a feast no matter what we throw at them, literally and figuratively speaking." Ace leaned against the kitchen counter, munching on an apple. "You're not wrong, Luffy. And we've got to find someone who can handle all the random shit we come across on our adventures." Maybe even someone who's got a bit of fighting spirit themselves, so they won't get cold feet when things heat up. Exactly. Luffy nodded. Someone who's got guts and knows how to handle a knife just as well as they can handle their fists. She slammed her palm on the table, making the dishes rattle. We don't just need to cook, we need a musician. Sabo slumped into a chair at the dining table. I'm so used to Mama's ships and the built-in speakers all throughout the frame. It's so quiet and boring without it. He complained, Monroe jumping onto the table with a cheerful bark in agreement. Nami looked up from her map, raising an eyebrow. We're going to have to get someone who's got a good sense of rhythm to keep our spirits high, she suggested with a smirk. We're gonna need someone who's not gonna be embarrassed, playing the music our mother listens to, Ace said, sliding into the seat beside Luffy. There's a reason why our mom has built-in speakers in her ships instead of musicians, or well, she does have a musician, she's named Juicy. But that's not the point. We grew up on, let's say, not so PG-13 music. He chuckled. Yeah, we can't have someone playing nursery rhymes while we're fighting off sea kings, Usopp said, joining the conversation with a grin. Luffy nodded thoughtfully, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Alright, so we need a cook and a musician, someone who's got the rhythm to keep our spirits high and the skills to keep our bellies full. She was cut off mid-sentence by the sound of someone landing on their ship, wooden barrels breaking and a man yelling. Get out here you DMN pirates! The voice was gruff and unmistakably hostile. Luffy's expression was one of pure bewilderment in a hint of anger as she got up from her seat, and untangled Monroe from her sleeve he was chewing on. All of you stay in here, okay? I'll deal with our unwelcome guest, she said, walking towards the door and throwing it open. Hey, what the hell? Who are you? Luffy snapped, slamming the door closed behind her. The man who was on the deck of their ship was a fairly tall young man with tanned skin, short brown hair. He has on a pair of black sunglasses, and he has a tattoo on the side of his face with the kanji for C. He's wearing a blue hooded jacket with a purple undershirt, tan pants, boots, and a watch on his left wrist, and he has a sword in hand. Shut up! The man snapped. Who I am means nothing, you stinkin' pirate! He yells, lunging for Luffy, swinging his sword and breaking a chunk of the Going Merry's upper deck railing. Oh, hell to the FING no! Luffy growled, jumping backwards so the sword doesn't hit her, the wind from the blade slicing through the air like a scythe. Her fists clenched, and her anger started to slowly grow. You're gonna regret coming onto my ship, buddy. Over the years I've lost count on how many pirate heads we've taken. And now you guys think you can kill my partner. The man yells, going to swing his sword again. Luffy dodged, and the man's sword connected with the Going Merry again and Luffy's anger grew. Partner? Look, I don't know what the hell you're talking about but quit wrecking my sheet. Luffy snaps, lunging forward and grabbing the man's head, and head-butting him, and it wasn't gentle either. Luffy slammed her head into the man's head so hard that he flew back and crashed into the wall of the upper deck of the Going Merry. The man stumbled forward, then backwards, then he stumbled forward again before falling backwards on his back. L lost by a hair. The man said, groaning slightly. You're strong, kid. Who the hell is this guy? Luffy thought out loud, her eyes narrowing as she stared at the intruder sprawled out on the deck. Johnny, tell me that's not you? Zoro said as he emerged from the mess hall of the Going Merry on the upper deck of the Going Merry. The man, Johnny, manages to look up squinting. Ha! Who says my name like they think they know me or something? He spits, blood dripping from his nose from the headbutt he just got from Luffy. Johnny looks up to see the unimpressed look from Zoro and he splutters, sitting up surprisingly quickly. Be big bro Zoro? Johnny says with a mix of shock and excitement. Johnny, it is you. Zoro said with a deadpan tone, eyeing the older pirate before him. What are you doing here, big bro? Johnny exclaimed, his eyes wide. Zoro doesn't answer his question, instead asks him. Where's Yasaku? Isn't he with you? What the actual F is going on? Luffy cuts into their conversation, looking utterly and completely baffled. She didn't miss the fact that Johnny called Zoro big bro, and that was definitely something she wasn't expecting. You guys know each other? Why are you on a pirate ship? What's going on around here? Johnny ignores Luffy's question, scrambling to his feet to look up at Zoro with a mix of shock, nervousness, and excitement of seeing Zoro. Johnny, calm down. Zoro said calmly, sheathing his swords and walking over to the intruder with a casual stride. I haven't seen you this frantic in, ever. Is something wrong? Where's Yasaku? Johnny looks about ready to burst into tears as he waves his hands around frantically in the air, before pointing to the side of the Going Merry, where a rope is holding another smaller ship to the Going Merry. Running towards it and peering over the railing, Zoro following him closely behind. He's been sick. He points at the unconscious figure of Yasaku sprawled out on the deck of the smaller ship. Up until a few days ago, he was healthy and full of life. And now he keeps fainting and getting really pale. Johnny says, his voice shaky as he slowly lowers Yasaku on the deck of the Going Merry, the inhabitants of the ship surrounding them. I have no idea what's causing it. His teeth have been falling out, and his old wound has opened up and started bleeding. He just kept on getting worse and worse, and I didn't know what to do. So I thought maybe we would just rest on a little island. But then, a cannonball came flying from the ship. He cried, his eyes glossing over with tears. Luffy and Usopp share a look, because yeah, they were the one to shoot the cannon, and she could see the guilt in Usopp's eyes. Ace looked on with a mix of confusion and concern. They had never meant to hit anyone with that cannon. We're sorry. Usopp stutters, looking mortified. We didn't mean to hit you guys with that cannonball. We just wanted to practice our aim. Sorry isn't good enough, isn't that right? Partner? Johnny's hands hover over Yasaku, not knowing what to do. Big bro? Give it to me straight, is he going to die? He looks over to Zoro, desperation in his eyes. Sabo rolls his eyes, dropping Monroe into Johnny's lap. He's not gonna die, it just sounds like he has scurvy. Sabo says nonchalantly, squatting beside Yasaku's head, pulling down one of his eyelids to look at how pale they are. It's just a lack of vitamin C, Johnny. Give him some oranges, lemons, or limes and he'll be good as new in no time. Johnny looks at Sabo with a mix of relief and skepticism. Really? He asks, his voice hopeful. Yeah, it's easy to get and it's easy to get rid of. Sabo shrugs, standing up. But he's gonna need to lay off the booze for a bit if he wants to get better faster. And maybe lay off the salt too. Luffy looks over at Zoro, who is watching the exchange with a furrowed brow. She can tell he's deep in thought, his mind racing as he looks over at Yasaku and then at Johnny. The silence stretches on for a moment before he finally speaks. Luffy sighed, looking over to Johnny, pointing a finger at him. You babysit my son. She points down at Monroe, who was still sitting in Johnny's lap. And me and Usopp will go get some oranges, limes, and lemons we have out of storage for him. She says, getting up from her seat on the deck and dusting off her legs. Johnny nods, a look of relief washing over his face. Yes, of course. He says eagerly, bobbing his head. Luffy nods, holding her hand out to Usopp to help her up to her feet. Come on Usopp, let's go get some of that sour sheet out of storage for Zoro's bro. She says with a grin. Usopp rolls her eyes but takes Luffy's hand and gets up. Why do we always end up babysitting? She mumbles under her breath as they head towards the storage room of the ship. Nami rolls her eyes, walking down the stairs of the upper deck of the Going Merry, walking towards the group and taking a seat beside Johnny. He'll be fine, he just needs to rest and eat some fruit. The only reason why people get scurvy is because they don't have the right diet for the seas. She says, her voice filled with a hint of annoyance, but mostly concern for the sickly-looking Yasaku. Johnny nods, stroking Monroe's head as the little mink napped in his lap. Thanks. We were just trying to find some peace on an island and ended up here. Didn't expect to get fired on, though. He chuckles nervously. Miss? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Well, I didn't get any of y'all's names, actually. My mind kinda just went blank after I saw my big bro. He says, his voice a little shaky as he points at Zoro. Zoro grunts, sitting beside Johnny. Well, the two that shot the cannonball are Luffy and Usopp. That's Ace and Sabo. He points towards the two boys, before pointing towards Nami. That Nami, and that's Monroe. He points down to Monroe in Johnny's lap. Johnny nods, taking in the names and faces, his eyes lingering on Ace and Sabo for a moment. Thanks. And I'm Johnny, and that's Yasaku over there, still out like a light. He says, nodding towards the unconscious Yasaku. His eyes wander back to Zoro, his eyes locking onto the Hanafuda earrings that dangle from the swordsman's ears. A silence stretches on for a second before Johnny lets out a long weary sigh. He reaches up and gently grabs one of the Hanafuda earrings, being careful not to tug on them. The earrings are massive, nearly the same size as his hand and look like they could have cost more than his entire life savings. Johnny's eyes scan over everyone again, noticing that everyone, except for Nami, has a pair of the same earrings. Even Monroe has a pair, but instead of being in his ears, it is on a chain and around his neck like a necklace. Zoro watches Johnny, watching the emotions and expressions flit across Johnny's face. He can tell the guy is confused, possibly overwhelmed. He clears his throat and says, "You've got questions, spit it out, I know that look. You're staring at the earrings like they're gonna jump out and bite ya." Johnny looks up, blinking rapidly. Sorry, yeah, I do. What's with the fancy earrings, big bro? They look like something that could buy a whole fleet. Zoro sighs, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, Johnny, I'm not exactly in the business of bounty hunting anymore. Johnny's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what? You left the bounty hunting gig? He asks incredulously. Zoro joined my family. Luffy says as she and Usopp emerge from the storage room, barrels in hand. She slaps a barrel down onto the deck with a loud thump. It's a long story, but he's not just a bounty hunter anymore. He's a straw hat. Johnny's jaw drops at the revelation. No way. Zoro, you're a pirate now. He stammers. Zoro grimaces as Johnny yells in his ear, and he pushes Johnny away from him gently but firmly. Keep your voice down, he warns, his eyes sweeping the horizon for any signs of trouble. And yes, I've sworn allegiance to Luffy. She's got a good heart, and she's got a dream that's even bigger than the sea we're sailing on. He's also got the hots for our captain. Usopp says, as she sets the barrel she was holding down beside Luffy. Johnny's cheeks flush bright red. What? He asks, looking at Zoro for confirmation. Zoro, for his part, face is so red it could have given a sunburn a run for its money. Shut your fing trap, Usopp. He yells, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Usopp just laughs. It's true, Johnny boy, your big bro Zoro here has been swooning over our captain. It's kind of adorable, really. Johnny's eyes dart back and forth between Usopp and Zoro, trying to gauge the truth in the sniper's words. Meanwhile, Luffy, completely unfazed, cracks open one of the barrels to reveal a bounty of citrus fruits. She tosses a few to Nami, who catches them deftly. Alright, let's get this sour citrus party started. Luffy says dramatically, breaking the tension as she sits on her knees beside Yasaku's head. She grabs his cheeks and squeezes them like a squishy toy. I know you really can't hear me right now, but sorry man, this is gonna be sour as sheet. She says, digging her fingers into the citrus she was holding, ripping it in half before squeezing the juice into Yasaku's mouth, Nami, and Usopp sitting beside her and doing the same. Johnny watches as the trio works together, the juice from the fruits mixing with Yasaku's drool and making a mess on the deck. He's never seen such camaraderie between pirates before. Most pirates he's encountered were more likely to cut their own throats than help each other. But here, on the Going Merry, it seems like a different kind of pirate lives. One that actually cares. He looks over to Ace and Sabo, who had run off to the railing of the ship and were now trying to set up fishing poles to fish. Johnny's eyes linger on them for a split second longer before his eyes dart down to his lap, to Monroe, who was snuggled into his lap. He's never had a family, not really. Just his dad, Zoro, and Yasaku, and now his dad is gone, he and Yasaku barely see Zoro, and Johnny's afraid that if he doesn't get his head straight, he might end up losing Yasaku too. Johnny takes a deep breath and looks over to Zoro, who's still sitting beside him, watching the three girls and Yasaku with a fond smile on his face. You know, he murmurs. I never knew pirates could be like this. Caring and actually giving a DMN. Zoro opens his mouth to reply but pauses for a second, instead, letting out a long sigh. Yeah, Luffy's, she's a bit off. Got a few marbles and screws loose up in her head. But she's good, she's not afraid to get her hands dirty and beat someone to a pulp. But she's got a heart of gold, Johnny, she'd give you the shirt off her back if she thought it'd save your life, even if she had to go topless herself. He says, chuckling lightly at the thought. Johnny nods solemnly, his eyes wandering back over to the three girls tending to Yasaku. Yasaku's head had ended up in Luffy's lap, her hand cradling the side of his face as she looked down at him, a soft smile on her lips as she, Nami, and Usopp continued to squeeze the juice of the citrus into his mouth. It was weirdly gentle, like a mother dealing with her sick child. It was definitely not what he'd expected from a bunch of pirates, especially not from the one he'd come here to fight. The quiet on the deck is only broken by the occasional laugh from the girls and the sound of Yasaku choking down the fruit juice. It's a strange moment of peace amidst the chaos of their lives. Zoro's eyes follow the scene, a soft smile playing on his lips as he watches the three of them. Johnny looks at Zoro, really looks at him. His big bro scenes, happy? Not as stressed, not so unhappy, not so distant, cold, not so much on the edge all the time. It's a stark contrast from the man he knew from the bounty hunting days together. What happened to you, big bro? You've changed a lot since we last met. You seem not happy. Johnny says, his voice tinged with curiosity. Zoro's smile fades slightly as he looks down at his hands, the calluses a testament to his countless battles. He glances back at Luffy, and the warmth in his eyes is unmistakable. I know it's weird, Johnny. It really is. He sighed, looking over to Johnny. I might not have known Luffy for too long, just a couple weeks tops. But, it's like she's the sun, you need the sun to survive, and I need her to live. She's just got this way of bringing people together, making them feel like they're part of something, and it's infectious. You can't help but want to follow her to the ends of the earth, even if she's as crazy as a shithouse rat on crack. Johnny looks at him, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. Yeah, I can see that. She's something else, alright. He pauses, watching as Usopp, Nami, and Luffy laugh together, the latter two's hands moving in a blur as they try to get more juice into Yasaku's mouth. But what about the rest of the world, big bro? What about the Marines, the other pirates? The shitstorm you guys are gonna stir up? Zoro stays silent for a few seconds, rubbing his eyes with his palms, trying to organize his thoughts. If there's one thing I've learned from Luffy is that the only thing that matters is family, Johnny. And it doesn't have to be by blood. It's about who you trust, who's got your back, and who you're willing to lay your life down for. He looked at Johnny, his gaze intense. You know, Johnny, I've fought against Marines and pirates alike, and let me tell you, there's good and bad in both worlds. The Marines might be the face of justice, but they're not the only ones fighting for what's right. And as for other pirates, well, we're not all cut from the same cloth. Johnny studied Zoro, his curiosity piqued. What makes you think you can trust them? He gestured at the ragtag group around them, where Ace and Sabo had now joined the fray, trying to outdo each other in getting Yasaku to swallow the foul-tasting but essential medicine. I really don't have an answer for that, Johnny. Zoro murmurs, stretching out his legs for a second before crossing them again. It just kind of happened? 1 second I was a bounty hunter everyone called a demon, and then the next second I was getting bombarded by a girl who didn't even blink at my presence and offered me barbecue. And you know what? That barbecue was the best thing I ever ate. And I couldn't leave, it was like she had some kind of crazy gravitational pull. Johnny snorted, a smirk tugging at his lips. You're telling me you just fell for a good meal? Zoro nodded solemnly. She promised to make me the world's greatest swordsman, Johnny. She doesn't just want to be a pirate. She told me her dream is to be the freest in the world. And somehow, that dream of hers became part of me. And every time she smiles, every time she laughs, it's like the sun coming out from behind the darkest storm clouds. You know how rare that is? To find someone who makes you want to throw everything away just to keep seeing them smile? That's Luffy. And Ace and Sabo, they're part of that. They're part of the storm and the sun. They're part of the reason I'm still here, still fighting, still hoping that maybe, just maybe, we can carve our names into the history books as more than just bounties to be collected. Johnny's skepticism didn't waver entirely, but the sincerity in Zoro's eyes was unmistakable. He knew his big bro was a man of few words, and when he talked about something with such passion, it was worth paying attention to. He took a moment to mull over Zoro's words, the ship gently swaying under their feet as the air whispered past them. Luffy sighed as she closed the door to the cabin Yasaku was sleeping in. She made her way to the mess hall where everyone else was gathered, Monroe climbing up her body and settling in her arms as soon as she opened the door. Let this be a lesson to you. Nami says, dipping her quill into her little vial of ink as she charts stuff. Luffy hums as she sits down beside her, and Zoro nods. Yeah, scurvy is one of the troubles you run into when you choose a life at the sea. Zoro says, his eyes drifting over to Luffy for a brief moment. Usopp nods in agreement, tucking her hair into a bonnet, yawning. Which means when we're out at sea, we really gotta think about the best ways to get the right amount of nutrients with very little food. She says, dropping into a seat at the dining table, draping the upper half of her body across the table. It's absolutely necessary that someone on the ship knows how to do that. Nami said with a nod. She had a point, Luffy mused as she tickled Monroe's belly. The little mink giggled and squirmed in her grasp, tail wagging. Well, I guess that's our next task. Finding ourselves a cook. Luffy exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she set Monroe down on the table. He chirped and rolled over, playing with a piece of fruit that had been left out. Usopp's eyes light up. I'm in. We'll have good, yummy food even when we're out at sea. She exclaims, her enthusiasm palpable. A cook? Johnny spoke up, I know just the place and the food is gonna blow your mind. He says, walking over to the table and taking a seat beside the half-asleep Ace and Sabo. Luffy looks at him, raising a curious eyebrow. Where's that? She asks, leaning forward slightly. Consider yourself warned, this place is close to the Grand Line. And I've heard a lot of rumors lately, that a certain hawk-eyed man you've been looking for is there, Zoro. Johnny said, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Zoro smirks, his grip tightening on his sword. Set a course. Johnny claps his hands together. North-northeast. He commands. Our destination is, the sea restaurant, the Baratie. It's about a week and a half, 2 weeks later when they arrive at the Baratie. Luffy squints at the blinding sun, Monroe sitting happily on her hip. There weren't any islands in sight, just the giant floating restaurant in front of them. "This place looks pretty fancy schmancy, does it have a dress code?" she asked, looking over her shoulder to Johnny, who was lounging on the steps leading up to the upper deck of the Going Merry. Johnny snickered at her enthusiasm. "Nah, no dress code, but most people that come here do dress up." The Baratie looked like a floating metropolis, a stark contrast to the simplicity of Going Merry. It was a grand, multi-story restaurant, bustling with activity. As they approached, the sound of laughter, sizzling food, and the clanking of pots and pans grew louder, filling the salty air with the mouth-watering scents of exotic dishes. Above the chaos, a proud skull and crossbones flag fluttered, signifying that even amidst luxury, this was still pirate territory. Luffy drops the gangplank onto the dock of the Baratie, an ocean-going restaurant, Monroe still on her hip as she walks down the gangplank. Her crew, plus Nami, Johnny, and Yasaku, he's been feeling better the past couple days, follow her. Luffy holds the door to the Baratie open, stepping aside and holding the door open with her foot to let everyone in. She's about to say something when someone inside notices they've entered. Luffy watches as the handsome blonde in a finely tailored suit practically dances across the dining room to her. "Oh, glorious sun goddess. My heart weeps with joy to know you decided to grace this lowly place with your radiance." The blonde's eyes are love-struck when he looks at her. His eyes shift from her to Usopp, then Nami, and another wave of whatever it is seems to overcome him. Oh, two others. Two delicate, earthbound angels. He somehow manages to grab one of Luffy's, Usopp's, and Nami's hands at once, peppering kisses across their knuckles. "Beautiful girls. Let this poor, humble chef feed you." Luffy blinks, utterly bamboozled. She looks over her shoulder to Zoro, but he's staring at the flamboyant chef with a mix of confusion and irritation. "Chill the F out, will ya?" he says, rolling his eyes. "We're not here for a romance novel." The blonde chef pauses, glancing up at Zoro, his expression suddenly passive. Ah, a man who doesn't understand the beauty of the divine feminine. A rare breed indeed. He releases their hands, his gaze flicks back to the girls, his expression instantly changing back to love-struck. "But the sun goddess's entourage must be treated like royalty," he declares, his accent thick and exaggerated. He leads them to a table with a dramatic flourish of his hand. "I am Sanji, the sous chef of the legendary Baratie. And I will be the one to serve you three beautiful ladies." Luffy, Nami, and Usopp share a look before just shrugging, following Sanji as he seats them at a large circle booth, pulling Luffy's chair out for her, and doing the same to Nami and Usopp. They sit down and Luffy says, "Thanks, I guess," eyeing Sanji curiously as she sat Monroe down on the seat beside her. The blonde chef winks back at them, his gaze lingering on the females before turning to the menu. "Now, what will you find pirates be having today?" Sanji rattles off a list of extravagant dishes, his eyes lighting up with each description. Nami's eyes widen at the mention of a dish she's never heard of before. "Oh, I'll have that one," she says, pointing to the exotic meal. Luffy, ever the carnivore, chooses a towering seafood platter that Sanji assures her is fit for a pirate queen. Usopp, trying to play it cool, selects a simple dish of fish and chips, despite the temptation of more elaborate fare. Sanji nods approvingly before, begrudgingly taking Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku's orders, and less begrudgingly takes Ace and Sabo's order. And Luffy orders a steak with mashed potatoes and vegetables for Monroe. Sanji dashes back into the kitchen, his long legs moving swiftly across the floor. Sabo watches him leave, shaking his head. "He's a weirdo," he says with a chuckle. "I like him," Luffy says, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she watches Sanji retreat to the kitchen. Ace rolls his eyes good-naturedly, while Usopp giggles. The dining area of the Baratie is a blend of vibrant colors and nautical decor, with a large chandelier made from repurposed ship parts casting a warm glow over the polished wooden tables. The walls are adorned with paintings of the sea, and the air is filled with the mouth-watering aroma of freshly cooked food. The atmosphere is lively, with the sound of clinking glasses and laughter from nearby tables. Luffy leans back in her chair, glancing around the dining room. Most of the customers appeared to be civilians, with at least one or two tables occupied by what might have been pirates. And sitting at a window table is a marine with a woman. The woman is beautiful, with perfectly coiffed blonde hair, wearing a long glamorous dress. The man is undoubtedly a marine. Handsome, albeit scarred, with perfect pink hair. Luffy makes notes of the iron knuckles he wears on both hands. The marine, Luffy recognizes as full body, looks over and catches her eye. Luffy raises an eyebrow and salutes him with two fingers. Full Body is known as the playboy of the Marines, and Luffy recognizes him because when she was little, and before she was a pirate, her grandfather would take her and her brothers to the Marine headquarters with him sometimes and she'd see him sometimes. Full Body, the Marine with the pink hair, smirks slightly, raising his glass in return. Luffy can't help but chuckle at his reputation preceding him. The man had quite the notorious charm. Luffy turns her attention back to her crew and friends, briefly paying attention to what they were saying before continuing to look around. She spots a chalkboard with a set of rules on it. Rule number 1 was, start sheet, get tossed out on your butt. Rule number 2, no Marines nor pirates fighting each other or you will get your butt handed to you. Rule number 3, be polite to the wait staff or you will get tossed out. Rule number 4, leave your weapons at the door. And rule number 5, treat women with the utmost respect, no matter who they are. Her eyes scanned the room again, spotting a group of Marines in the corner, eyeing them with suspicion. Luffy finger waves at the group of Marines. They couldn't be no older than teenagers. One had a spiky haircut and was slurping down a bowl of soup like it was going out of style, and the other had a stern look on his face, his eyes never leaving the blonde woman sitting across from him. The blonde woman herself was a sight, with a sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes that seemed to cut through the bustling restaurant, even from afar. Luffy couldn't help but grin at the sight of them. She knew the type, all bravado and bluster. But she knew better than to start a fight, not here, not now. Her eyes flickered back to her group going to say something, but she saw Sanji making his way across the dining room, at least 3 more cooks following him, each laden with several plates. Food time. Sanji announced dramatically, a wide smile on his face as he set down the plates in front of the hungry pirates. Each dish was a masterpiece of flavor and presentation, steaming and smelling heavenly. It looks amazing, Sanji. Luffy leans her elbow on the table, smiling at Sanji. Did you make all of it? Sanji bows with a flourish. But of course, my dear pirate queen. A chef of my caliber wouldn't dare serve you anything less than perfection. Bon appetit. He winks, and Luffy laughs. The pirates dig into the feast before them, the sounds of clinking cutlery and satisfied MMMMS filling the air. The tension from earlier seems to dissipate as flavors explode in their mouths. Sanji watches them from the kitchen, a proud look in his eye. So, you're flirting with a sandstorm now, huh? Zeph's voice comes from behind Sanji, causing him to nearly jump out of his skin. What? No. Sanji stammers, turning to face Zeph, his cheeks flushing a little. I was just being polite. Sandstorm? There's a sandstorm here? I talked to a sandstorm. Zeph chuckles, his stern expression giving way to amusement. He walks over to the serving window Sanji was looking out, pointing at the table of 9. The girl with short curly black hair, and the 2 young boys in the Hawaiian shirts. Those 3 are sandstorms. I don't know about the others with them, but since they're with them I'm guessing they're also sandstorms. Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. But they don't look like mafia, he murmured, peeking out at the table, watching Luffy cut up the steak for Monroe. They just look like a bunch of teenagers and young adults, and well, whatever the little guy is. Zeph raised an eyebrow. Looks can be deceiving, my boy. Besides, it doesn't matter. Here in the Baratie, everyone is equal as long as they don't cause trouble. Now, get back to work. He clapped Sanji on the shoulder, his expression turning serious. Keep an eye on them, though. The Marines might get ideas. Sanji nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of the powerful Sandstorm family. He had heard whispers of them, but never expected to serve them in his own restaurant. He couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and anxiety. Luffy shovels another spoonful of food into her mouth when an in-uniform Marine bursts into the dining room. Lieutenant Full Body. WEVE got trouble. Sir, she's escaped. Pirate Krieg's henchman escaped and vanished. I'm sorry Lieutenant the young man is cut off when the blast of gun shatters the peaceful air, and he falls forward in a spray of blood. Well, sheet. Luffy thinks to herself, shuffling another spoonful of food into her mouth as Nami, and Usopp, and well, most of the other customers of the Baratie scream bloody murder, and run. A pirate, huh? Luffy murmurs as a young woman with short, spiky dark hair, dark circles beneath her eyes, and tanned skin walks in. She was dangerously thin, like it had been weeks since she'd last had anything to eat. Full Body shoves himself to his feet, using the table he and his lady friend had been sitting at as leverage. The cocky playboy act he'd been affecting falling away to reveal the competent officer beneath, snarling, "Where are all my Marines? Either dead or dying." The young woman murmurs, walking right past Full Body and taking a seat at one of the tables in the middle of the room. Luffy raises an eyebrow, she's heard that tone of voice before. A tone where someone is teetering on the edge of just killing themselves. She looks over to Full Body, who was surprisingly not doing anything. Luffy's eyebrows shoot up to her hairline. Luffy takes another bite of her food, her eyes wandering to a cook that was approaching the table the young woman was sitting at. The cook was tall and bulky with a shaved head, heart tattoos and a short beard. I don't care what it is. Just bring me something to eat. The young woman says, her voice monotone. Come on, this is a restaurant. Hello and welcome you DMN crook. The cook says in an exaggerated customer service voice, causing people to gasp. I'm just gonna say this one more time, bring me something to eat and make it quick. The woman's tone was flat, unamused by the cook's theatrics. That cook is going to get us killed. Full Body mutters to himself, his eyes darting in between the cook and pirate. Of course, right away, but may I be so bold to inquire how you're paying for your meal? The cook chuckled, his voice still that exaggerated customer service voice. The young woman looks up at him, her expression bored. I don't have any money. Then you ain't a customer, the cook says simply, clasping his hands together as the young woman's bland expression shifts to anger, and I sure don't feel bad about doing this. The cook, surprisingly gently, grabs the woman by the arm, and again surprisingly gently, drags her to the door, tossing her out. Luffy's eyebrows raise even higher in curiosity before she remembers the chalkboard with the rules on it, and the fifth rule, treat women with the utmost respect, no matter who they are. Luffy shrugs, her eyes wandering around the restaurant again, noticing that Sanji was gone. Luffy notes, curiosity piqued. She swallows her mouth full of food and stands up. I'll be right back, keep an eye on Monroe, okay? She says to Ace, who nods, still too busy devouring his food to speak. Luffy pushes her way through the cheering crowd and wanders around, until she finds herself on the second floor of the Baratie standing on the balcony. She can hear someone crying and the sound of food being scarfed down like someone's life depended on it. She walks over to the railing of the balcony, peering down to the balcony on the floor below. She sees Sanji sitting on the floor across from the young woman, one knee up, his other leg stretched out in front of him, a cigarette held between his index and middle finger, blue eyes closed. He has a soft, almost serene smile on his face. The young woman was laying on the ground, sobbing as she ate, tears streaming down her face like she was eating for the first time in months. Sanji sat across from her, his expression unreadable as he watched her devour the food he had brought out from the kitchen. Her ragged breaths were the only sound in the quiet space, other than the clinking of silverware and the occasional sniffle. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I thought it was over, I truly thought I was going to die. The young woman hiccups out between bites. This food. It's delicious, I've never eaten food this good before. The young woman says, sniffing and wiping her nose with the back of her hand. Sanji chuckles, leaning back on the railing. Of course it is, I made it. He murmurs to himself, looking up just to see Luffy sitting on the railing of the balcony above them, looking down and watching them. He inhales sharply on his cigarette and starts to choke and cough, trying to cover his face. The young woman looks up at Luffy with wide eyes. So, you can talk to women normally? Luffy quipped from above, a smirk tugging at her lips as she watched Sanji's flustered coughs. She jumps down from the railing above, landing almost soundlessly beside Sanji, plopping down beside him. Why yeah, of course, miss. Sanji stammers, trying to regain his cool. But Luffy's teasing laughter fills the air, and even the young pirate woman can't help but crack a smile at his expense. I didn't mean anything bad about it, Sanji, and call me Luffy, that's my name. Luffy said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Sanji nodded, a hint of pink tinting his cheeks. Of course, Luffy. I just don't want to be too casual with a lady as beautiful as yourself. He said, trying to recover some of his composure. The young pirate woman looked up at Luffy with a mix of curiosity and weariness, her eyes lingering on the intricate Hanafuda earrings that dangled from Luffy's ears. Luffy winks at the woman before turning her attention to Sanji. You know, I need someone like you on my crew, Sanji. She says with a grin, nudging his shoulder playfully. Plus, I've already decided I'm not leaving the Baratie until you agree to come sail the Grand Line with me as my cook. Sanji has to admire her forthrightness. Gaping at her, the young woman sputters out, My name is Jin, I'm a member of the Krieg pirates. And I've got a word of advice for you, kid. You want to go to the Grand Line? You should forget it. She places her plate carefully on the deck, looking like she's just seen a ghost. That place, they call it the pirate graveyard for a reason. I know, I was born and raised in the Grand Line and New World. Luffy answers nonchalantly, the wind rustling through her hair and pushing her straw hat askew. I've barely been out of the Grand Line for like 3 months, I'm just slowly making my way back. Sanji looks at her with a mix of disbelief and admiration. You're not scared? Why would I be? Luffy asked, kicking her feet out and crossing her legs as she leaned back on the Baratie's railing. All of my family either lives in the Grand Line or in the New World. I've got nothing to be scared about except for maybe my mother when she's upset with either me or my siblings. Jin's eyes widened. Your mother? Who's your mother? Luffy leans closer to Sanji and Jin, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The Desert Queen. Sanji's grip on his cigarette tightens, while Jin's eyes widen even more. They both know the reputation of Crocodile, the feared and powerful captain of the SANDSTORM pirates. Sanji takes a long, deep breath before letting it out. He doesn't know why he's so surprised hearing it out of Luffy's mouth, since Zeph had told him not even 30 minutes ago that Luffy was a sandstorm. The Desert Queen, huh? Jin whispers, a hint of awe in her voice. She had heard the name before, but to think she's speaking with the daughter of such a legendary pirate? I didn't know she had kids. Luffy nodded. She's got 12. She says proudly. Sanji raised an eyebrow. 12? Yep. Luffy says, popping the P, not elaborating any further. But what do you say, Sanji, you gonna join my crew? She asks again, leaning forward, crowding Sanji's space slightly and watching the older boy flush red. He is a malleable putty in Luffy's hands, and she knows it. She leans even closer, dragging her index finger along the underside of Sanji's jaw. She shifts her expression deliberately, eyes half-lidded, smile promising secrets, her other hand resting on his thigh, her arms positioned in a way where they squish and push up her already ample chest. Sanji's gaze drops to her ample chest, swallowing visibly. Sanji clears his throat, trying to compose himself. He can feel his heart racing in his chest, his cheeks burning with an embarrassed heat. Well, I don't know if I am. He stammers, his usual suave demeanor forgotten like a forgotten recipe. Jin's eyes dart in between Sanji and Luffy, a smirk slowly spreading across her face as she watches the interaction unfold. She leans back on one of her palms, sipping her drink with a knowing look. Come on, Sanji, baby, won't you be a sweetheart and join my crew? Luffy pouts playfully, her voice dripping with charm. Sanji's eyes dart to the hand on his thigh, and he swallows hard again. But, I've got responsibilities here, Luffy. He squeaks, trying to ignore the heat rising in his cheeks. Chef Zeph, the Baratie, the customers, I can't just leave them all behind. I'm a fool to say it, but no. Boo. Luffy pouts at him. I refuse. You refuse? Sanji blinks, really not expecting her response to be what it is. I refuse your refusal, she huffs, pulling back and crossing her arms over her chest. Sanji takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure before giving her a smile. Maybe, one day, I'll meet you on the Grand Line. Have you ever heard of the All Blue? Quest, in progress. Save the black cat with the orange fur. New quest, complete. A son to love as your own. Achievement unlocked. Sometimes you literally just find family. New quest, complete. Into the thrones of the circus and into a love named Dagger. Achievement unlocked. A see you later kiss. Achievement unlocked. Sharpshooter in action. Achievement unlocked. Lucky shot. New quest, complete, DMN Bounty Hunters. Achievement unlocked. Big bro? Is that really you? New quest, complete. A spoonful of sugar, or rather citrus, helps the scurvy go away. Achievement unlocked. Big bro, why? Because she's like the sun and I need the sun to live. New quest, complete. Set a course. North-northeast. Our destination is, the Sea Restaurant, the Baratie. Achievement unlocked. Blondie is feeling romantical. New quest, complete. Find your cook. Achievement unlocked. The daughter of the Desert Queen. Achievement unlocked, the Desert Queen's children. Achievement unlocked. Maybe, one day, I'll meet you on the Grand Line. Have you ever heard of the All Blue? They wave Jin off, and Sanji, with a mischievous grin, tosses the evidence of feeding her into the water. Luffy remembers she has food and races back to the dining room. Sanji doesn't expect it when, not even an hour later, Jin returns. She's propping up the formidable form of what can only be Don Krieg himself, his arms slung across her shoulders. The Baratie is eclipsed in the shadow of the Krieg pirates' flagship. I beg you. I need food, and water. Don Krieg rasps out, we have money, lots of money, please, it's been so long. I don't even remember the last time I ate. Please, sir, I need food and drink. I'm begging you. He slumps forward, Jin struggling to hold up his weight. And no, this can't be. One cook murmurs, as another says. Where is the death and destruction? Is this really the Don Krieg, Commodore of the Grand Pirate Fleet? Guess he's hungry. Luffy murmurs from her and her friend's table. Don Krieg sways slightly before collapsing, like a sack of stones. Sea Captain. Jin yelps, her eyes wide in panic as she lowers him to the ground. Don Krieg. Please help him. Our captain is on the brink of starvation. He could die. He hasn't had a single bite to eat for days, he'll die if he doesn't get any food soon. She begs, her voice echoing through the restaurant. One of the cooks starts to crackle. This is great. I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. The great Don Krieg kneeling before us. The cook laughs so hard that tears roll down his cheeks. We have some money. We are here as customers this time. Jin insists, fumbling with the few belly coins she had managed to scrape together. Do you really think I'm that stupid? The cook asks, his voice thick with sarcasm before pointing to a different cook. Hey, get a hold of the Marines and tell them Don Krieg is finally weak enough to be captured and this may never happen again. And I'm not gonna ruin it by helping him get his strength back. The customers scattered around started to agree, saying things like, he's right, who knows what he'll do if he gets on his feet again. He's done terrible things. And as soon as he's up on his feet again, he'll continue to do them. I say we let him starve. A cook with dirty blonde hair and a scar above his lip, crosses his arms over his chest. Once he's back to normal, he'll kill every single last person in this restaurant. He won't get so much as a glass of water from me. I won't do anything, Don Krieg whispers, his voice barely audible as he tries to push himself up. I won't do anything. Once I eat, I promise I'll leave quietly. So please, help me. The restaurant was silent for a moment, the weight of Don Krieg's words hanging heavily in the air. Finally, the silence was broken by the sound of dress shoes clicking against the tiled floors. Jin looked up to see Sanji walking towards them with a giant bowl of rice curry and a bottle of wine. Sanji? She stuttered in surprise, her eyes wide. Sanji placed the food and drink down in front of Don Krieg, his gaze never leaving the pirate's face. Here's something for your captain, he said firmly, his voice devoid of his usual charm and flamboyance. Jin swallows hard, looking about ready to either burst into tears or pass out. Thank you, Sanji. She whispers gratefully, watching as Don Krieg's eyes light up at the sight of the food. Thank you, Don Krieg said as he started to dig in hungrily, the smell of the food filling the air. Sanji nodded, his expression stern as he watched the pirate eat. You dimwit! A cook yells, running down the spiral staircase in the Baratie, pointing at Sanji. Get that food away from him now. Don't you realize he's a cold heartless killing machine? This is the man known as the ruler of the East Blue. The most treacherous of all pirates. Just as the cook seemed to finish his sentence, Don Krieg lunged for Sanji, slamming his forearm into the young cook's throat, throwing him across the restaurant with the force. Sanji! The cooks and patrons of the Baratie gasped as the blonde cook flew across the room. And the patrons don't hesitate to run out of the restaurant. You okay, eggplant? Zeph hobs his way over to Sanji, pulling him to his feet. Sanji meets his adoptive father's steely gaze. Fine, crap geezer. Don Krieg sneers as he looks around before his expression melts into a smirk. This is a pretty good ship, I think we'll take it. He shakes Jin off of his arm, standing straight up. Don, you promised not to hurt them. Jin yelled, a hint of desperation in her voice as she stepped in front of the terrified patrons and staff. Shut your fing mouth, you slut. Don Krieg snarled, pointing a finger at Jin. His eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he took in the chaos he'd just caused. He takes a deep breath and looks around once again. Yes, I will take this ship. As you can all see, my ship outside is a wreck. And naturally, I'll be needing a nice new one. After a few last chores, every single last one of you will leave the ship. Don, please, you promised. Jin pleaded, her eyes wide with fear. Don Krieg ignores her, stepping further into the restaurant. There's about 100 men left aboard my ship. All are weak with hunger, and many of them are seriously wounded. If you value your lives, every single last one of you will prepare food and water for them. I've lost too many men to hunger already. He roars. You're telling us to feed our executioners. Do you know how stupid that sounds? We refuse. A cook from the Baratie crew shouted, fists clenched in anger. You refused, huh? Don Krieg sneers. I wasn't asking you. Now make no mistake, wretched cook. I'm not placing an order, I am giving you one. Do I make myself clear? Don't defy me. He slammed his hand down on a nearby table, making the dishes and cutlery rattle. The room fell into a tense silence, the air thick with fear and the stench of desperation. Luffy watches Sanji and Zeph fork over 100 dishes. She tilts her head slightly, watching the interactions between Jin and Don Krieg. The way Jin flinches from just looking at Don Krieg, that way she tries to be as far away as possible from him without him noticing, the way she tries to hide behind Zeph's kitchen doors. Luffy knows it, knows all the signs. Don Krieg is Jin's abuser. Luffy looks over to her crew and friends. She had told all of them to stay put, and well, more than half of them looked pretty peeved. They gotta sit here and just watch. Once Sanji and Zeph are done cooking, Krieg sneers, grasping the knot of the bundle and hefts it over his shoulder. We'll be back on your ship. Zeph and Sanji snort simultaneously, the head chef saying, you can try. We're sea cooks, boy. If you think you're the first a-hole to try and hijack the Baratie, you're sorely mistaken. Krieg stomps out of the restaurant, Jin on his heels. A cook frowns at Zeph. You sure about this, chef? Don Krieg is well known for his ruthlessness. Zeph doesn't answer, and Sanji sneers at the cook, scared? No. Then stop whining like a little beach. The cooks don't notice when their customers start to leave in droves. The dining room is empty in seconds. Zeph blinks when he realizes Crocodile's kids and their crew and friends are still there. Aren't you three leaving? Zoro sighs heavily, glancing at Luffy. Captain's orders. Usopp smiles at the chef, we're staying to lend you all a hand. Luffy grins, because we want Sanji. Her crew stares at her, and she blinks at them. What? Try being blunter, Luffy. Ace says, his voice laced with amusement. Fine, I will. Luffy says dramatically, I want Sanji. Sanji blushed furiously, what do you mean by that, Miss Luffy? Luffy just waves her hand nonchalantly in the air, straining her neck to look outside the still open front doors of the Baratie. It seems like Don Krieg had finally realized he left his obnoxious-looking coat inside the Baratie and was yelling at Jin to go get it. Luffy watches Jin run back inside. Jin looks like she's just about ready to keel over and die from anxiety. Luffy sighs, pushing herself out of her seat. Luffy nonchalantly walks towards the front door of the Baratie. Jin gives her an apologetic look as she runs into the Baratie, grabbing the coat and going to run back out, but Luffy grabs her, stopping her. Sorry, Jin, but I can't let you go with him. Luffy says firmly, her eyes meeting the pirate woman's fearful ones. Jin gulps, looking from Luffy to the door, watching Don Krieg board his ship. But he'll. Luffy cut her off with a hand wave. She PPS her hip to the side as she stops at the open door. Come, everyone come watch the glorious scene that I'm about to make. She says, her eyes sparkling with deadly excitement. Sanji's heart skips a beat as he watches the young pirate, feeling a strange mix of fear and excitement. The air outside is thick with the smell of salt water and the sound of distant waves crashing against the Baratie. The sun casts a soft glow over the docks, highlighting the tension etched on the faces of the pirates and marines alike. Don Krieg's ship loomed in the harbor, a stark reminder of the chaos they brought with them. Luffy makes sure her crew, her friends, and the cooks of the Baratie are behind her. She sighs dramatically, clapping her hands in a beat that none of them could recognize. Coco? She called out, you want a snack? She asks. After a few seconds of silence she was answered by a hissing growl that was so loud, so powerful, it shook the water, the entire Baratie, and Don Krieg's ship. What the hell is that? Zeph's eyes widened as he stared out into the night. Luffy laughed like a delighted child, clapping her hands together before pointing a finger gun at Don Krieg's ship. Pretending to shoot it. Bang! She yelled at the same time a colossal beast jumped out of the water, its jaws wide open as it lifted Don Krieg's ship out of the water, snapping its mouth closed around the ship, swallowing it, and everyone on it, whole. Yeah. No more Krieg pirates. Luffy says, her voice filled with sarcasm as she does jazz hands. The crowd stood in absolute shock, their eyes wide in terror. They had never seen a creature so large, so terrifying. A Bananawani, and she was on their side. Sanji watched as Luffy leaned over the edge of the Baratie, her unbuttoned red button-up shirt flapping in the wind, revealing her bikini top beneath it. Her black hair curled around her face with the sea breeze. She looked like a siren, a creature of the sea herself, calling forth the wrath of the ocean. Coco, good girl. Luffy praised the monstrous creature as it slithered back into the water, the ship disappearing into its depths. Sanji couldn't believe his eyes. Who was this girl? What kind of power did she hold? He had always dreamed of adventure, but he had never thought it would come to his doorstep in such a dramatic fashion. Zeph let out a disbelieving laugh, rubbing a calloused hand down his face roughly. You sure are your mother's daughter, SANDSTORM, ain't ya? He says with a mix of admiration and exasperation, shaking his head slightly. He looks over to Jin, who is still shaking from the ordeal, her eyes wide and unblinking. You okay, kid? Jin takes a deep breath and it seems that breaks the DMN because she's bursting into heaving sobs and throwing herself at Luffy, holding on to her tightly. Thank you, she whispers. Over and over, her voice muffled by Luffy's shirt. Luffy, the ever-so-steady rock, hugged her back, her arms tight around the pirate's shoulders. It's okay, Jin. We've got you, she murmured soothingly, patting her back. Sanji couldn't help but stare, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and amazement. He had never seen anything like this. The way Luffy had so easily taken command of that monstrous creature. It was unreal. The flustered young chef swallowed hard, his heart racing. He had always dreamed of adventure, of seeing the world beyond the confines of the Baratie, and now it looked like he was standing right in the middle of one. Now, what in the world is going on here? A voice all too familiar to Luffy drawled, accompanied by the fruitiest-smelling cologne ever. Did I just see a Bananawani eat a ship? Luffy spun around to face the voice, still holding on to Jin, and she couldn't help but laugh. My hawk. What the hell are you doing in the East Blue? The tall, dark-haired man with piercing yellow eyes was sitting on his one-man ship without a care in the world like a giant bananawani didn't just swallow a ship whole. Oh, just passing by, Luffy. I heard there's a party happening in the East Blue, and I couldn't miss it. Besides, I had to check up on my favorite little pirate. Dracul Mihawk smirked as he stepped off his ship, his coat fluttering dramatically behind him. Jin, from how much anxiety she's been put through in one day, did pass out when she saw Mihawk. It's like a switch flipped off and she just went kaput. Luffy chuckled and gently set her down. Well, she's had quite the day. And she's not used to this kind of excitement. But, Mihawk. Luffy bounds over to him, all but jumping into his arms and wrapping him into a hug. Mihawk chuckled, catching her easily despite her enthusiasm. What's the matter, Luffy? Did you miss me? Meanwhile, all the way across the East Blue on some random deserted island far away from the Baratie, Luffy, Usopp, Sabo, Ace, Sanji, and everyone else. Yasop felt like he was about to throw up, pass out, and have a heart attack all at once. Because apparently his little girl, his daughter, his princess, ran off with some pirates. Yasop didn't have many people back on his home island of Gecko Islands that even considered him a friend, barely even an acquaintance. But he does have two people that regularly send him letters keeping him updated on his daughter, Usopp, telling him how she's doing, what's going on and all that stuff. And those people are named Mary and some old lady everyone calls Gigi. And currently, he had just gotten a letter from Mary telling him that Usopp had run off with some pirates almost a month ago. Yasop read the letter over and over again, his eyes growing wider with each pass, his heart racing like a wild horse. What the F is going on? He murmured to himself, the letter trembling in his hand. His mind raced, thinking of all the terrible things that could happen to his baby girl out there in the big blue sea. Yasop, you've looked like you've seen a ghost, what's got you all bothered? Shank's voice cut through his thoughts, and Yasop's head snapped towards his captain, who was lazily sitting in a hammock, sipping sake. Usopp ran off with some pirates. Yasop said, his cracking, high pitch, and panicked voice echoing through the beach. Shanks. My daughter ran off with some no-good dirty pirates. Shanks raises an eyebrow at him, taking another sip of his sake before replying. Yasop, man, we're pirates. Did you not expect her to follow in the footsteps of her old man? He chuckled, setting his cup down. Yasop's panic grew more intense. No, Shanks. Not her. She's just a kid. She doesn't know the dangers of the sea. She's gonna get hurt. Shanks chuckled, sitting up slightly in his hammock. Usopp's what, 17, right? So she's the same age as Luffy. He tried to soothe. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace set off on their own pirate adventure like 2 months ago. Maybe she's with them. He suggested, trying to ease his friend's worries. Yasop's eyes widened with hope. Could she be with Luffy? He whispered to himself, and then shouted to the heavens, could she be with Luffy? He knew Luffy was more than capable of handling herself, but the thought of his sweet, naive daughter in the hands of other pirates made his skin crawl. Oh my god. My daughter is gallivanting with some pirates, Shanks. What if she gets hurt? What if it's not Luffy she's with and someone does something to her? His voice grew louder with every question. Shanks, ever the calm and collected pirate, chuckled at Yasop's panic. Now, Yasop, he said, leaning back in his hammock slightly, kicking at the sand underneath him slightly. You know Luffy. If she's with them, she's probably the one causing the trouble. Luffy's got the devil's own luck, nothing's going to happen to Usopp if she's with Luffy and Luffy's boys. Yasop nodded frantically. But what if she's not with Luffy? He said, his voice quivering slightly. What if? What if? What if? What if? What if she's with some crew like the Krieg pirates? Krieg's a womanizer who treats all his female crewmates like his own personal SEC toys. Shanks sighed, climbing out of his hammock, walking over to Yasop, and patting him on the back. Calm down, old friend. If Usopp's with the right people, she'll be okay. And if she's with the wrong ones, well, she's got your blood in her. She'll give em hell. He paused for a moment, then his expression turned more serious. But we'll keep an eye out for her, I promise. We're pirates, we've got a network that stretches across the sea. One of our connections has had to have run into her or at least seen her. Yasop took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Thanks, Shanks. He mumbled, his eyes never leaving the horizon. The group of pirates surrounding the two men looked at each other, all of them sharing a knowing smile. They had seen firsthand the kind of chaos Luffy could bring, and the idea of her being the protective one was almost too funny even if it was true. Luffy was a protector even though she could be a bit of a troublemaker at times. Beckman huffed out a sound that sounded a lot like a laugh. He looked up from his spot where he was laying on the sandy beach, taking a long drag of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke through his teeth. I'd say we've got more to worry about than who your little girl is with, he said, his tone dry. But if she's with our little straw hat, she's got more protection than she'll know what to do with. The thought of Usopp with Luffy's crew brought a slight sense of relief to Yasop. Luffy had a way of making people feel safe, even in the most dangerous of situations. Her unpredictable and fearless nature was something he had always admired, and if she had truly adopted Usopp into her crew, then maybe she wasn't in as much danger as he feared. Still, that was his baby girl in the big bad ocean. Yasop grabbed Shanks by the shoulders and shook him. Shanks! Find my daughter. I need to know where she is. I need to know she's safe. Shanks looked into his friend's frantic eyes and sighed heavily. He knew how much Usopp meant to Yasop. They had been friends for a long time, and he had seen firsthand the love and pride in Yasop's eyes every time he talked about her. Calm down, Yas, he said, placing a firm hand on Yasop's shoulder. We will find her. I promise. Lucky Roo, who had been quietly listening to the exchange, chimed in. Don't worry, Yasop. If she's with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, she's probably causing more trouble than she's in, he said with a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. And if she's with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, she's not just getting the protection of our 3 little straw hats, but the entire SANDSTORM family. That includes us and like more than half of the other pirates in the world, the Revolutionary Army, and some Marines, he added with a wink. The room grew silent as Yasop's concern mixed with hope. Beckman, ever the pragmatic one, spoke up next. We'll spread the word to our allies and associates. If she's with the Straw Hats, they'll be heading for the Grand Line soon enough. We'll find her, he said, his voice firm with the confidence of a man who knew the vast network of the SANDSTORM family. Shanks nodded in agreement, a plan forming in his mind. Luffy's got a knack for making friends and enemies alike. We'll start by asking around the local pirate crews we know, to see if anyone's seen a young girl matching Usopp's description. And if she's with them, she'll be in good hands. Yasop took a deep breath, trying to ease his nerves. Thank you, he murmured, his voice cracking slightly. But what if she's not with the Straw Hats? What if she's with someone else? Shanks gave him a comforting pat on the back. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he assured him. For now, let's focus on finding her and making sure she is okay, yeah? Yasop took another deep breath, letting it out through his nose, and he nodded. Okay, you're right. First things first, we find Usopp and make sure she's okay. Then we'll deal with whatever comes next. He glanced at Beckman. The vice-captain gave him a firm nod, confirming their course of action. Shanks gave him a smile that could outshine a billion suns, and charm the pants off of the coldest-hearted person. Don't worry, Yasop. I'll get in contact with Crocodile. Luffy's probably been telling her all about the crewmates she's gotten. So if Usopp's with Luffy, Crocodile will know. Yasop's eyes lit up with hope. Crocodile, Luffy's mom and the leader of the SANDSTORM pirates, had connections everywhere. If anyone could track down Usopp, it would be her. Meanwhile, back at the Baratie, far away from the red-haired pirates, Luffy was going to kill someone. Firstly, in the span of like 30 minutes Zoro had challenged Dracula Mihawk to a duel, and lost, which Luffy expected just that, even though she would never say it out loud. Zoro nearly got cut in half, thanks Mihawk. Zeph had sewn Zoro back together with literal fish skin to help keep it clean and encourage healing, and now she learns Nami betrayed them. Nami not only just left, which Luffy wouldn't have cared, but Nami had took the Going Merry and everything on that FING ship. Luffy was about 5 seconds away from losing her motherfucking sheet. She doesn't even feel FING betrayed. She's just said the F off, she couldn't give less of a F, what Nami did, but it's the fact that little FING Beach took her ship and everything on it. I'm going to kill that motherfucker. Luffy all but screamed, her eyes burning with rage as she stomped through the Baratie. Ace and Sabo, both looking equally livid, struggled to keep up with their big sister's long strides. The once lively restaurant was now eerily quiet, the only sound being the occasional groan on the pristine wooden floors of the Baratie swaying slightly with the ocean's waves. You! She all but growled, pointing at the soaking wet Johnny and Yasaku. Tell me what the hell happened. I want a straight answer. You two were the only two with her on the ship when Mihawk and Zoro started fighting. She was seething, her fists clenched so tightly at her sides that her knuckles had turned white. And Coco seemed to sense her anger. The colossal Bananawani was deep into the ocean, but you could still hear and feel her hissing growl throughout the entire Baratie. Johnny and Yasaku exchanged nervous glances before Yasaku spoke up, his voice shaky. It all happened in only a few minutes. Me and Johnny were watching the fight between Big Bro Zoro and Mihawks when we saw Nami looking at that fishman, Arlong, bounty poster, and one thing led to another before she was shoving us over the railing of the ship into the ocean. He paused to catch his breath, his chest heaving with the effort. She said something about being a thief that only steals from pirates and pirate ships, which we already knew that because, well, we just knew that. She didn't exactly hide it and she told everyone. Johnny nodded in agreement, clutching the towel around him tight. She said she was only doing business with you all. She said her next score was the Going Merry. She said all she was doing was traveling with you all and nothing more. He took a step back as Luffy's fists clenched, her eyes flashing with rage. Luffy took a deep breath, and the rage plastered on her face seemed to slip away like water into a calm, cooled, unbothered expression. Arlong? She repeated. Johnny nodded quickly. Yeah, Arlong. The guy who owns Arlong Park on Konomi Islands. Luffy took another deep breath, her hand going to cover her face as she tilted her face up to the ceiling. She just stood like that for a moment, the silence of the room almost deafening. So, I was correct, huh? She's an Arlong pirate. Her voice was so calm it was eerie, the kind of calm that comes before a storm. Luffy. You can't be serious. An Arlong pirate. Usopp's voice cracked with disbelief as she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with shock. Monroe clutched tightly in her arms. Those guys are known for hating humans. Why on God's green earth would she be on their crew? I don't know, but she has the tattoo of the Arlong pirates. Honestly, I didn't think much about it because people make bad decisions, people get stupid FING tattoos, people are FING dumb. Luffy replied, her hand falling away from her face. She clapped her hands together, a smile spreading across her face that was a tad bit too mean. Looks like we're going to the Konomi Islands, she said cheerfully. Her brothers Ace and Sabo looked at each other and sighed. They had been through this kind of sheet before. Luffy's random bursts of enthusiasm could be terrifying. Ace looked up at the ceiling and muttered something about her being absolutely insane. Sabo leaned against the wall and folded his arms. He knew Luffy was onto something big and she wouldn't rest until she figured out what the hell was going on with Nami, or beat the brakes off of Nami for stealing her ship. Sanji is in love. Truly. Madly. Deeply in love. This girl, no older than 17, is a maniac. Pure chaos. Batshit FING crazy. Unhinged and with zero shame, and zero chill. But, there is something in the tilt of her mouth, the slight narrowing of her eyes, that shows with calculation. Tactics considered and tossed aside, no more time than necessary to flit from one idea to the next. Not just bold and wild. No. Monkey D. Luffy is clever as well. No, she's not just clever. She's a FING genius. And apparently, she could control sea monsters, literal bananawanis. And if Sanji is being completely honest, he didn't even think the things existed. He looked over to Zeph, who was also watching Luffy have a very calm fit of absolute rage. What's going on, Zeph? He asked, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of fear. Zeph harumphs, crossing his arms, that, my boy, is how a sandstorm acts. Calm, collected, and ready to rip someone's head off at a moment's notice. He glanced over at Sanji. But, tell me, what do you think of your captain? He asks, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Sanji stutters and splutters. I didn't even agree to join her, old man. He whisper shouts, only loud enough for Zeph to hear him. Zeph chuckled, don't play coy with me, boy. I can see it, you want to go with her. You've got that spark in your eye that says you want adventure. And with that girl, you'll never be bored. His smirk grew wider, plus, she did say she wants you, did she not? He winked at Sanji, who turned a bright shade of red. Sanji couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension at Zeph's words. The idea of joining Luffy's crew, of setting sail into the vast and unpredictable sea, was intoxicating. Yet, the weight of his responsibilities at the Baratie and his loyalty to Zeph tugged at his conscience. Go, boy, find the all blue for us. Zeph's hand clapped Sanji's shoulder, the warmth of his hand and the firmness of his grip, a silent vote of confidence. Sanji stood there, the smell of the sea breeze mingling with the scent of food wafting from the Baratie's kitchen. He looked at Zeph, his eyes reflecting the tumultuous sea of emotions within him. The old chef's eyes held a glint of understanding, a knowing smile playing on his lips. But Zeph, Sanji began, his voice filled with uncertainty, what about the restaurant? What about you? Zeph's expression grew solemn as he looked into Sanji's eyes. You've learned everything I could teach you, Sanji. Now, it's time for you to go out there and become the best chef in the world. The all blue is your dream, and I won't hold you back from it. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. And that's how Luffy got the cook she wanted, after a whole lot of tears from Sanji and the Baratie members, the Straw Hat Pirates, plus Johnny, Yasaku, and the still passed out Jin, and the Straw Hat Pirates' newest member Sanji left the Baratie on Johnny, and Yasaku's ship that had been pulled along with the Going Merry, before Nami FING stole the Going Merry, to the Baratie. Luffy turned away from the Baratie as it slowly disappeared into the horizon, she took a deep breath, trying to push away the anger bubbling just under the surface, and looked over to Sanji. Sanji, honey bunny. Now that you're a part of my crew, we've gotta do one more last thing so it's completely official. Sanji, still in a daze from his sudden promotion from cook to pirate, blinked a few times before focusing on Luffy as the Baratie disappeared in the distance. What's that? He stuttered out, his heart racing like he just ran a marathon. She's going to pierce your ears. Zoro's voice rang out from the open door of the ship's cabin, groggy and thick with pain meds kicking in. Go back to bed, Zoro. Luffy called out over her shoulder, her tone light, but the underlying command clear. She turned to face Sanji, rolling her eyes at Zoro. It's these, you'll get a pair of. She explained, pointing at her own ears where her Hanafuda earrings sit very prettily. I know you've seen them on all of my crewmates and me. I've got a pair, Ace and Sabo got a pair each, Zoro and Usopp have a pair each, and Monroe has a pair on a necklace chain around his neck. All it is like a marker of sorts, it just lets people know that you're a Straw Hat. A sign that you are and are protected by my family. Sanji nodded, his heart racing at the thought of committing to this wild adventure. He knew that once he accepted the earrings, there would be no turning back. But something about Luffy's fiery spirit and her unwavering belief in her dreams made him want to throw caution to the wind and follow her into the storm. All right, then let's do this. Sanji exclaimed, a hint of excitement finally peeking through his earlier trepidation. Luffy smiled, and Sanji felt like he was going to faint. That smile was like a sunrise after a terrible storm, it filled him with warmth and hope. Okay. Sit. Luffy chuckled, walking over to Sanji and placing her hands on his shoulders, pushing him down to sit on the deck of Johnny and Yasaku's ship. Plopping down in front of Sanji. Pulling out in a dark box with patterns, designs, and images that were clearly hand-drawn into it from her satchel she had slung across her. Luffy flipped the lid of the box open to reveal inside the box were multiple pairs of the most exquisite Hanafuda earrings Sanji ever seen, the exact same Hanafuda earrings the rest of the Straw Hat pirates were wearing. Each set had a sunrise and sunset theme, intricately crafted from gold, obsidian, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, amber, and tiger's eye, all set into the deepest darkest wood. They looked like they could tell 1,000 tales of adventure and treasure. You see, Sanji, Luffy began with a twinkle in her eye, these earrings are a symbol of our family, the Straw Hat Pirates. When you wear these, you're not just joining a crew, you're becoming part of something much bigger. We protect each other, and we stick together through thick and thin. Plus, they look pretty snazzy, don't you think? She grinned, holding up one of the pairs to dangle just at his ears. And they'll match your suits and fancy clothes pretty good. Sanji stared at the earrings, his heart racing. The decision to leave Zeph and the Baratie was a tough one, but the allure of adventure and the promise of finding the All Blue was too strong to resist. Plus, the thought of seeing more of the world with such an extraordinary group of people was tantalizing. He took a deep breath and nodded, his eyes never leaving Luffy's. Okay, I'll do it. Luffy's smile grew wider, and Monroe practically appeared out of thin air, jumping into Sanji's lap, yipping and yapping in excitement. You're gonna love it here, I promise. Luffy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she sat down the box in front of her, setting the Hanafuda earrings back into the box and picking up the piercing marker out of the box, popping the cap and leaning close, really close to Sanji. Don't move, okay? I need to get these as even as possible. Sanji coughed awkwardly, his cheeks flaming. Why yes, Captain Luffy, I won't move a muscle, he managed to get out, his voice a tad shakier than usual. Luffy's proximity was both unnerving and exhilarating, and he couldn't help but feel like a young boy being given a treasure map to the most secret adventure. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she scooted even closer to him, grabbing Sanji's face with her free hand and tilting his head slightly as she leaned even closer as she tried to figure out where the dots should go. Sanji felt his heart thud in his chest, his cheeks burning hotter than the sun as Luffy held his face in her gentle yet firm grasp. Her breath tickled his ear as she whispered, "Just stay still, Sanji. This will only take a second." He nodded, trying to keep his breathing even as she marked the spots for the earrings with precision. Luffy tilted his head the other way, placing the dots before leaning slightly back. She looked at him head on just for a second before tilting his head side to side, making sure the dots were even and in the right place. "Okay, you're good to go," she said, her voice light and airy. Sanji felt like he was about to faint if his face turned any more red. He swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the needle, now in Luffy's hand. He swallowed thickly, trying to push the strange feeling aside as she leaned back in, this time with a piercing needle from the box and one of the earrings. "Sit still, okay? No squirming." Luffy's voice was soothing. The atmosphere was tense, yet filled with excitement as Luffy began to pierce Sanji's ear. Her steady hand did not waver as she pushed the needle through the marked spot. Sanji's breath hitched, but he remained still, not wanting to mess up this moment as Luffy moved to pierce his other ear. The pain was surprisingly brief, replaced almost immediately by a strange sense of the cool gold of the Hanafuda earring slid into place. He felt a gentle tug as Luffy secured the back of the earrings, then she stepped back, examining her work with a proud smile. "You're officially a Straw Hat now," Luffy declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sanji couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at the sight of the earrings dangling from his lobes. They were more than just jewelry, they were a symbol of belonging, of the bond that connected him to this unconventional family of pirates. Luffy starts to pack away her little box before looking over to Johnny and Yasaku, who had paused their game of cards mid-play and now were watching Luffy and Sanji. "What about you two?" she asked, setting her box back down on the deck of the ship. "You two have been sailing with us for the past 2-3 weeks, the both of you are already basically an honorary Straw Hat. What do you two think about making it official?" Johnny and Yasaku exchanged a look, one of those looks that spoke volumes without a single word. It was clear that the prospect of joining Luffy's crew was something they had both considered before. "Well, we do have our own goals to chase, don't we, Yasaku?" Johnny said, his eyes flicking back over to Luffy's. "But if you're willing to have us, we'd be honored to join your little family here." Yasaku nodded solemnly. "It's been an adventure already, and we've barely been on your ship for 2 weeks. We're in, Luffy. Let's go show these sea dogs what we're made of." Luffy beamed at them, scrambling over to the two to give them their earrings. After welcoming Sanji, Johnny, and Yasaku to the crew, and learning Yasaku is very squeamish around needles and can pass out when he's getting stabbed with one, walked into the cabin of Johnny and Yasaku's ship, Mercy. Stopping in the door, Luffy's eyes lingered on the still unconscious Jin, who was resting peacefully in one of the various hammocks, noticing the slight roundness of her stomach from her otherwise emaciated body. Luffy filed that information in her brain for later, deciding to ask Jin about it when Jin woke up. Luffy's eyes cut over to Zoro, who was staring up at the ceiling with a half-grimace on his face, shifting in the bed he was laying in. "You should really go back to bed, Zoro," Luffy says calmly, walking into the cabin with Monroe following her. "My hawk might have not hit any of your major vital spots, but he did still hurt you pretty bad." Zoro turns his head to look at Luffy, his seafoam green eyes glinting with annoyance. "I'm fine," he grunts. "I can handle it, Luffy." Luffy rolls her eyes, sitting on the bed beside him, helping Monroe up onto the bed with them. "Zoro, my guy, my man, you were nearly cut in half. Go to sleep." Zoro sighs heavily, his arms folded over his chest. "I can't sleep with all this noise." He nods towards the door, where the muffled sounds of hustle and bustle could be heard. Luffy mumbled something that sounded a lot like her calling Zoro a baby. "Okay." She sighs, exasperated, and before Zoro could even figure out what was happening or protest, Luffy was sliding under the cover with him, Monroe following suit. She punches the pillow a few times, fluffs it up and then rests her head on it, her curly hair fanning out around her. "Well, then, if you can't sleep then I'm just gonna have to stay here and make sure you don't get up and do something stupid." Zoro's cheeks flush a deep red, but he doesn't say anything. He's too surprised and slightly too turned on to argue. He's never had someone sleep in the same bed with him. Luffy, noticing his reaction, grins mischievously. She covers Monroe's ears so he can't hear their conversation. "What's wrong, Bner boy?" Luffy asks. Zoro's face reddens to the color of a ripe tomato. "Nothing, Luffy." He quickly turns away, trying to hide his embarrassment. Luffy's grin widens, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She knows she's got him cornered, and she's not about to let it go. "Come on, tell me, what's got you blushing like that?" Luffy asks, propping herself up on her elbow, her hand still covering Monroe's ears. "Do you like seeing me beat people up? That sounds a bit like MSCSM? Or maybe the right word is SDSM. Sadomasochistic?" Zoro groans and buries his face in his pillow. "Luffy, please, I'm begging you, stop." He can feel the heat from his face spreading down to his neck. "Oh, so you're also into begging, huh?" Luffy teases, and since they were so close together, laying in the same bed, Zoro could feel her warm breath on the back of his neck, warm and tickling, sending a shiver down his spine. "Luffy, that's enough." Zoro's voice is muffled by the pillow, but she can hear the mix of embarrassment and irritation in it, and she knows she's hit a nerve. "I don't know." He is cut off by the feeling of soft, plump lips kissing the back of his neck, and his breath catches in his throat as they linger there. "Don't do anything stupid, Zoro, I'll be back later to check on you." Luffy says, her voice completely nonchalant and unbothered, that she kissed Zoro on the back of the neck. She gets up, removing her hands from Monroe's ears and running out of the cabin, Monroe shaking his head, his ears flapping and smacking against the side of his head and against each other, before quickly following her. Zoro's cheeks burned a fiery red as Luffy left him alone only with the unconscious Jin. He sat there, stunned, trying to process what just happened. What the hell? He mumbled, his eyes wide and his hand hovering over the spot where she kissed him. He sat there in silence for a few seconds, the only sounds breaking the silence were the faint sounds of waves hitting the side of Johnny and Yasaku's ship, Mercy, the soft breathing of the unconscious Jin, and the rest of the crew outside the cabin. He could hear Ace's laughter as he played a card game with Sabo and the others, and the distant clang of pots and pans from Sanji in the kitchen. Jesus Christ! Jin's voice cut through his thoughts, and Zoro nearly jumped out of his skin, his head snapping towards her. How long have you been awake? He hissed, his hand shooting up to cover his neck. Long enough to hear her call you Bner boy. Jin smirked, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she slowly sat up in the hammock she was laying in with a grunt. Where the hell are we? The last thing I remember was Krieg and the rest of the Krieg pirates. She trails off, making a chomping motion with her hands. Zoro cleared his throat awkwardly, looking away from Jin's knowing gaze. Well, we're heading towards Arlong Park because Nami, let's just say, she betrayed us and stole our ship, so we're going to get it back. And well, it was either you come with us or you get arrested by Marines. Jin scratched the side of her face, looking slightly confused. Nami. That was the chick with the short orange hair, right? She asks, trying to place the name with a face. What's the deal with her? She's not part of the crew. Zoro scowls, and grumbles. Well, originally, we knew she was a thief. A thief known as Black Cat Nami, and she just needed a ride somewhere, so we were giving it to her. But apparently, she's also an Arlong pirate. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you're telling me? A teenage human girl is a part of a fisherman pirate crew who is known for hating humans. She sat up fully in the hammock, leaning forward with interest. Zoro nodded, still a bit embarrassed by the whole Bner boy incident. Yeah, apparently so. He mumbled, rubbing his face trying to get rid of the embarrassment from the Bner boy incident. I don't know what she was planning to do, or what she's planning to do. But Luffy said the F off and she's about ready to rip Nami a new one. Jin raised an eyebrow. Well, that's interesting. But, if she's a member of the Arlong pirates, we've got a bigger problem than a stolen ship. She said, sitting up in the hammock. They're pretty nasty. They hate humans and enslave them. So if she's one of them, it's not going to be a walk in the park getting your ship back. Don't worry about it. Zoro mumbled, from what I've learned about Luffy in the past barely 2 months I've been a part of this crew. She's got high-up connections everywhere. Jin's expression grew serious as she swung her legs over the side of the hammock, planting her feet firmly on the wooden deck. High-up connections, huh? She murmured, her gray eyes thoughtful. What kind of connections are we talking about? I mean, she already told me her mother was the Desert Queen herself, but who else are we talking about? Zoro side-eyed her for a second. They had barely met this woman 7 hours ago and when they met her, well it didn't exactly go like a peachy walk in the park. But Luffy had already said when the woman was unconscious that she wanted her on the crew. Zoro sighed, looking back up towards the ceiling. Her stepdaddy is Red Hair Shanks. Jin's eyes widened. What? The Red Hair Shanks? She exclaimed, jumping out of the hammock. The Yonko? Zoro nodded solemnly, watching her reaction. The very same. Luffy's lineage is complicated. Jin's eyes widened in shock, the revelation of Luffy's lineage to Red Hair Shanks, a Yonko, leaving her momentarily speechless. So you're telling me, this girl I met not even 7 hours ago who told me her mother is the Desert Queen, she was born and raised in the Grand Line New World, and now you're telling me her stepfather is the strongest Yonko ever to exist? She exclaimed, her voice echoing through the cabin of the ship. Yeah. Zoro replied simply with a long sigh. He's her stepdaddy. Jin took a moment to digest this information, pacing around the cabin in disbelief. The idea that the young pirate she had just met had such a powerful figure in her life was almost too much to grasp. What the F-? She exclaimed, running a hand through her short black hair. And she's just casually walking around with that kind of power backing her? Zoro hummed in confirmation. She hasn't told me much else about her family. Well, I met her and her brother's grandfather. He's a Marine named Monkey D. Garp. Jin's eyes went wide with shock. What? The Garp, the hero of the Marines? The guy who can destroy literal islands with one single punch. Ugh how. Zoro groaned, his gaze flicking over Jin, before returning to the ceiling. Yeah, that's him. He's got quite the reputation, and he's not just a hero to the Marines, he's the world's strongest being. Or so they say. Luffy's pretty tight with him. And she's his granddaughter? Jin's voice was barely above a whisper, her mind racing with the implications. The gravity of their situation grew heavier with each new piece of information. Hold the F up, she told me she had 12 siblings. That means there's 13 people, plus one more because there's gotta be a dad to those 14 kids. So you're telling me there are 14 people with that man's DNA running around? That's FING terrifying. Zoro blue screens for a second, because he did not know Luffy had 12 siblings. Wait, what? 12 siblings, he stammers, trying to push himself up to his elbows. I thought what? I thought it was just Ace and Sabo. Jin nodded, her gaze unfocused. I don't know, man. The only thing she said to me and Sanji was that she had 12 siblings because I didn't know Crocodile had kids, and when she told me she was Crocodile's kid I was surprised that the Desert Queen had a kid, and then she dropped the bombshell on me that the Desert Queen didn't just have one kid, she had 12 more. The room grew quiet as the revelation sank in. The weight of Luffy's lineage and her family's legacy in the pirate world was something none of them had anticipated. The potential for trouble, or for powerful alliances, was immense. Meanwhile, outside the cabin with the rest of the crew on the deck of Johnny and Yusaku's ship, Mercy. Luffy sat atop the figurehead of the ship. She had a notebook and pencil in one hand, and sitting in front of her on the figurehead was Yusaku's Den Mushi she was borrowing. The snail Pururu a few times before it gotcha, and Daz Bona's deep voice came through the other line. Who is this? How did you get this snail number? He asked with a hint of hostility in his tone. Luffy huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. You know, you answer the snail very rudely, Daz. It's not my snail, and I'm not in the mood for jokes. Now tell me, who is this? Daz's voice grew more irritated, the line crackling with tension. Dude, it's Luffy. Luffy said dryly. You know, the girl you've known since she was born. There was a pause on the other line, and then Daz's laughter echoed through the Den Mushi. Luffy, you little sheet. I haven't heard from you in ages. What's got your tail in a knot? His voice held genuine amusement. Luffy grumbled, and cursed under her breath. I need to know everything that the family knows about Arlong Park, and the Arlong Pirates. You're Mama's right-hand man, and I know you are able to get into all of our intel, and connections. Daz's laughter faded into a more serious tone. Why? Are you planning to stir up some trouble in East Blue? I already let Coco eat the Don Krieg ship and everyone on it, I'm already stirring up trouble. But this trouble is personal because one of Arlong's crewmates stole my ship and everything on it. Luffy replied, her voice firm. And it wasn't just any crewmate, it was a human crewmate. Since when does he let humans on his crew? There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Daz's voice came back, a hint of confusion in his voice. A human on Arlong's crew? Now that's something I thought I'd never hear. Last time I saw the guy Jinda had to physically restrain him from slaughtering some poor marine saps that got too close to him. What's the deal with this human? Luffy sighed, popping her neck. I'm not sure, she's been sailing with us for a couple weeks. She's that one thief called Black Cat Nami. But I found her drifting in the middle of the ocean on a dinghy, and I felt bad, so I gave her a little ride, and well, after a little while she started acting like she was a part of the crew, and she told me she was actually considering joining my crew. And well, one thing led to another, and she took my ship and everything on it. There was another pause on the other end of the line before Daz's voice came back. Black Cat Nami, huh? That name rings a bell. Hold on, give me a second. I'm at the casino right now, just give me a second to look through some files and documents we have about Arlong and his crew. Luffy nodded, even though Daz couldn't see her, as she listened to the faint sounds of the casino in the background. The clinking of chips and the murmur of voices filled the air. All right, I've got something, Daz said, his voice sharper and more focused. Arlong has turned into a land pirate, he's been staking out on an island called Konomi, and over to the village on it. The village is called Kokoyashi Village. He's got his eyes on that place for some reason. Some people say it's about money, some people say it's about enslaving them, but most of the time nobody can get a clear answer. And about that human on his crew, Nami, you said her name was. She's from that village, she's been working for him since she was a kid. She's got skills, she's a cartographer, she's the best in the East Blue, and she's been helping him with the layout of the East Blue, that's why she's still breathing. Luffy looked up to the twinkling stars above, and let out a long frustrated groan. Okay. Thanks, Daz, I'll call you back when I get the rest of this dealt with. Tell Mama me, Sabo, and Ace said hi. Daz chuckled. You do that, kid. And remember, we're family. Don't go off half-ped, alright? Get that ship back. We'll catch up soon enough. Watch your back. The line went dead, and Luffy rubbed her eyes and spat out a slew of curses that would make a pirate blush. She groaned again and dialed another number on the Den Mushi. The snail Pururu a few times before it gotcha, and Marine Admiral Don Quixote Corazon Rosinante's kind and soothing voice came through the other line. "Hello, this is Admiral Corazon, who may I be speaking to?" he asked calmly. "Hey, Cora, it's Luffy. Are you somewhere where we can talk?" Luffy asked, her voice barely above a whisper, just in case Corazon was around anyone. Luffy, it's been a while. What's up?" Corazon's tone shifted slightly, curiosity peeking at the unusual call from his friend's daughter. "I need your help. Well, technically, an entire enslaved island needs yours and probably quite a few Marines' help too," Luffy explained simply, kicking her feet side to side as she straddles the figurehead of the ship as if she was riding a horse. Corazon sighed heavily into the phone, his mind racing. "Luffy, what have you gotten yourself into this time?" "What? I haven't done anything, I just want my ship back because one of Arlong's crewmates stole it, and apparently he's enslaved an entire island." Luffy rolled her eyes. "I see, your usual peacekeeping missions," Corazon said with a chuckle, his voice filled with warmth and a hint of concern. "Tell me more about this island, and what you know about Arlong's operations there." Luffy took a deep breath and rattled off the information Daz had just given. As she did so, she looked down at the Den Mushi, seeing that it was projecting more information that Daz was sending her, so she rattled that off to Corazon as well. Luffy paused mid-sentence, and it wasn't just a brief pause. It was a long one, a pause that started to make the Corazon worried. "You've gotta be shitting me," Luffy murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. On the other end of the line, Corazon remained silent, giving her space to process. He knew better than to interrupt Luffy when she had just found out something that could potentially blow someone's mind. Luffy cracked a disbelieving smile, letting out a laugh that was not all sane. "Oh God, Cora, Gramps is going to kill someone." She lands closer to the Den Mushi, reading the information Daz is sending her. Apparently, the reason why no Marine headquarters knows what Arlong is doing is because the Marine captain named Nezumi and his Navy crew is being paid off by Arlong to keep their mouth shut about his enslavement of Kokoyashi village. When it gets better, Arlong is forcing each inhabitant of Kokoyashi village to pay him every month or he'll kill them, 100,000 berries for adults to live and 50,000 berries for children to live. But get this, Arlong has cut off any and every supply or way they could use to try to make money to pay him. On the other end of the line, Luffy could hear Corazon's fist slammed onto the desk in his office. That monster. He was well aware of the severe implications of such a revelation. This was not a simple matter of a pirate causing trouble. This was slavery, a crime that even the Marines couldn't overlook. "Luffy, I'll gather a team and we'll take care of this. But be careful, Luffy. I don't want to see you or your brothers in harm's way. Stay out of trouble until we get there, okay?" Gotcha, Cora. "We'll be fine, we've got Coco with us." Luffy chuckled, her tone a mix of excitement and determination. "Bye-bye, Cora. We won't be at Kokoyashi village until tomorrow, maybe at time 1200. She said before hanging up, closing the notepad she'd been using to write in. And it was silent, it was truly silent until Yasaku all but screeched at the top of his lungs. "Did you not only just talk to an assassin, not even just an assassin, the best assassin in the world, but also a Marine Admiral?" He looked absolutely flabbergasted, like someone had just slapped him with a wet fish. Johnny looked equally as shocked as Yasaku. Sanji's eyes were wide as saucers and his mouth was open in astonishment. Even Usopp was standing there with her mouth agape, looking like she'd seen a ghost. Luffy jumped so high at the sudden yell, she nearly fell off the figurehead of the ship. "Jesus Fing Christ!" she exclaimed, whipping her head around to look at them. "Calm down, the assassin you're talking about is my mom's right-hand man. I've known the guy since I was born, he's okay. And as for the Admiral, I've also known Corazon since I was born as well. Corazon's the dad of 2 of my younger brothers." Johnny and Yasaku exchanged a look that screamed, "This shit's too wild for us," while Usopp and Sanji stared at Luffy with newfound respect and a little bit of fear in their eyes. "Your mom's right-hand man is an assassin." Usopp finally spoke up, her voice quivering slightly. "Dude, my mom's a mafia boss. She has a whole army of assassins," Luffy said, still gripping the figurehead tightly from where she almost fell off. "My mom is the Desert Queen, you know, the warlord. People either call her Crocodile, Lady Crocodile, Mrs. Zero, or the Desert Queen. That's mine, Ace, and Sabo's mama." Johnny and Yasaku's jaws hit the floor. They had signed up for an adventure, sure, but this was on a whole different level. But before they could say anything, Ace spoke up from his spot laying on the deck floor, his hat covering his face. "Don't forget to tell them that said assassin, the killer Daz Bonez, is also the father of our other younger sister. Not just the Admiral being the daddy of our younger siblings but an assassin too." Sabo chuckled from his seat next to Ace, not bothering to cover his face. Yeah, and let's not forget that our mom's got a love life more complex than a soap opera plotline. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Usopp mumbled under her breath, her eyes wide with disbelief. Quest, in progress. Save the black cat with the orange fur. Achievement unlocked. Saying goodbye, or is it? Achievement unlocked. Coco to the rescue. Achievement unlocked. Seeing another familiar face, but this one is beloved. New quest, complete. Give Yasop a heart attack. Achievement unlocked. The wrath of a sandstorm is not what it seems. Not rough and mean but calculated, quiet, and oh so cruel. Achievement unlocked. Cook accepted. Achievement unlocked. It's time for his baby eggplant to leave the nest. Achievement unlocked. 1 to 3. New quest, complete. Give him a kiss. New quest PT 1, complete. Daz, help please? New quest PT 2, complete. Cora, help please? Achievement unlocked. The family tree just keeps on getting more and more complicated. The next day after everyone had somewhat digested the information of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's family. Luffy was sitting on the deck of Mercy when she got the daily newspaper, magazines, and bounty posters from the news coup. When she was flipping through the bounty posters, she stopped on one in particular, and screamed absolutely bloody murder in pure joy. She just got her first ever bounty, and it's a big one for the East Blue standards anyway. Oh my FING God! Luffy yelled, holding it up as she looked at it. Above her head, in bold letters, it read, Wanted, Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate who can control Bananawanis, 70 million berries. The image on the bounty poster was of when Coco swallowed the Krieg pirate's ship and everyone on it whole. In the picture on the bounty poster, Luffy was standing on the deck of the Baratie, grinning like a kid on Christmas, her eyes sparkling with pure joy, excitement, and a hint of insanity, her arm outstretched and bent at the elbow, pointing up to the sky in a finger gun like she actually fired a gun with a major kickback. Off to the side in the bounty poster photo, you can fully see Coco halfway jumped out of the water, her snout pointed towards the sky with the Krieg pirate's ship in her mouth. She couldn't believe it. Her heart was racing like it was trying to escape from her chest. This was it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She had officially become a pirate. Meanwhile on Konomi Islands a certain pirate was not too thrilled. Arlong had gotten the Daily Mail from the news coup not too long ago and he was boredly flipping through it when he came across the bounty posters. The bounty posters were the same old, just some low pirates spiking up a bounty a little bit or their bounty dropping from something stupid they had done. But there was one that caught his eye. It was of the most gorgeous woman, even if she was a human, he had ever seen standing on the deck of that one ocean restaurant the Baratie with a giant Bananawani in the background, seemingly commanding it to swallow the Krieg pirate's ship and everyone on it whole with just a finger gun. He read the words, Wanted, Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate who can control Bananawanis, 70 million berries. The name Monkey D. Luffy was not familiar to him, but something about the surname Monkey D. made him furrow his brows. It was not a name that was common around these parts and he had heard it before. Where had he heard that name before? It was somewhere important but he couldn't remember where. He squinted at the bounty poster to get a closer look. This Luffy looked like a real piece of work. He had never seen anyone stand so casually while committing such an act of piracy. The audacity. The gall. The sheer beauty. Hachan. He called out, his voice echoing through the courtyard of his hideout as he sat on his throne beside his pool. Does the surname Monkey D. remind you of anything? He questioned as he waved the bounty poster at his fishman crew member. The octopus fishman looked over from where he was lounging on a pool float in the pool. Huh? Monkey D? Hachan squinted as he looked at the poster Arlong was holding. Monkey D? Monkey D? Monkey D? Monkey D? Monkey D? Oh! Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Marines. That's where I know the name Monkey D. from. I don't know about the girl though, maybe they're related or something. Arlong's eyes narrowed as he studied the poster again. Maybe she's his daughter or something? Arlong San. One of Arlong's crewmates came running into Arlong Park, looking frantic. Marines are here. Marines, who are not Nezumi. It's a fleet admiral, a vice admiral, and their crews. They're getting ready to invade Arlong Park. Arlong's eyes widened with shock. What? How did they find out? He crumpled the bounty poster in his hand and stood up abruptly, the throne making a thud as it hit the floor. I don't know, but it's Admiral Corazon and Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. The crewmate panted, trying to catch his breath. Arlong's expression grew cold. Garp? That old man actually came himself? And Corazon? What a peculiar pairing. This must be serious business. He strode towards the exit of the Arlong Park, his his fishmen scrambling to keep up with his sudden shift in energy. And well, Arlong knew the Admiral and Vice Admiral were known for being, well, the Admiral was known for being kind, calm, collected, understanding, and very clumsy. And Garp, well, Garp is a wild card, he could either want to rip your throat out or kind of just vibe with you. But what Arlong got was a very high to the heavens, set-off Admiral, and an even more set-off Vice Admiral. As Arlong made his way to the beach, he spotted the Marines' ships docking in the distant horizon. The ships looked like a fleet of black sharks, ready to devour the Arlong Park whole. He clenched his fists, his sharp teeth gritting together. This was not a battle he had planned for, but he was not one to back down from a fight, especially when it came to his property. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates had found their ship docked on the other side of Konomi Islands, and well, Luffy had found her way to Arlong Park and had scaled the side of the building. She was going to use the high advantage to get a better look of the island, but instead ended up finding Nami's room. Luffy could sneak into the room. Nami was laying on a small twin-sized bed, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Luffy leaned back slightly, gripping the side of the hideout tightly as she watched Arlong and some of his crew. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates were fighting the fishmen they had come across further into the island. Luffy could see her grandfather, and Corazon looking about ready to rip Arlong's head off as he walked towards their docked ships. Luffy watches them for a second longer before turning her attention back to Nami's bedroom window. She forced the window open and started to climb in. "Nami, get your butt up," she said, once she was halfway in the window. Nami looked up from her bed, eyes red from crying and shocked to see Luffy. "What? How did you get here? What are you doing?" she stuttered, her heart racing in her chest. "Look, I don't have any time to explain. You never agreed, but you're my DMN navigator, and I came to get you. Now come on, Arlong and his crew is about to get the brakes beaten off of them, and I'd rather not see you get arrested because technically, you're a part of his crew and there's an admiral and a vice admiral on this island," Luffy said, pulling herself all the way through the window, her feet hitting the wooden floors with a soft thud. "Now come on, you want to make a map of the entire world, right? Well, you can't do that if you're all cooped up in here." Luffy held her hand out to Nami, her signature smile plastered on her face. Nami took a deep breath, wiping the last of her tears away, and took Luffy's hand. She knew this moment was coming, she had been expecting it since she saw the bounty poster. The thought of leaving Arlong behind filled her with a strange mix of fear and relief. "What about my village? What will happen to them?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. "Well, currently, Sanji is flirting with your sister, as Johnny and Yasaku try to distract the Kokoyashi villagers long enough for the Marines to arrest Arlong and his crew. They are pretty hell-bent on coming over here and trying to get rid of Arlong themselves," Luffy said, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "But I'll tell you a little secret. That admiral and that vice admiral is on my side. I'm the one who told them about Arlong and the Konomi Islands. They're here to help you and the villagers. I told you, the Sandstorms, the Straw Hats protect each other. It's not just a name, we are a family that protects each other." Nami felt a weight lifted off her chest. She hadn't realized how much she had been holding in, but Luffy's words filled her with a sense of hope that she hadn't felt in years. "Thank you, Luffy. I can't believe it. I've always dreamed of a day like this, but I never thought it would come true," she whispered, her eyes filling with tears of joy. Meanwhile, across the east, Blue Dracul Mihawk stepped off of his ship, the Hitsugibun, onto an uninhabited island he had seen the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force, was anchored at. Mihawk stepped off of his ship, his boots slightly sinking into the sand as he surveyed the quiet island. He spotted Shanks and his crew in the distance, some of them looking hungover, while others passed out on the beach. He raised an eyebrow at them before making his way over, his footsteps silent. As he approached, Shanks looked up from his hammock he was laying in, meeting Mihawk's sharp gaze. "Shanks." Mihawk's voice was as cool and unruffled as the sea breeze that whispered through the palms above them. Shanks sat up with a groan, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Mihawk, what brings you here?" He squinted against the sun, his hair fluttering around his face. Mihawk held up the bounty poster he had been holding, tilting his head slightly. "Look who got her first bounty. 70 million berries." Shanks took the poster, his eyes widening as he saw Luffy's grinning face plastered across it. "Well, I'll be dmed," he chuckled, his eyes scanning the poster. "Guess the little sheet is making waves already."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.